Hey everybody, happy April 15th, 2022. Good Friday, and we're here on the live.
Good Friday.
It
Happy
is.
Expo to the people who
Edmonton guy.
went.
Yes, to the folks out west. So actually, I've got a couple of stories on that because I was chatting with a couple of folks. I was even chatting with Paul live on the Expo floor in Edmonton. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. See, that's
Hi.
the only video I've heard of because all my friends have said, yeah, I'll send you pictures and videos. Nobody.
Yeah. So no, I was chatting with him directly while he was there, and I'll give a little story about that, and we'll have to see. I don't know what content's going to come of it, but I can at least speak to something that happened at the Expo. So I'll chat about it a little bit here.
Yeah.
So Josh, good evening. Time for regularly scheduled Friday night. Absolutely. I popped on Dakota's for a couple of minutes. He invited me over, so we chatted briefly about the upcoming USFL. First game of the new USFL will be tomorrow. So I set the PVR. I'll check it out. I like my second tier generic football leagues. So I'll watch a little bit of that. Happy Easter, absolutely. Want to know what's the over under? How long Justin requests come in? 64 and a half minutes. Take the under. Take the way under. 64 and a half seconds might have been a better one. Good evening, Baz. Absolutely. Jeff, good evening. Yes, RIP Mike Bossy. We can talk about that a little bit if you guys want. We can definitely do that. Yep. RIP Bossy for sure. Good Friday, happy Easter all, no doubt. Good evening, Tom. Can a man get on tonight? I'll think about it. Probably not. Good evening, Name. Absolutely. Long live Mike Bossy. Will be missed. Yep. Going to chat and live. Good to be in the chat and live. More speed. That's fair enough. Sounds good.
Name won't be able to join us tonight. He is doing he's doing something for charity tonight. He's doing a 24-hour Richard Simmons Dances with the Oldies contest.
Oh, so we're in the rumor mongering section of the show already.
So he won't be able to join us tonight.
I'm just wondering how serious this really is. So
no, it's very serious.
That's on the hot dog cooking classes?
I was going to say I hadn't quite scheduled the rumor mongering yet, but fair enough if you want to get going on it.
So he signed up for this charity because he's a great guy. We all know.
I do know there is a charity. I do remember that. That portion of it seems factually correct.
And so for 24 hours they watch all the sweat into the oldie videos, and they dress in the part. So he's wearing a leotard and leg warmers and the headbands.
The part that I'm confused about is if any of this was true, why wouldn't you be doing it? You're like the subject matter expert on this. This is like your usual Thursday night.
As I told you, I am injured, and I'm getting and tell the other guys and tell everybody I'm getting a full hip replacement next Thursday.
Again?
It didn't take the first time.
So I was unable to join in the Sweating to the Oldies marathon with Name. So cheer him on, and please send as much money and encouragement to Name to hit his goal of $10.
And if you enjoyed Eric's rumor mongering, please hit the like button. I decided to put one in early today, and I'll come back to it later.
Eric, you can join in. 2 Campbell's soup cans, do the pull-ups and
Yep.
That's a fact. That could work, yeah, for sure.
You can do it sitting on a chair.
Yes.
This is true. You can always adjust it. Listen, if not, listen out. We know that Richard Simmons is very inclusive. So if you're all about the inclusivity, it's not a bad choice. It's not a bad choice.
Yep.
Everybody's welcome.
See, the correct answer is here. Do they make bougie hip replacement parts? This is a good question.
Maybe.
That might have been why it didn't take the first time. It wasn't bougie enough.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hold on, is that Name's excuse tonight? I think the charity part is. The rest of it, I'll leave it to you to decide for yourselves. So real quick, I'll touch on since they are having it and it has started. They got the Edmonton Expo. They got that going on. So I was actually chatting. I don't know if he'll be in the chat tonight, but I was actually chatting with Paul a little bit earlier today while he was at the Expo. And I actually had a little phone call with him because we were chatting. He actually found a nice Medano at a dealer's table. So he reached out and asked me if I had it or not, and I didn't. But it was so we were able to actually work something out with the dealer, and now I will be the proud owner of it. So we'll make arrangements after the fact. I'll see if I can share a picture of it. He did share it with it, but I'll have to adjust the angle on it to make it visible for everybody.
Missing Madano.
Yeah, especially from that late 90s, early 2000s era, I've got a lot of that stuff. So anything that falls in that category is usually a nice bonus if they happen to have it. So we'll figure that out. But I did chat with him a little bit and also message with him on Instagram. I was curious. I wanted to see kind of what his perspective on it is, and obviously we'll get more perspective. I think if we're able to talk a little bit later, if Brad is apparently PSA Canada was very busy. They did a lot of brisk business, not surprising. And apparently there was a lot of traffic in that side of that place. From Paul's perspective, it seemed like they were getting a pretty brisk business. Again, you want to get multiple. You want to get multiple vantage points, but from his perspective, it seemed like they were doing a little bit of movement on there, so that's good. And obviously, at least I found a card indirectly, so we were able to get something out of it. So that's not too bad. Can't complain about that. So let me grab this here. Is that Bill Spaceman Lee on the bottom left there, Yannick? You got the Bill Spaceman Lee in the background?
Spaceman 2.0.
There you go. Very nice. Very nice. So here, I think I can show, if I can share this, I can show the card in question. So let's see if this will work.
Yeah,
I think so.
PSA is going to need the money after the the problems with maybe not getting the cards back.
Classify as rare.
Yep, absolutely. It's got the rare
nice.
sticker on it. So that one is so jersey number, a nice little bonus on it. We were able to come to a price that I felt was reasonable, so it was good. That's in the time period where they didn't have game use and everything yet. They were just starting on that, so it's nice. Jersey numbers, like I said, a nice bonus, and price was reasonable. The guy had some pretty high end stuff on the table, so that's so pretty good, pretty good. There was a lot of expensive stuff on that particular table, so
But
not
not
too
that
bad.
one.
Oh,
So do you have all 10 now?
I wish I had all 10. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
It was funny because I was actually chatting with another Medano collector earlier today, and he had actually made an acquisition, and I'll quickly share it just because I thought it was very impressive because he did a deal where he was able to do a trade, some kind of a deal with somebody out in Finland, which testament to how far away some of this stuff ends up. It's like yeah, absolutely. The thing is, I think I know who it is, and that guy had a lot of stuff. So that is right now the image of just the Medano cards he picked up. This is all Medano cards from the 90s. And it was a very impressive array of stuff, I will say. Now, the majority of this I actually have, so I was chatting with him a little bit because I was curious. I congratulated him, but I also asked him, hey, is this all like fresh for you, or there is any duplicates? Because there's a couple of these that I would love to talk about some more. So this one here, this is the Mirror Platinum, got that. The Z Gold got that. This one here, a lot of these already have them all. But these ones on the side, that's the Grand Finale out of 50. This one, I have not seen in a very long time. That's the Quantum 2 out of 25, the dated 98-99 upper deck. And then the superscripts are all very difficult. And there is yes, Josh, that is a Gold Star Quest. Absolutely. That is a super tough one. I was lucky that I was able to get that maybe about 10, 15 years ago. So that one I've had a long time. A lot of this stuff I've either had a long time or I've been getting it the last couple of years. It's really this last side here on the right that is the ones that I was like, if those are duplicates, I'd like to make a play for them.
Yeah, I recognize that design on the top right there.
Yeah. So it's but in one lot, and that's from one guy over in Finland, and he threw this in as a bonus. So this is a similar one that I've picked up recently.
Wow.
So, and that's in one mail day. So that's strong.
That's trimmed.
Yeah. Yeah. But very strong as far as pickups for one mail day. But it tells you that all came from one Finnish collector. One collector out there in Finland who had a big stack of them. It's just like stuff has made its way out in Europe, and some of that stuff doesn't come up much anymore. So you kind of have to expand. If you're a player collector for the 90s stuff, you're going to have to start looking out in Europe, because a lot of folks, the problem that I had with it, and I saw a Facebook post that I think it's the same person that they did with it, is they were looking to do trade only, which is really annoying. Extremely annoying.
Hard because you never end up with two of. Why do you buy two of a good card?
Yeah,
Right?
and it's one of those things where it's like, come on, man.
I'll trade you money for it.
Yeah, that was basically my response. I was like, can I trade you money? Because it's like, I don't want to be sitting with a bunch of inventory on the off chance it happens to be something you want or need to make a deal work for this. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have deep enough pockets to just have a storage of miscellaneous stuff.
Did he have OPG Premier?
Yeah, maybe that's the one he didn't have. That's how it works.
You wish. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like Lance Parrish. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Yep, love that it's
All
labeled
of these
rare.
cards are perfect.
Yeah, so hockey. I'll touch on this one in 2 seconds. I'll come back to it. Is that car rare? Yeah. I wish the second part was true. If that was true, it'd make my life easier.
Collectors are rare.
Well, there's a third guy in Finland. No,
It's
we know
it's here's the thing. I only need enough to make it difficult for me to get it. I don't care if there's two in the world. If there's a one of one, then only one of us can have it. Then I still got a problem.
Obscurity added to obscurity. Yes.
Yeah.
You're right, Yannick.
Yeah, I can't say that. Trade me your card for my money. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so here
You
we
have
go.
other things to trade, or did he just want Medano
I'll
stuff?
trade you.
No, he wanted a lot of 90s stuff in general. So the thing is, so the problem is, I don't know if the guy specifically collected Medano, but he had a big stockpile of it. But he also had a lot of other 90s stuff. He had Sack, Exporter, Lemieux, Gretzky, a lot
You
of the
don't
stuff.
have extras of that stuff?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, I got rid of that stuff years ago. I have no use for it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it literally would do me no good to sit on a stockpile of it and have it collect dust until, wait, I just need to wait one day. There will be a guy in Finland who will want to trade, and I just so happen to have these lying around.
It's free to dream.
Yeah, it's like letting money sit in a box and just doing nothing with it. It's like, no, you could be
Got
doing
lots of that going on around here.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, there you go.
That's my whole collection.
Yeah.
Collecting is based on stuff in boxes.
Well, that's the thing. I was part of the conversation I was having with Paul is that I understand the idea, and I understand that some of those guys like to stockpile this stuff, but I'm sitting there like, okay, so if I have whatever dollars I'm spending in my collection, I'm focusing on buying these Medano cards or other things for my vintage sets or whatever. I don't then have additional money to be like, oh, let me buy these just to throw it in a box in case I need to do a trade down the road. I'm not
You
sitting
did
there.
pick up an extra. Remember, Eric picked up that extra card for you. Did you sell that one, or did you just
I sold those ones. Yeah.
see?
Yeah.
There you go. There's a trader right there.
Yeah, it wouldn't have done me any good to keep those as
No,
traders.
true.
Not worth my time. Any thoughts on the Card Ladder team pretty much taking direct shots at the great curator? He's taking direct shots at a lot of folks. Card Ladder and AIH Sports now a 3-man tag team like the Fabulous Freebirds. I like your reference. I like your
missed
reference.
that.
I like your reference. It wasn't a shot at the great curator. It was a shot, I think, predominantly at Jeff Wilson. That was the big one. Because the Card Ladder team, and I'll touch on it briefly, and I'll actually refer you to something that's going to be coming up this week, this upcoming week here. They're actually going to be on a live stream and kind of answer for themselves their thoughts on content and what they consider to be good content or not so good content. So I'll actually share with you guys that live stream coming up here.
The content gods are speaking about content gods.
I know, right? They kind of created it, and I'll touch on it briefly here because I've already had my fun, a lot of it with thing, but it's just doubling down on what was already being discussed. It's kind of like taking on the idea that, oh, we're going to be the judges of content. It's like, why are you the ones who judge what is worthy content, not worthy content, clown content, not clown content? It's like, because if you guys remember from the previous week's discussion, is that, the kind of, scholarly work, we're the only ones doing it. It's like, oh, how convenient. How convenient the only ones doing it. How interesting how that works. So it's like, yeah.
Take on me.
Yeah, so it's like, look, it's fine. Because one of the things they played up on, I don't know if you guys saw that in the Card Ladder channel, they did their recap video for the Mint Collective. It was about a 15, 16-minute video, and it was very well done, but they played it up like it was this will be the definitive piece of content on it, and I go, it's good. It's very nice looking. It's 16 minutes. It was like a 3-day show. You probably have like tens of hours of content, and you distill it into 16 minutes and a couple of sit-down kind of interviews with you guys sitting in a room. That's not the definitive piece of content. It's basically a really fancy vlog. Like, what are we talking about here?
Everybody's turning into the Wyatt Earps of this Wild West vlog video shows. Like, look what happens when Mark's Cards gets a hold of things, and look what happens when all these other guys come in.
Yeah, but the thing is that, but the big point,
that mess. We can talk about that mess. Oh my god.
Yeah, we will. We've got a little bit in there too.
My god.
But just kind of to finish off on this idea here is that I think that's a situation where you're kind of spending some time now. You're starting to kind of buy into your own hype a little bit, and you're basically trying to sit there and tell everybody else how they, that you're setting the standard for content. And I go, guys, it's a really nice vlog. And to be clear, the editing on it was top notch. They did a great job with the music and the editing, but it's a 15-minute video that covers like a sliver of a sliver of a sliver of what went on. And I can tell based on what you have, you've got so much nice footage. So it's like, how can you then tell me that this is the definitive thing was like a 15-minute thing? And I've got another example of kind of this in a couple of minutes, which I'll cover as well. But it's like, guys, really? Like
That's
it's good.
disinformation.
Yeah, it's good, but like don't act like I could see a lot of vlogs that would add more context to actually what went on than just dealing with just yours. I need to see more. This is not going to cut it for that.
Carlos, so what you need to do is break down that video in your own video and pada.
The infinite content loop continues, yes.
And then Yannick can break it down in his videos.
And then we'll have a guest, Eric, on.
We need to do Zapruder.
You
We
had
need to do
cardboard and breaking. No.
Yeah, we need to do Zapruder film style, frame by frame.
Yep.
Yeah, the Mike Bossy cookie cards today so like hotcakes. Yeah, every time somebody passes away, it's always the way. Is my dream of a steel cage match between card ladder and market movers getting closer? On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, no, because I don't think Jeff cares.
He doesn't. Why
It's like, yeah, it's like he's like, okay,
Because-
you guys take an infinite number of pot shots. My videos are still getting views. I don't care.
Yeah, Jeff's
Probably
not going to
has
show
more
up for
money.
the fight.
Yeah, he's like, was that today? Did you guys schedule it? Did you guys call my secretary? You guys didn't call my secretary? Oh, what the heck? Yeah. So it seems like the card ladder team called him a marble pump and says he hides behind positivity. I don't remember the card ladder team doing that one, but I know AH did for sure. But
So what's
I
going
don't-
on with them? Is this the power?
for what? For Chris from card ladder? Well, I genuinely don't know. That's going to be
Now
that's
it's nonstop now. You understand that. So that sense of power has obviously gotten to corruption stage. So he's got to really zip it up or move on.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's one of those things where I think, again, this part's strictly my opinion. I think what it comes down to it is I believe that coming off the Mint Collective and a lot of those things, and I think now they've been able to hand off a lot of their day-to-day duties and the analyst things to the team they've got going on with it. Now they have the resources, right? I think they've got more time in their hands to kind of opine and give their critique on things in the market and everything else. And it's almost like before you didn't have enough time on your hands. You had a million things you were trying to do. Now you have more time on your hands. And now all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, I have my opinion on this. And it's like, I also have a following. Let me tell you all what I think. It's like, and that is fine because, far
That's
be
what-
it.
because I'm Carlos is all
That-
about. So.
But it's like almost everything else. If you talk about news or whatever, you're giving your opinion.
Yeah.
But you can't then claim your opinion is the only opinion. You can't then claim it's like the final word on these things. It's like, no, you're giving your opinion and then people can disagree with your opinion. That's generally how that's actually going to work in real life. But, to each their own.
Everyone's kind of posturing for power here.
Yes, power over the incredible hobby.
Over the what?
Yeah. Card ladder out there taking
I'll
shots.
match them all. I got them all.
Yeah. Card ladder out there taking shots and they want to be a PSA of content creators. Yep. So here. Dax seemed to get a little edgy when we were bringing up asking the tough questions, which I expect him to do from what I've seen. Sometimes people get scared on the spot. I don't think he's going to try to alienate them. And I'm trying to see if I can find it. Oh, so here, it's kind of playing off Tom's question, Tom's comment here. On Sports Card Anonymous, I think on Tuesday, and if I can find the stupid thing, I'll put it up. I'm just trying to find the thumbnail. Basically, Dakota is going to have on Chris, Christina, and Josh. So all three of them. So you're going to get all three of them on a live stream where they're going to chat about the content thing. So we'll see kind of the angle he wants to take on it, but he'll have them all on there to kind of answer for themselves because they came up with the little cute badges and everything. It's like, HOJ approved and Christina has one. So they just got two versions. Josh has one. And I'm sitting there like, oh, well, what do you have to do to get these prestigious badges? You got to do some hashtag scholarship.
Badges. We don't need no stinking badges.
That joke was made. Yes. That joke was definitely made.
It had to be.
Yep.
If you're my age or what have you.
And when is? Can you just tell me again? 'Cause I wanna-
So Tuesday evening is going to be the live stream, and they're going to be
Okay.
on it. Like I said, I'm trying to find it, and if I can locate it, I'll put it in the description as well. I'll put a link to it so that folks can check it out.
with Sports Cards Anonymous.
With Sports Cards Anonymous is going to be hosting it, and it's going to be Chris, Christina, and Josh. So the three of them from Card Ladder all on one live stream, chatting with him about specifically this whole content thing.
Yeah, actually, I just watched the Mint Collective. What was it? The grading companies.
Yeah.
All sitting across there. I found the other one to be interesting, but I found this one to be exceedingly boring. Like, tell me something I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like, well, obviously customer service is first. Okay, why do you even have that discussion? You're gonna say, money's first, reductions first. It's customer service. If they said anything against that, it would be just stupid. So, just let's roll on with some really good information. Well, we do high risk scans, and that's really important. And our customers come first. And it was like, okay,
Well, that was kind of the point that I made when I did like kind of the review of the different panels. I'm like, you're not going to get much like. There's nothing crazy. It's a networking event. The value, if you're going to get value out of it, it has to be you then talking to these people outside of panels. It's not the panels.
I think it's actually the question should have been first, and then they can answer, and then they could sum up a little bit from each company. But those questions should have been answered or asked at the beginning. I mean, the questions at the end, there was no questions really.
I don't think you would have gotten any questions that would have been in any value.
Well, hey, it was the Mint Collective. It was a pretty prestigious event. You know that.
Well, we can only hope that there will be future occasions where we'll be able to see
I
more
couldn't
greatness.
afford to go at $700.
$700, yeah, it's a tough one. So let me scroll into here. This is the only kind of content I want to watch. Thank you, James.
That's the most intelligent thing that's ever been written in the comments.
Well, there have been some good ones. But I think it's solid. We do appreciate James's support. Got to cut it down. Can't give away the show for free. It's Card Ladder. OGs of YouTube sell out. Facts.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Bigfoot. Yep. So here, Card Ladder team or saviors we never asked for. Still like them more than SCI. Yeah, and then there's a lot of folks that are in that boat. Again, it's I think what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting. Is and this is a video that I'm planning probably. I'm going to see if I can record it on the weekend. I want to do it next week, but it's been a little while, and I think it's a good time to kind of redo kind of an explanation of what the channel is and what it isn't, because sometimes people forget or they don't know because they're newer that I'm going to talk about a lot of the news and topics of things. But even when a lot of this stuff is like, I'm not worried if the person's a good person or a bad person, because in a lot of cases I don't know them well enough to make that call. I can't. So the truth is I don't care. There are a lot of very nice people in it that makes dumb decisions. There are a lot of jerks that make wise decisions. If it's a business thing, we'll talk about it from business. And a lot of what comes out of it is going to be a judgment on what is done and what is said and how it's presented. I'm not worried about making somebody upset. At the same time, I'm not going to go out of my way to attack somebody's character, especially if I don't know them. Because a lot of folks, kind of that comment plays into it. A lot of people don't like Jeff Wilson. I'm like, well, do you know Jeff Wilson? Well, no. Well, I don't like his content. It's cool. And you don't like his content. So what? You don't know Jeff
Eric
Wilson.
and I met him.
Yeah. He in brief conversation, he's fine. Like he's just a dude. Like,
quiet, really.
Yeah. There's nothing exceptional. Like it is what it is. A lot of these folks are like, you just have a quick conversation with them. They're just a dude, just a guy. And then you talk to them and that's it. Other folks are super nice and whatever. But then if you've known them a little bit, maybe you go, actually, I've got a lot of reasons for not liking them because I do know them a little bit better. In that situation, then you can speak to it a little bit more because at least you have that experience. At least you have that background. But with somebody like Jeff Wilson, those guys, he could be a perfectly fine guy to a lot of folks, and some other people don't like him. Like everybody else in life. That's how that works.
He's just doing a stick on his show. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm sure normally he's just well, you've seen his videos he did at Little Melbourne and the other one. You know, that was kind of fun. I like that he has that in him to do.
I would wager he's a bit of a goof. He doesn't. I don't think he takes himself that seriously, but he's also a businessman. And he's been doing business a long time. And for him, it's like this is another business of my businesses.
It's working.
And he gets to have fun or more fun at it than probably others.
So so that's why I say, like, for him, you're not going to hurt his feelings. You could make 1,000 Instagram posts trying to take pot shots at him. He'll probably look at it and chuckle and go like, okay, well, keep referring to me as much as you want. Like, that's free publicity. I'm fine with it.
He might change his name to Joff.
There you go.
He might.
Yeah. So Dax said Tuesday. Do we know what time? I'm still trying to find the thing. It's like, it's only when you're looking for it, because the problem is when you schedule it that far in advance, it gets buried in your subscription list because it's in order that it was posted. So I'm actually trying to find it, even though like it's an upcoming live. But anyway, I'll see if I can find it. I thought the HOJ approved Instapic was a shot at the great creator. No. It's pretty much a shot at a lot of this stuff is pretty much a shot at Jeff Wilson. I don't think I don't even know if the great curator is on the Card Ladder guy's radar. Like, he's pretty. I find it very funny that that folks seem to be fixated with the great curator. His content's pretty generic. There's nothing special about it. Like, I don't know. Here's the thing: it's not special enough to even be objectionable. It's not special enough to be exciting. Like, what are we worried about here?
I need to catch up. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah. There you go. What's a more prestigious badge or the Sports Card YouTube Hall of Fame? Ooh, that's a legitimate question.
I refuse to discuss the YouTube Hall of Fame ever again. I don't want to be. I don't want to hear a discussion about it. I don't want to be a part of a discussion about it. Oh my God, that's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yep. Got to get the burner accounts lined up for Tuesday night. Yep, facts. I wouldn't pay for any panels. No, you shouldn't. Panels usually suck. Too many voices doing a circle jerk. If there was a strong differing of opinion panel, it would be entertaining, but I wouldn't want to pay for it. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Guy sends me pictures, and the show's already over, and it's like, yeah, well, I'll take that and that and that. No, it's gone, sold.
Only the elite of the elite can be at the Mid 10-minute collective. Yep, you will need badges to get in. That's true. Probably badges. Yeah.
And $750.
Well, wasn't it $6.99? Are we adding taxes now?
I thought it was
Oh, you bumped it up. It's like Eric's got the inside info. It's going to be bumped up to $750.
Anyways, it was above my pay grade.
Yeah. The only panel I need is the Carlos TV's Hobby Talk Live panel. There you go. The one and only thing about it is, what's that?
They're low res. I can't even enlarge.
What, the pictures aren't any good? No?
Well, there you go. What's that? I don't even know.
Okay, hold on. What is that supposed to be?
It won't enlarge. That's it.
Tell him not to take pictures of it with a potato, and you'll be better off.
Maybe, yeah.
All right. So the one only thing I like about SCI is the acknowledged other sports. Yeah.
Oh, he's got that. Damn it.
Yeah. You for walking make collective next year, a bit of Crips and Bloods. Facts.
Really?
Yeah. Justin's like, tell Carlos to call me up from AA. You think you're out of rookie ball? Come on, Justin, settle down. Waiting for round 2 and which card doesn't belong on Instagram? Perhaps tomorrow.
Yeah,
you know that reference? I
put up a Instagram post the other day.
Okay.
Because I was disappointed that Phil Esposito backed out of the show.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
I was trying to get that 6970 card signed, and so I put up 4. 3 of them are signed, and Phil's isn't because he backed out of the show. So I put up one of that Sesame Street saying, that song.
One of these things not like the other. Okay.
Right. One of these things is not the same.
Yep.
So, and then, of course, the whole the comments started about the upside down magnetic holders and things. So,
one of ones.
Yeah.
Facts. I think that's a very valid point.
Yeah.
I'm wondering now. I'm curious now if. Because Dakota sometimes will put up a thumbnail and then pull it down. I'm wondering if he pulled down the thumbnail on it. Curious now. Because I'm not seeing it. Because it should be upcoming.
On his group, would he not have that schedule?
No, the thing is, it should be on YouTube, and then you can see usually upcoming live stream. That's usually an option in one of the categories here. Because if you set the thumbnail ahead of time, you can put it there. I just don't see it yet. Okay, I'll take a look at it again later. I'm just not seeing it. I was struggling with it. Okay.
Text him.
Yeah.
On a side note, on that last thing about Esposito, in the 6970 set, I'm trying to get signed. I'm seeing Dallas Smith tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to get him to sign his 6970. So I'll add another one to the collection tomorrow.
Nice. All right. Sounds good.
He lives in Canada, does he not?
Yeah, I believe so. He and a couple of the other 72
Winterpeg
Cup winning Bruins are in town to celebrate the 50th anniversary. So Ken Hodge, John Busick, Rick Smith, Dallas Smith.
How many Smiths you got?
2. We got the 2 Smiths. I was disappointed that there weren't more at the Bruins game the other
Smiths?
night. No, 72 Cup Bruins didn't show, because I mean there's still some that live around here that were on that team. Like Derek Sanderson wasn't there. I was surprised Bobby Orr didn't show up for it. But there's others that there's some that are getting kind of older.
Yeah.
And traveling is not as easy for them.
This is the Sanderson Orr. Are you going? No, I'm not going. Eric's going to be there. Oh yeah, I'm not going. Forget it.
At that point, they have security. They have already tagged you, and if you come within a certain distance, they're like, nope.
Yep.
So, I was disappointed that there weren't more guys from the 72 team at the event the other night.
Schedules, stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I guess and I don't know what everybody's.
Or would be big to show. Wow.
I mean, he
only came to the Expo once.
So in 72, if I'm not mistaken, when they beat the Rangers for the Stanley Cup, Bobby Orr had the game-winning goal to win the cup in that series also, but he didn't go. flying through the air and have the biggest, the greatest pitcher in
Didn't get
hockey
tripped.
history.
Yeah.
So, but I was surprised he wasn't there, and whatever. I just, that's the stuff I'm interested in. So I was looking forward to seeing more of the older guys show up, but it was a small group.
How
Fair
much
enough.
is it for the autographs?
I think it's like $20.
That's cheap.
That's
Well,
not
we're having it at the shop, so I'm not paying. So
Oh yeah. Oh hey, yeah. Inside job. Look at
yeah.
Not,
All right.
it's the
I'm gonna
whole
read. I'm gonna
drum
read a
up
couple of
now.
those comments. As exciting as it is hearing about old Bruins, I'm gonna move on to comments.
Yes, please.
Yeah, can we have a panel of Carlos grilling the hell out of these so-called card experts? I would enjoy that. It'd be fun. I like to add a card today, the Mass Whole Edition Screw Down. Facts.
They're catching on.
Yep, I saw that post as well, Bobby. Pictures for ants. There you go. Yeah, send Justin to the Mint Collective's door first. Yeah, you know what? Maybe Justin, if you want to redeem yourself, maybe I'll send you there and make sure you pre-drink and then go hang out, and we'll send a camera crew with you. I can see nothing that could possibly go wrong. I also looked at the channel, couldn't find it. Okay, yeah. So it wasn't just me. I was scanning through. I just wasn't seeing it. Okay, I'll send over a message. I'm curious now. Evening all. Hope you had a great week. Good evening, DR. Who are the Bruins? Sounds Beer League. Facts.
That's not nice.
I think it was
not
New
nice.
Westminster.
Take it up with Friedman, man. You're people. Everybody's turning heel on you. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Jim Orr from the New Westminster Bruins. Eric Sanderson from the New Westminster Bruins. Yeah.
Yeah. So international borders, we touched on it really briefly off the top. I was chatting with Paul C, who usually is around in the chat, so he might be a little bit busy today. He was at the show.
Wait for that card show next door to him.
Yeah, he was at the card show.
Because it's like 2 or 3. It's 3 hours back there. Edmonton is.
I think it's 2. I think Alberta's 2.
Yeah.
Although with daylight savings, sometimes I lose track of it, but I think it's 2. I think it's 2.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, because BC would be 3, and I think Alberta's 2.
So they're probably having dinner around now. An overly priced dinner because it's so expensive to eat there. Oh my gosh.
There you go. But as far as I can tell from his experience, again, I'll get more word because I know Brad and the PSA Canada folks are out there. So, and for them, it would still be a little bit early. Definitely want to follow through and see, get their opinion. They're going to have a different perspective. Obviously, PSA Canada apparently had brisk business, but I'd be curious if they got a chance to walk around at all and look around and see how other folks are doing. So we'll have to see.
Well, Brad said he was going to come on or post or something, right?
What's that? Sorry.
Brad said he was going to come on or post or something.
I didn't get anything for today. I know he was in the chat briefly last week, but when they were off in BC. So I don't know if this week he's going to be around. I'll ping him and just see. But again, I'm assuming they're at dinner. But I'll ping
I think
him.
the last time he was on, he said, "Yeah, he'll post some stuff or
Okay.
do whatever." Yeah, so
I think that's
we'll
fair.
see.
Yep. Not sure why there's a hate on against Bodie.
I don't know.
Yeah, 2 hours behind. Yep. RIP Mike Bossy. Yep. So let's see here. I disagree with Hockey's last comment though. Justin's a bit of a passenger. Usually I have to open the door and nudge him out. But anyway, so let's see. So covered the Edmonton thing, made fun of Eric's Bruins, did that, done.
Yeah, but
okay.
there's always room for more of that, though.
Oh,
right?
of course. No. We'll come back.
Okay, I mean, you said done.
No,
like
I'm not. No. Done for the moment. Done for the moment. I think
Okay,
I
all right.
want to make fun of
swear-
HJ. I want to make fun of HJ now. Like I need. We're moving on to this segment now.
Okay.
So HGA, our good buddies, have had another update. They did have the initial update where they basically where there was a bloodless coup where Tyler was removed. They try to make very light of it, but they did have a new update earlier today. So I'll pull it up here on the Instagram.
But there's more. Wait.
There is more. That's right.
No more. We can't handle anymore.
Oh, but there's more. Okay, so dear HGA family, on behalf of the HGA team, we'd like to thank you for your loyalty and passion for our brand. It's been a pleasure carving space in the card community. We look forward to everything that is to come as the industry continues to blossom. You can already tell it's an improvement because there is spelling and grammar. So automatically, I feel like we've already elevated ourselves here in the HGA. But anyway, we understand that we always haven't been the easiest company to do business with, but we all need you to know that over the last several months, we've heard you. Our incredible staff has been working relentlessly to improve this brand and in turn the card community as a whole. We're making a promise to the community that it will be better in bold. With that said, as several of you know, we've decided in our best interest to restructure our leadership team as we head into a new stage of business. The new leadership team has merged smoothly with our existing team of employees and newfound momentum within the organization. Beginning on April 20th, 2022, this is the key piece here, we will be placing a 5 to 7 week suspension on all submissions. They will be shutting down. As we conclude this period, we'll open up submissions when we're sure we're able to hit our delivery promises. Starting with 60-day submissions, opening 30, 10, and 2 days shortly after. We look forward to regaining your trust as we put our new foot forward in 2022.
Oh my God, better. So better means when you're at the bottom, the only place to go is up. So better is than the bottom.
Yes. Yes. Effectively, yes.
Yeah.
There's only one way, Bobby.
Yeah. So they're not getting a lot of business now. So just operating the way they were doing it was basically a shutdown. But now it's formally being done. Now it's a formal shutdown. So that's a step, I suppose. So they removed Generalissimo Tyler Hitt. He has been removed, and the new tyrant has taken over. They at least have a business, so that's a step in the right direction. They probably looked at what he was doing and here's the thing: it's not just me making fun, mostly me making fun, but we have chronicled already in the past that they've had their struggles operating as a legitimate business. We had Tim come on here and talk about his visit with Tyler when Tyler wasn't there, when he thought Tyler was going to be there, and Tyler was not at the office. He's the owner.
Yes, truck. We have video.
And again, we did, and we reviewed both their attempts to the behind the scenes videos, and it's like, I don't need to make this stuff up. I don't need any inside information other than I just observe what you're presenting me. You are presenting this to me. This is what you have chosen to show me. And then, like I said, with Tim, we asked him, he just gave his own personal experience. That is not indicative necessarily of everybody, but I will be clear, I've spoken to other folks who have had similar type of experiences when Tyler was running the show. So it's not shocking to me that when another company comes in and invests some resources into that, they would look around and go like, so what's our problem? Our problem seems to be management. And this right here acknowledges that they agreed it would be better to restructure our management. Restructure our management. Get out.
From what I'm hearing,
Are
and
you pointing at Eric, or is it the thing?
no, she wants
Yes.
to restructure the management and get rid of me.
Immediately.
I would like to know what you're managing, though. What have you decided you're managing?
Yeah.
You're managing names, excuses. We got that. What else you got?
I got the Bruins.
What else is
Hall
under
of
your
Fame.
portfolio?
The Bruins Hall of Fame.
Behind him. Yes.
Yeah.
Someone has to manage that.
That is important. Yannick turned that one down. He said, "I'm not taking the demotion."
No, he's he's all about the Expos.
Yeah. With HGA, I think as we all said, or even going back maybe even a year and a half ago, when they came in, I said, was there really room for an HGA at that point? CSG did come in, as you said, with they had taken the Beckett grader, so they had a little something plus a little history.
Mm-hmm.
You still have Beckett, SGC, and PSA, of course. So was there room for that fifth? Like we can eliminate the ASA or whatever, the KSA, whatever you want, get rid of those.
No
ones,
MNT. The dream doesn't live.
just those ones are on the sidebar. We'll just keep them over there. But HGA, were they even capable of even coming? It doesn't matter about the management or what they did. I didn't think they'd had a viable chance to really compete coming in because of the new holder that they did at the top that was colorful. If that's all they had, and the fifth wheel in a major play, because obviously they invest a lot of money into that company. And KSA is not a big investment. It's like a machine and a dude in a room. And Mint, they have a shop up in, where is it, Newmarket, or Bolton. Sorry, my mistake. And it's not a very big shop. So those guys they'll always be there. But HGA had no chance, I think, in the business.
Yeah,
Like for everybody, but would they be considered basically a legit company? I wouldn't say.
No, I think their struggles beyond even what I just talked about a little earlier on. The idea behind it was that they were trying to differentiate themselves in the market. They took advantage of the fact that PSA had shuttered its doors at that time. That was one of the big impetuses of them taking advantage of it. However, and then they were
the only one taking submission at some point, basically
for a really brief window. Yeah, for a really brief window.
Yeah, then they had the lottery on Fridays.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And it helped build up hype, and it worked in that sense. But the problem was always, what knowledge base do you guys have to authenticate? And as it became clear over time, they don't. So the biggest issue wasn't that they couldn't necessarily grade.
And
the biggest
holders.
the biggest issue was they couldn't authenticate. They had nice looking labels. They had, and then they ran into some problem with some labels in certain instances and issues. And they had quality control issues. And it's like, this isn't me making it up. These are documented issues along the way at various levels. and it was just one thing after another. And then you're trying to do a presentation and you're talking about AI and promoting this. And then when people are like, oh, so what AI? And they're like, oh, we'll make a video about it. And the first one, they had to scrap it. By their own admission, they had to pull it down because it wasn't professional enough. They took a second stab at it, and it was a super scripted thing that didn't tell you anything. Just try to make it sound fancy, which, again, you didn't say anything. So, again, I can only work with what you're presenting to me. And what you're presenting to me is that you're not serious. You're not professional. You don't know what you're doing. So by the time we get to this, it's like, there's no shock here. And kind of to Bobby's point, my argument in my last video was, I don't need second and third tier alternatives. There's a question here that I'll touch on in a second. We've got viable alternatives in that first tier. If you don't like PSA, choose one of the other alternatives on the same tier.
Yep.
You know, give them your money and use them. And that is how you're going to get better results, because you're probably going to get good competition. Good competition means better service, better prices, and overall a better product for the collector and the user.
That's how Tim was from Slabstrong was motivated. You know, he had to design a holder that would hold the two grading pieces together for the companies.
That's right. But that's the thing is, when there's an opening, there will be folks that will take advantage of it and take advantage of that market mover, first market mover to that space. However, that doesn't guarantee you'll be successful down the road. That you still have to take advantage of that and build on it, and then make sure your product's good and keep building on the product. You do that, then you're going to be all right. So real quick here, I'll touch on this. Only thing worse than HA slabs are upside down one touches. Facts.
I think they're better. The upside down one touches.
Probably. Yeah. That's fair. At least they got a label on it. Does anyone in the panel believe the 1888 Allen and Ginter John L. Sullivan is a Grail? Maybe for boxing.
Yeah.
For boxing, sure.
In a general Grail?
For general Grail, it's not even close. I have to go down to like the HGA tier of Grails.
In boxing, yeah.
In boxing, 100%.
That Grail. So if
boxing,
you take each Grail from every sport, I guess it is in the collective.
Yeah, but boxing isn't in that top tier anymore. It's not as significant. For boxing specifically, John L. Sullivan, sure. Not a problem with that. That's fine.
Boxing having no relevance today is probably the
Not
factor to that.
Not anymore. International borders, managing bouginess.
Because it's so bad now, and because it has no, any worth anymore in respect, you look back to those old days, and I mean, this is wouldn't that'd be like the Honus Wagner, right? What would you rather have, Carlos? A Mike Trout card, the greatest of all time, or a Honus Wagner? So I think in every sport has
Ziggy Palfy
has their legends, and I would think that'd be something really cool to possess.
Yeah, but it's what the problem is, because boxing has declined. Okay, so jokes aside, because boxing has declined so much,
right?
You could find equivalent cards in a bunch of other sports that no one really cares about. What's the Grail of water polo? They're water polo cards; they exist. But what's the Grail of water polo?
Yeah, but that's never been the number one sport in the world, where boxing was.
But not for a very long time.
Well, again,
UFC took over boxing.
So it's really more of a historical thing, and if you're going to look back at boxing, because it's a joke now, you look back at these things like Ali and Liston, and Liston and Robinson and John L. Sullivan, who's like, back at the beginning, bare knuckles. So, I think that's a pretty cool thing to have. I would love to have something like that.
I don't think they're that hard to find.
I don't think. Yeah, that's the thing. I think where it differs as well is that while it's 1888, that doesn't mean it's unavailable. It is available. You can find that card.
It's not a pretty card. It's like one of those.
It's not the greatest thing, but they're interesting, because if you like the Allen and Ginter design itself, it's an interesting and it's an opportunity to get it. Because John L. Sullivan was a bare knuckle fighter, because at that time it was the tail end of the bare knuckle era. And I did
back to it again, but that's UFC kind of ish.
Yeah. And I went, and I think I mentioned this before. I read a book where it was talking about the different, the golden era of boxing, the different eras and everything. And for the book, the author argues that in their opinion, Tyson was like the last era where people really paid attention to boxing, like when he had his run as heavyweight champion, because eyeballs were still on it. Tyson Holyfield was a huge deal. It was
Ears,
a big, it was
eyes,
Yeah, but it was a
I
big.
saw that fight live, and I remember.
But that was the last heavyweight champion that captured people's imagination that way. Mike Tyson could sell a pay per view on it's Mike Tyson,
But
even if you knew like he's going to kill this tomato can.
Wasn't USC kind of coming in at that time? Right about then.
It was,
Just
but
the
there's
very
no
beginning.
other boxer that has that aura because now you've got so many different heavyweight champions and different like an alphabet soup of different federations and stuff.
Sure.
And the best of the best don't always fight each other anymore. They'll like hide behind I got to face the number one contender. It's like, who is that? Joe Schmo.
It's like
Okay.
the hockey leagues, right?
Yeah, there were too many. So after a while, it ran out of gas. That was a problem. Yeah, Don
UFC
Bradman.
is so much better.
It's a much better show. You can get competitive fights that aren't necessarily the name guys. Sometimes the best fight of the night is not the two guys you're thinking about.
True
It
enough.
could be these other. So any
The undercard.
So you don't sleep on the undercard because the undercard could have the fight of the night and you never know what it's going to be.
But boxing usually you can predict.
Yeah, the undercard is basically a throwaway. No one cares about it. Nobody shows up until the main event. They don't care.
Yeah, sure enough.
Don Bradman, there's a callback.
The
The
dog.
Grail of cross country running. The Grail of mountain bike cards. Don't get this
Wow.
man started. Settle down.
What was her name? Kathy, Katie, what was that?
Sam Langford is another goat in the boxing category. Yes, I agree with that. You see this week that Probstein had ads on eBay noting cards have been trimmed to lightning trim. He should be kicked off eBay. What? I heard he was interviewed by Noted Floating Head, and it was great. It was great.
It was something.
I still grab old boxing myself because of the history. Yeah, and here's the thing: if you enjoy boxing, there's some great stuff out there that you can definitely hunt down, and you can build an amazing
Marciano,
collection.
There's some great stuff. Yeah.
You can build an amazing collection.
I was talking about that 48 leaf boxing and how nice the cards were and how quite a few good stars in there. So but that's kind of an era that you can just collect, but
Yeah.
collecting the whole thing across the board. You want to go back to the Allen Ginther?
Alan Ginter, yes. Yeah, the Floyd Mayweather is pretty polarizing. I agree with that, but not enough people actually care about Mayweather. A lot of them are just interested. They want to see him lose because he's kind of an annoying guy.
Yeah,
Mike Tyson though had a mystique. When Mike Tyson was at his prime, like it was must see for people on pay-per-view. Floyd Mayweather can definitely sell pay-per-views. He's made a ton of money. That's not an issue. But he's more like an annoying guy that people just want to see get beat up. Whereas a lot of people, like half the people wanted to see if somebody could beat Tyson, and half the people wanted to watch Tyson demolish a guy. So it was a very different thing. And there was something to be said. That was still an era where the heavyweight boxing champion was the premier person in the sport. Because it meant something to be the heavy, because you had that lineage going back to John L. Sullivan and all those guys that came up all the way through. Floyd Mayweather, there's a lot of cachet. He won a lot of championships. He had a lot of name fights over the years, but at this point, he's just a gate attraction because like people want to see him get beat up. That's it. They want to see if his perfect
Well, he's
record.
retired. He doesn't fight anymore.
Yeah, unless there's like $100 million on the line
come
and he
back
can
to
face
the
a
right
tomato
amount.
can. Yeah,
Yeah.
Tyson was a brute, you know.
Yeah.
Ali, now there's a kind of a boxer who stands to Sugar Ray Leonard. Amazing fighter, you know.
Yeah.
These guys had strategy. Tyson's strategy is knock you out. That's it. Done.
but the funny thing though is that
strategy.
Tyson idolized Ali. Because one of his fights that he came on later on, Ali was there, and he actually beat up one of the I forget exactly who it was, but he beat up one of the guys that had fought Ali at the end of his career, and he basically took it as avenging Ali, because he was a huge fan of Muhammad Ali. So for him, he took it as an opportunity where I'm going to kill this guy that beat up Muhammad Ali in his career. So he had an appreciation for the history of boxing.
Yeah, I think it was
Beyond
Sphinx.
himself.
Oh yeah, I understand the appreciation was just the
Yeah.
talent wasn't there in that sense of
Yeah.
boxing as it should be. You know, as you work the body, you slowly work the man down. He just wanted to punch a hole through you. That's
Yeah.
all.
And he was really good at it for quite
He
a while.
was
He was
good at it,
exceedingly
yeah.
good at it. Yeah.
So when Tyson was at his best, people would pay for the time
Yeah.
extraordinary amounts for a pay-per-view that usually
Could last 2 minutes.
Tyson would usually come on sometime after midnight,
Mhm.
and the fight would last 91 seconds.
Yes.
And you had no problem putting that money up and just waiting all night to watch this thing happen because you knew you were watching something special, even though you just dropped $200, whatever it was, and it lasted 91 seconds because it was the best 91 seconds in sports.
I got it free in the morning.
But that's the reason why it was still a spectacle at that time. That's what I mean. Like Tyson was the last heavyweight that evoked the spectacle element of it, that people would pay to see that. They wanted to see it live because we would get the replays on a lot of the heavyweight fights. TSN would replay them later on because it would be HBO. A lot of times it was HBO boxing, and we would get the replay not long after, and we could actually see all the heavyweight fights after the fact, the championship fights.
Yeah, you would see the whole card.
Yeah, you could see the whole card if you were willing to wait. But if you had to see it, if it was FOMO, if you had to see it that moment, you paid top dollar for the privilege of watching Tyson kill a guy in a couple of minutes.
And one main thing, like I think I said before, Holly Holmes, she was the top. Where's she going to go? She moved into UFC. She said, there's not popularity here. I'm moving on. And now look how popular she became with USC compared to boxing. And no one really knew her before.
Yeah.
Holly who?
Yeah.
Now everybody knows Holly Holmes. Oh yeah, very well.
Yeah, UFC knows how to market them. And funny enough, Dana White came from a boxing background, but I think he learned some lessons. He goes, okay, we can borrow some of that, but it's easier to build more competitive matchups in this. It's easier. People don't last a long time though. The champions usually struggle to keep their title as long as like the boxing guys could, because there'll always be somebody that come in that knows how to get you. So it's very tricky.
Spandex matters though.
Let me quickly grab a couple of these just to make sure we're in a good position here. Let's see here. Yeah, funny how the big money is boxing though, and that's why UFC fighters jump to boxing money fights. No, I agree with that. You can get more money in in boxing, unless it's those Bride versus Groom or whatever 9 million influencer boxing match. Yes, Tyson was a beast. Many KOs in the first round. That's right. Kirk Johnson. There you go. Yeah, Larry Holmes. Thank you. Thomas Cardboard. Yeah, it was Larry Holmes. I thought so. Good evening, Paul.
Oh.
Muhammad Ali, studied Gene Tunney's fights. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he was a student of the game. He was a student of the game, if nothing else. Whether it translated into what he was doing himself, but he at least studied. He at least tried to learn from as much as he could. And his first trainer, D'Amato, was actually really good. Was a really good trainer. When he passed away, I think Tyson lost some of that because he was a person who wanted Tyson to study those tapes and learn from it. And I think if he had been alive longer, he might have had the opportunity to develop his style a little bit more to go along with the power and the things that he actually did have.
He would have finesse then.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, but his trainer died early. His trainer was already very old, and it's just
So he had no finesse then.
didn't hurt him. He won his heavyweight championship 3 different times. So this was the question from Turkey Cards earlier tonight. So is that, will any grading company be able to come in and knock PSA off its perch? It's going to be very difficult when you're the incumbent. The incumbent has a lot of advantages because you already have a lot of market share, a lot of opportunities.
Perch? Wow. It's a huge statement. That's
A lot of folks though obsessed with this whole idea. It's like, oh, PSA doesn't deserve it. It's not about what they deserve.
Who cares?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference.
It really doesn't matter who's first, second, or third. You know, as long as you're all good and doing what you're doing and you have a certain place and respect for yourselves, it's fine. It's not about beating somebody in this game. It's not whose collection is the biggest wins. You know, this is a hobby. Keep it as that. If PSA is the top grader, that's fine. If SGC is the top grader, who really cares? This is a match in here for people, not, you know, this is cards, man. Perch. There's no perch.
If they didn't get knocked off their perch over the last couple of years, when they looked horrible, their PR was an absolute nightmare, then I would say no. The time to strike was this. The last 2 years, HGA tried. They got some attention for a couple of months because they were flashy and new, and then they blew it. They had an opportunity to be at the table. And the first thing to get a seat at the table and then go from there. And
they did that with AI though. That's the problem. The seat at the table was kind of
it's a virtual seat.
Yeah. So PSA's getting with the parent company
Collectors
Universe. They're buying all this stuff up and they're getting bigger and bigger. And I think as soon as they get any real competition, they would merge with somebody with a major company like eBay or Fanatics, and then they'd be unstoppable.
Was that there's also the simple reality that all those other third-party graders combined have less capacity than PSA.
Oh yeah.
In order to knock PSA off a quote-unquote perch, if that's what you want to call it, cool. SGC did everything in its power to position itself as a viable alternative. And they've made great inroads. They've done great work to do a lot. It doesn't matter. Because even if I just say, okay, PSA goes, okay, here's what we submit, here's what our submissions are. If they open the taps all the way through, SGC would be immediately overwhelmed. They'd immediately have a backlog, and all of a sudden we're back to square one. SGC has to close the door or jack up the price to stem it. Oh, what happened? SGC was doing so. They can handle a certain amount of volume, and they're doing a really good job managing that volume. That's the reason why they haven't just suddenly dropped the prices. They've maintained it right there at the current level. They're doing a pretty good job.
Though they didn't try to overtake PSA.
Yeah, right now their position. And my argument this whole time. Yeah, right now my argument has been.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know.
They exist.
Hey, Bobby, watch your mouth.
Did you watch that video? You should watch that video on New Collective.
There you go.
Jeremy did say a few things though.
That's what I said. Like he said words. He said many words.
He said he was all about
customer service,
transparency and customer service, and
it made me so happy. I loved every aspect of it.
Numero
So good.
uno in his book. I was just like you said.
He came from a customer service background, Yannick.
I was like,
well, no, he was sales.
I almost spilled my coffee watching it early in the morning.
It was so good.
What?
So good.
It was such a boring.
Just to come back on the PSA thing too, like you.
That's the one. Bless and breaks. Custom auto. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you.
Just the PSA, just their pot report, their registry. How many slabs have been made by PSA? Do we even have a number yet? Like, is it in the
I don't know.
Millions and millions and like
it's 20
number now.
I took an estimate. It's probably between 20 and 30 million right now.
So
that's all.
Right now, that's based on what they've got on this registry right now, and the pop report, and every day that goes by. Like last month, they did 1 million.
But
so they're adding to it every single month that goes by.
Going off their numbers. Like
don't forget, the first 20 years of PSA was very slow in terms of adding to that number.
Well, the last 10 years,
It's more like the last 2 years. The last 2 years is probably 90% of that.
Well, 10 years was the ramp up for sure.
Yeah.
So even I was grading 10 years ago. Oh.
Not impossible, but pretty much, as like, how much effort and other resources all together can you, the traditional, I guess, David against Goliath, I guess, or if you want to take it that way. But I collect all 3 or 4, whatever. I collect the card, not the slab, right? So
I don't think there's competition for who's first and second. I think they all have their own business that they deal with. And I don't think there's trying to beat somebody. So who is rating these people? This is get back to the Chris Hodge thing. It's like who's first, who's the best, who's not. Whatever you like. As long as it's certified.
As long as we get it. Listen, as long as we get a badge, we need a badge. Is what we need.
I think SGC is releasing badges soon.
Ooh, they relive the dream.
Well, they have the tuxedo, so it's just the badge is missing, right?
Eric can make badges. He'll make the Poopy Pony Badges Club.
Oh. Hey,
way more prestigious, and he's going to be a lot harsher on it. He's going to be a lot harsher. You're going to have to really earn that one.
CEO and president.
Now that I'm telling you, Yannick is going to school and understands all this fancy computer stuff, and so does Carlos. Yeah, we gotta do something with Poopy Pony.
The dream comes ever closer to living. The dream comes ever closer.
We gotta do something with it. We gotta get that
before Gary Vee takes it away from you.
Yeah.
Yep. He might steal it. Hey, what would happen if that did happen?
I'd tell.
Poopy Pony 1 of 1 gold.
we need to get that Gary. We need to get that Gary V collab, and then we can get our 0 cool cards. Yeah. Just remember to think about what your cool pose is going to be when we get our cards.
Like you get the Poopy Pony rainbow.
Amazing.
You have to call your company Cool 0.
It poops.
Yeah, exactly.
It poops different colors.
There you go. All right, so Josh here. Has anyone heard of anyone using Tracy yet? Not that I'm aware of. The guy on TV. Probably. PSA will be on top is once the hobby gets the mindset that something is a certain way, it's almost impossible to change. And talking about the QBs in football. Yeah, it's also based on a self-fulfilling prophecy. At a certain point, and I said it before, if you really want to break it, well, then you have to basically be willing to lose money for a long time. I'll use the positional thing as an example. You want football players that are not quarterbacks to be worth something? Cool. Go find a running back or a wide receiver you like and pay more than a Tom Brady card. Everyone will look at you like you're an idiot, but I go, I insist that you let me pay 10 grand for this. Why? Well, because that's the only way this is going to work. I need you to let me pay you 10 grand for this.
That's market manipulation, Carlos.
It is, but that's the only way. You basically have to force a narrative and then do it enough times and throw enough money at the problem.
I don't think there's that many suckers out there, but yeah.
The entire market is built on suckers. This entire thing is
Pretty
stupid.
much.
This entire thing is stupid.
Those are super suckers. Sorry.
Yeah. But that's the thing. If there was somebody, it would only take a certain individuals with, it wouldn't take tens of millions of dollars. It would take a couple of $1 million with the right item. If you select it that has a low enough print run, you can push it. You can generate that narrative. And once it builds on itself, you made it a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then other people just, oh yeah, well, obviously that's what it is. Like, obviously? Really?
I think people treat the grading companies as like their team, like their home team or their player, like Medano or Carlos. I think that's the way we treat it and we represent it and we defend it like that. I really don't think it's even out there. I don't really care as long as it's graded in the
You
fashion
should
that I
make
want.
hats and jerseys.
But there is money allocated.
They got hats. You can get a PSA hat and an SGC hat. That exists.
Oh
I
yeah.
know.
I think I have some PSA stuff around here. I don't know, somewhere.
Yeah, so Thomas Cardwood is SGC,
Sure,
and for a lot of cards, it's perfectly fine. That's why I said in that video, whatever third party grader works for you. So I'll quickly repeat the thesis. The thesis is this: you don't like PSA, great, use SGC. You don't like SGC, cool, use CSG. You don't like that, Eric will personally call you and curse you, and then you can use Beckett.
Upside down.
You've got different. The point is, you've got different options. So pick the one that works for your purposes, whatever it is. I don't care. That's up to you. Figure it out. But the point is, then needing to suddenly be like, well, we need like second and third tier option. Why? Why do you need second and third tier? You've got 4. Okay, 4. Pick one of the 4. Roll with it.
Well, the second tier is always going to be there, or third tier. You're always
Sure.
going to have the KSAs, the ASAs, the Vince, the whatever else. There's been 50 others. But the HGA was coming into the upper tier. And that's how they approached it. And unfortunately, they just didn't make it. And I don't think there was room for the 5th at that point.
Can we just make a company that we'll call just red, blue, yellow, or green instead of just like, 3 letters that they're all like kind of look alike?
Please,
or,
yes.
Well,
They do have names, but I mean, we don't use them because
yeah, exactly. Let's do a Facebook thing. We'll be meta now.
Red, black,
Red, black.
Yeah.
There you go. As a seller, I want PSA. As a buyer, I want a company I can trust and don't pay PSA prices. It will take the public.
That's the truth. Great way to go, James. That's the way to say it. That's the truth. I don't care otherwise.
I don't want to.
If it wasn't about the money, if it wasn't about the Benjamins, I don't care.
Yep. Positive porcupine badges coming next. I can only hope. Then someone along the way, hobby adapted notion that QBs matter. Yes, it's the narrative. Men and ninjas, badges you say. I'll ask around some of the artist alley people I know and see if they could produce in bulk. Facts. That's right. Listen, if we get enough of the badges out there, we'll all be set. What I will say about a lot of this stuff is that I do think that people spend too much time concerning themselves with these things, that they serve their purpose, and that's why I said, like, if you're just strictly a collector, the good news is you don't need any third-party grader. You don't need a third-party grader, but maybe it's useful to you for certain specific things. Yes. So if it is, then use that. Great. But if it's not, don't worry about it. And then pick the one that makes the most sense.
It comes down to you like Coke, I like Pepsi, ginger ale.
I like Pepsi.
Yeah, I know Pepsi. Whatever, and you can go down the line. You can go.
He's the Coke guy. He's the Coke guy.
You're having a hard time with it. You'll get it eventually. It takes time. But yeah, that's what it really comes down. And we defend that, right? But really, nobody's right. It's a personal opinion.
It became very provincial, because I laughed because when a lot of the videos were coming out, so I had a video and then one of the other one. Actually, I'll share a quick exchange here in a minute. Now we're going to move off this topic here, but I had an exchange where it was hilarious about this. But there were some folks that got very territorial about this thing when people were making videos, just reporting what I talked about earlier tonight with the HGA thing. They're like, it's like, oh well, HGA is still the best. When when they get the back in line, I'm going to submit stuff to them, and I'm like, good for you. Like, I don't care. That's your money. If that's what you want to do, knock yourself out. But it's like, oh, you guys are disrespecting HGA. It's like, yeah, I kind of am.
My friend, she has a real good personality.
It's like, good for you.
People were defending HGA.
That's what I mean. Like, why?
Months ago, when card porn was ripping them every day, and it was like somebody
a lot
was
of drama,
was
man. People crying.
oh yeah, it was like somebody was insulting their girlfriends or something, and it was
Wow.
like, why are you so upset over someone taking shots at a company? I
Someone
mean,
telling the truth about your company.
you know, I mean, it was nuts. I can't believe the instant love that people had for that company. And
Everything.
Bobby, there are people that are taking shots at companies.
Oh, nice.
There are individuals that are taking shots.
Eric and Beckett. Very well done.
Like
Very-
there's some
very
anger there. There's some
quickly
anger
done.
there. And by the way, this was provided to me courtesy of Eric. I didn't had nothing to do with this. He just sent it to me, and I will present it.
Oh.
I will present it for all to understand.
That's what you do in your spare time, Eric?
Poopy Pony and Eric Beckett. Yeah.
Just
That's what
saying.
you do at work, at the
Just
shop.
saying. Just saying.
no, I have a 17-year-old daughter that knows how to do stuff.
That's do stuff. That's just typing. It's whatever. Okay.
I was gonna say I don't need to defer to Yannick's expertise for this one. Yannick, don't worry, I got this, bro. I got this.
That's like first 5 minutes of your class the first day. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay, so real quick here, have you seen? So here, Blessing Breaks talking about Rattle Pokemon. I haven't watched too much of his
Oh.
stuff recently. I like this though. Hold on, let me read the whole thing here. Have you seen what a clown? We're back to clown content. Ooh, hold on. Maybe you can get a badge. Rattle Pokemon has become. He did a great job exposing Card Kahuna and Mealy Pops, and now he's going after Eric Myers for little nothing. Bobby,
Oh.
channel favorite Eric Myers.
Oh yes. Yes.
Yes, channel favorite Eric Myers. Okay, so let me give my opinion, and then please, I want to give you guys the floor to take a thing at this. I like Eric Myers fine. He works for PWCC, he does his thing. I have no issue with any of it. However, he got himself briefly in trouble and got his wrist slapped for basically participating instead of a PWCC auction as an employee. Eric likes to sometimes say too much. He puts himself out there. PWCC already has a reputation that a lot of people question. And Eric is doing them no favors in looking shady as hell and doing some of this stuff. Again, he's a nice enough seeming guy. But do I believe he probably has partaken in some quasi shadyish? Yes, I do. He's a nice enough guy though. But again, this goes back, and it'll be the reoccurring theme over however many episodes I do of this live. And I'll say it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. There are plenty of nice guys in the hobbies who do shady shit. And there are plenty of jerks who I would do business with because they're straightforward. They're jerks, but I know exactly what they're doing. And if I understand what we're dealing with and I know what the rules of engagement are, I don't care how nice you are. There are nice people in the hobby who are morons.
Oh yeah.
And there are jerks who know exactly what they're doing, and if they have an opinion, at least it's an informed opinion. I'd rather listen to the jerk. I want the person to actually say it like it is, not the really nice guy who doesn't have a damn clue what's going on.
Bring back Bill Mastro. I knew it.
I know, right? But there's a lot of shadiness in the hobby, and there's a lot of folks that will excuse a million things because it's like, oh well, they're really nice to me. It's like there are a lot of like Karn artistry. A good Karn artist has to be personable. That's how this works.
Like HJ.
Yeah.
An entire company built on nothing. Like an entire company built on. There was never at any point for even 1 second a reason why HGA would be a legitimate player. They did not provide any legitimacy.
They had nice looking
Custom labels.
labels.
Custom
They had
colors.
custom labels.
That's what they really came in with. That's all they had. And if that's
Oh,
all you
yeah.
got, but the hobby was moving fast and forward.
It
and
is,
furious,
yeah.
And a lot of people were jumping in. And look how many investors and all this other thing that jumped in and now are out. HGA is just kind of the last survivors. They're going to try to redo this company. It's futile. They won't make it anywhere. I can guarantee that again.
Yeah. But I'll take it a step further. And it would be better for the hobby if they just died. Let's just move on. Like,
Really?
I don't,
Yeah,
like, just
people-
go away.
You're right.
Please go away. Because
that's
all
what
it does
you
is
meant.
muddy the waters. All it
Yeah.
does is muddy the waters. Like, please go away. I don't need you. You're not
Well,
serving a useful function. Please leave.
Did he not just did Title not bring in this guy as an investor and then they found out all the other stuff?
I
after the
honestly
fact?
think, again, we don't know
I didn't
we
hear
don't
that. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
we don't know the real story behind the scenes. I genuinely believe, though, that Tyler was running the thing into the ground. I don't think they were making any money. And at a certain point, I think he brought in some investors. They said, we'll come in, but we're going to look around. And if we don't like what we see, you're out. And at that point, he's like, well, it's either keep bleeding or accept the help. They come in, they look around going like, okay, we might have a shot at turning this around, but you're out of here.
I
Get.
don't I can't see anybody in their right mind coming in, looking around, and going and looking at the marketplace, and just maybe interviewing or talking or listening to your show or some other shows, Rattle Pokemon maybe, how well they're doing and what they're doing out there, and all the problems they've had. It would be like, I don't want to put my money. Who would put their money into that? That
I think
makes sense.
I think what they're hoping for and they're banking on is that the hobby constantly forgets. The hobby constantly looks past things. Somebody could fail 1,000 times in a row and eventually become Ken Golden.
It's true.
The hobby's already proven this.
So HGA is
4
not
weeks
so bad,
memory or so when it's over.
Yeah, like the hobby has proven over time, over and over and over again, that you can fail 1,000 times. You can be quasi scammy or fully scammy, and wake up one day and become a hobby goat. That is how this works. You can
Hobby
fail
Alzheimer's.
up. Just keep fail up. Just keep failing up. Eventually you'll get there. Don't worry about it.
I still say that the hobby is, and again, we're talking from the top of Mount Everest now. Please, let's keep it all in perspective. But we're on a downward trend. Is now the time to buy a company and invest, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars? I don't think so.
No.
Big time.
No, I mean, look at anything. Unless you're talking about Jordan rookies, Brady rookies, for that multimillionaires are still, try to have a, look how big mine is contest.
Yeah.
How much is a Jordan 10 now?
Everything is going down.
This big.
Everything is going down. Companies are failing. The breakers are disappearing. The content people on YouTube are disappearing.
July 1st, Eric.
Everything's in it. Everything is going down. Why would you invest millions of dollars in a company right now?
Eric Nostradamus. Oh my God.
It makes no sense.
Eric's got the magic 8-ball.
He does. Give it a shake.
Well, the problem is that I can envision Eric shaking it enough times until he gets the result he's looking for. It's like, try again. Oh, come on. Try again. 3 hours later. Finally. Jeez. All right, then.
It's apparently so.
But
it's not even like fully committal. They're like, all right, fine. If you just get over it.
Every single week, we continue to see downward trends, companies falling apart, people disappearing. I don't think I said anything that astounding about how this is going in a downward motion, and it's going to continue to go down until it hits. It's really going to crash in July.
Eric just wants to buy all the BGS for.
Listen, I've made this joke before. It's like what y'all are seeing right now is the long con. I'm gonna level with you guys since there's only a certain amount of you and not all of you hit the like button, although you should definitely hit the like button. I'm gonna let you in on the truth. The truth is my plan is to finally keep pushing Mike Trout down and then buy all the Mike Trout. And Eric's play is buying all the Beckett slabs for like $100. The problem is he's got to keep slapping them down, taking shots at them left, right, and center until one day y'all like, fine, Eric, these are trash, and Eric's like.
Don't show that.
Or BGS cards.
Don't show that other picture I sent you a couple of days ago.
It's like all of a sudden it's like, at last, finally the plan worked.
Yeah.
I'm just letting y'all know it's a long con in effect. It's happening.
So would you break a Bobby Orr out of a BGS to have it in a one touch upside down like you have?
I would never ever take a valuable card and break it out of a container.
He said a Bobby Orr rookie, not a valuable card. Continue.
Oh my God, I hate him so much. So I watch these guys do this with some tools they pull out of their garage to
floor tile pliers.
Oh, it's like you have a X $1,000 card in there, X thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
and I saw the guy with the chop saw.
It's like there is no way I'm doing that.
It takes a certain nerve to want to go. I could definitely see there would be scenarios where I do it. There are people who are really good at it. There are people who legitimately know. They're very careful. They know how to do it in a very, very good way. But there are other folks where it's like, what are the laziest, most dangerous looking tools I can find and give this a go? It's like, please don't do that. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments and just get caught up here. Interesting HA makes no mention of who's running. I guarantee you it's going to be faceless going forward. You're not going to have a name anymore. Like whereas previously you had Tyler Hitt, who was the kind of the name that went out there. The company that took it over, I think it's Armstrong International or something like that. I suspect there isn't going to be a name involved in it. They might have a PR person that does interviews and stuff going forward, but it won't be like a real name anymore. I'd be very shocked. HJ was bad from the beginning. Isolated misspelling on their labels immediately told me they weren't making use of it in databases, just freeform text. Yeah, there's a lot of that. July is coming. Eric, investing HJ might be tens of thousands, if that. Yep. Winter in July, according to Eric. Facts. And Jay was providing some good insight the other day when I popped into a live stream and the actual Mark's Cards thing. I want to touch on the Mark's Cards thing here in a second because I think now it'll be a good transition into that discussion real quick.
Yeah.
Eric, the hobby prophet. Name's trying to give you some plug.
Well, name
until he turns on you when the
The
moment's
hobby
right.
prophet.
Name, you need to get back to your sweating with the oldies, please. The kids are dependent on you for that charity. Your 24 hours of sweating with the oldies.
Yep.
So
Curious if HGA throws money at influencers. It wouldn't have surprised me if there was a point at which they were probably being unfair, because there were some folks that really were pushing for them hard. I always get a little suspicious when it's like, guys, I want HGA to prove something to me. This is early on. Like, I'm like, wait until they prove something. If you guys go back in the archives of the live stream, I was very consistent on this point. I don't know yet. Give it more time. Let's see. And then as more things kept coming down the pipe, I'm like, this isn't encouraging me. This is not making me take you more seriously, all these little things. And then you make these videos and you do this stuff and you have this problem, that problem, fake cards in your slabs. And people would keep making the excuse like, well, the other companies did. Yeah, the other company did tens of millions of cards. Over tens of millions of cards, mistakes are going to be made. You have thousands of cards. And I can see your mistakes every 5 seconds. That's a very different problem.
Fake slabs for fake slabs. So
I've only seen one HGA card in person here in this area.
One.
I haven't
just
seen one at all.
I've seen one.
Yeah.
It was somebody had one in their case. I asked if I could look at it. I looked at it, said thank you, handed it back to him. That's the only one I've seen.
Nice coaster.
Yeah. Did Tyler say, was it purdy?
It did look kind of pretty.
See the horizontal slab would be an amazing coaster. If you can get one really on the cheap, like it would actually be a great coaster. I would have my because I'm Carlos Mugg and I would put it on an HGA slab.
I think for the 51 Bowman's having a side one going through, that'd be awesome.
The thing is, like, it's the concept itself.
Kind of weird.
The concept itself is fine, but it goes back to what I said earlier because Retro Hoops Collecto went on this whole thing talking about how they were being innovative. It's like it's not innovative. The other third party graders have probably been pitched this idea 100 times, but they're like, okay, is there enough value? They asked a simple question: is there enough value in us pursuing another mold to do this? Would there be enough money in it for us to do it? And they're like, probably not. Okay, then put it on the back burner. We'll think about it. If for some reason people really, really, really want it badly enough, we'll revisit this idea.
I think there's enough cards out there that they could do that.
Yeah, but it's not just there being enough cards. Is there enough cards that somebody would submit specifically to grade and put in that holder? Would they care enough?
Prices, no.
That's what I'm getting at.
Just plastic.
You notice how none of them are in slab stars.
That's not true. That's just
none of the ones you were holding. No. We didn't see a single slab strung in any of that.
Or in team bag.
Dang.
So those
you can get perfect fit or superior fit. Pure disgrace.
Oh,
good evening. Good evening, John.
There probably one was free.
Yep. HGA horizontal, and this particular card would be 1 of 1. Okay, 1 of 2. If they fail, it could be awesome. Yeah, I got you.
I paid for the black one. The red one was free.
I knew it was one of the 2.
There you go. Okay, so let me touch on this one. I'll get everybody started, and then what I'll do is I'll refill the beverage. Let's do that. But let me set it up. Okay. So one of the other topics that I covered in that video briefly was that Mark's Cards, there was a judgment. The first judgment was made on the Mark's Cards thing. It's not the final word. It's brand new. And Jay, I know you touched on this a little bit, so if you want to give any thoughts, let us know in the chat. And also, by the way, if you want to come on and I can always put the link in there. If Justin comes on, I'll bring him on for a second and then boot him. But if you want in on the conversation,
should we bring Justin on?
I actually want Jay to comment because he actually has some background in law.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, is that what the 8 ball says? Beautiful.
Yes.
The 8 ball has spoken. But what?
But
the There you go. But the initial result was that they're still trying to figure out basically who owns it. Because really the issue with Mark's cards is that PSA wants to be able to send back the stuff they have. So that's what they would like to do. Sounds good. The problem is that the judge initially has said no. They can still file another motion to basically argue it again a little bit more cleanly, because right now they're in a bankruptcy proceeding. Mark's card has declared bankruptcy. These are potential assets. Who owns it is extremely important, because then that determines where this stuff should go.
Well,
PSA's argument is this belongs to these customers. If we have a list of some of these folks, let us send them their stuff. We have it. We're able to send it. And
But
the
his
court initially
possession-
said no.
His position is, well, Mark's position is the possession of them, the original, having people giving them to him and him having them, and that's 9/10 of the law right there. So they're kind of almost screwed, unless
Yeah.
something's going to pop up that they can fight. That they're really in a tough trouble, because if anything, PSA has to return them to the original owner. Who is the original owner, or where did they?
There are some
backtrack to?
complications to that. So
Wow.
Jay here says maybe in 5. So what I'll do is I will make the link available in the chat. First time in a while I've done it, so I'll make it available. So then, yeah, you're more than welcome. He's gonna feed the dogs first. That's fine, no problem. That's perfectly fine. So I'll make the link available to that.
We're in there. Sorry, they didn't even have a list. I guess like they don't even know whose cards belong.
So initially, the problem was that Marks had to provide them some information. Okay, now they have been able to get some information. We'll have to see. But what's going to happen next is going to be how the court interprets it. I think, and one of the points that I made the other night was that the court doesn't want to set a precedent. They want to be very careful with it. So they didn't say no forever. They said no for now. Let's get some more information. Let's talk through it some more. Because again, it's who owns what. It's not 1 or 2 cards. It's 50,000 cards ish. So, and like, okay, how many people? How do we distribute this?
Which Zion is mine and which Zion is
Yeah,
Carlos,
yeah.
and which
So there's a
Zion
lot.
is Eric's.
So the record keeping is extremely important, because even if they're, to Yannick's point, there could be cards that are common enough that were submitted by different people. So which one is which? I don't know. Oh, you have 2 of them and you have 3 of them, but he has 1 of them. So we've got 6. So which one
Mine
of the
painted
6 belongs
upside
to
down,
who?
one touches. They're mine.
Exactly. That part's easy. We can figure that one out. But everything else is up for debate, and that's a big
Sorting
problem.
through Instagram DMs. Good luck.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. So it's not as simple as, oh yeah, just give them their stuff. Like PSA would love to.
And how about all the people now that haven't paid and got worthless cards that now you're going?
Well, the problem here is that the submitters have all paid.
Right.
Oh yeah.
The issue was that Marks did not pay PSA.
That's true.
The money was sent, so the individuals are waiting for their stuff. And my point was, PSA, it's not about money for them at this point. They would rather just cut a check and be like, just let us cut a check to somebody here and let us send them their stuff and let's move on with our lives.
Well, I don't think it's all Mark's problem. I think a lot of it was PSA. Why were they not collecting at a certain point?
Well, that wasn't their policy previously.
Was
That
the
was
old
right.
ways to
Well, how
do
many people
business.
went to $1 million that was only in
I
business for
totally
2
agree.
years?
No, I'm with you.
So-
And they've had to change their process and policy because of that,
And
obviously.
so they should have. Yes.
Yeah. Do you think there's a value in a grading company offering UV protected slabs, especially for signed cards? For signed cards, I would think there'd be some value to that. If they
I
could.
thought they
For
all
all
were
cards,
UV.
they should
I
all.
think-
Be.
I think there's UV protection. I don't think it's like fully protected. I think there's some coating to it to help with that.
So there's another
UV
product
thermal.
out there that another friend has that of Tim and I, Corey from Show Your Slabs.
Yep.
He's also selling these.
Displays. Yeah.
Well, he sells the displays,
Yeah.
right? But he also is selling these protectors that you pretty much apply over the.
Slab itself.
I can't
heard that
show it
last
to you.
show.
It's like a
because
sticker,
they're
like a
long.
plastic sticker.
Yes,
Plastic cover.
just like for your phone that
Yeah.
you put
Cell
on.
phone thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So you put them on, you take the thing, you make sure there's no air bubbles, and that is the UV protection. So now when you take your slab and you put it in his other product, to hang on your wall,
Yeah.
it's now protected with this clear cover.
Yeah.
So I can't.
Yeah, my
again,
understanding.
I have one on this right now. You can't tell.
Yeah, my understanding is that the plastic itself, depending on the manufacturer and depending on which third-party grader it is, there is some protection, but it's very light. They don't advertise it as being UV protected. They don't go that far because it wouldn't hold up. like in practice. I know there is a little bit of a coating on it, like but it depends on the type of plastic they used. And also, don't forget there have been multiple generations. They've refined and changed up that slab over time.
I always assumed that they did go with this maybe 5-10 years ago. I thought the UV was a natural thing because light kills everything, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's one of those things. Eventually became a move to being archival quality. They would like change it up and like use the different kind of plastic that has some protection on it. But I think that'd be more recent. It wouldn't have been because PSA started in '91. I guarantee you the early ones have nothing on them. They're very generic, straightforward plastic.
Well, by 2010 for sure, I would
Could
think.
be.
Can you guys read this, or is it all backwards?
No,
No, it's fine. It's fine.
So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can see UV rays up to 5 years. Yep, blocks 99%. Yep, 5-year UV protection.
So the UV wears down over time.
It's the coating itself, because the coating is not indefinite. You'd have to bond it to the plastic. I don't have too much to it, but I know it's based on the plastic, and they have to do something to treat it.
The plastic, actually, if it is made UV, I think it's a long time.
I think if you do it solidly,
a coating is different.
but if
UV
they're
is-
able to put them on this, they should be able to make slabs out of the same stuff.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. I'm
Yeah.
with you.
Oh, there is UV.
Evening,
protection.
Jay. How's it going?
There we go.
Yeah.
There it
How's
is.
it going, Jay?
Hey,
How are
Jay.
Good. How are you?
you? Good.
Can
Been a
I
little
take
bit.
a pot shot at Eric first?
Always take a punch out of Eric.
It's a
And,
prerequisite.
and I love,
By all means,
love-
please do.
I love Eric's enthusiasm because it's how I get up in the morning. Because I'm like, he's going to be more negative than I could ever try to be, and he really
Balance.
revels in it, and I love it. So, all
Right,
right,
that's
go ahead. Sorry.
that's how New Englanders are.
Yes, that is how we are. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's a very valid comment. We can all learn something from that. We really can.
Yeah.
I'm figuring out what, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, we didn't say it was perfect. We just said it is what it is.
That is
So-
correct.
I think that's a valid point. Yes. So I wanted to touch on this a little bit and get kind of pick your brain a little bit. Right now, there's still a lot of moving parts to it.
Yes.
But can you give it a high level, kind of again, the judge has to figure out what they want to do with it. But what's the big issue here? In a nutshell, why couldn't PSA just send off the cards? Why would the court hesitate on that?
Okay, so the main point to consider is what bankruptcy is about,
Mhm.
and bankruptcy is about status quo. That's what I was inarticulate in the comments yesterday.
Sure.
But the main idea is to make sure they make the right decision, and by make the right decision, it means that these are final decisions. And by final decisions means we're going to make a decision that, in the end, people have to live with. So they don't move fast in the sense of making those considerations. So here's one point that I didn't touch on, and this is actually super important for people to understand. Right, this judge in bankruptcy, this is all he does. In most district courts, federal district courts, they do criminal, they do civil, whatever. This person who's making these decisions, this is all he deals with.
Mhm.
So he wants to understand what's going on. The funny thing about all this, and I tried to look at some of the documents, and it would take forever. There's so many papers filed in this case.
Yeah.
So what you have to understand is he's reflecting on what's been filed. Mark's cards is not saying these are their cards, right? Which is really important. PSA says, hey, I want to do something with these cards. I'd like to give them back to the rightful owners. And the judge says, okay, I'll let you do it. I want to figure out how to do that purposefully, because if I'm a creditor of Mark's cards, you know what I don't want? Tangential liability. If PSA screws up, giving the wrong card back to the wrong person, okay, now who do you blame?
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to figure out, how do we do this in an orderly process? That's what bankruptcy is. This is a chapter 7 as opposed to 13, 11, 13. Yeah, there's different, yeah. But the main idea is this is a liquidation. The company's going away, right? So So the whole point is, when this is done, it's done. We don't want anyone coming back complaining, screaming, arguing with us. So that's what's going on. And the main point to think about is, this is going to be done quickly. I would suspect most people will probably get their card. Well, I don't know when they're going to get the cards back, but the judge is going to figure this out in 60 to 90 days, which I know sounds like an interminable amount of time. If you were in a regular litigation, you're looking at a year. So this is fast, but it's going to be done deliberately.
Nope, that makes sense. And that kind of plays into a little bit about what we talked about, is that it's not simple. There's nothing simple about it, because there are a lot of moving parts. To your point, there's a lot of filings and a lot of paperwork that has to be reviewed and gone through. And even somebody who, to your point, does this, and this is what they do, it means they're going to be thorough. It means exactly, it's not a restructuring. That company will not exist after this whole thing is done. And they want to make sure they get it right, because it's measure twice and cut once.
That's probably the best way to say it. It is measure twice, cut once, because you can't undo it. If PSA makes an error, okay, who's responsible? PSA, it's actually funny. Like, it's not that if I am them, I would say I would actually deliver damn cards to the court and say, hey, you figure it out. Like, PSA has actually gone above and beyond what their role is. They're like, hey, we can help you. And the court said, oh, we probably want your help.
Yeah.
Let us figure it out. We'll tell you how to do it. But if I wouldn't want the responsibility if I'm PSA, because remember, this is the funny thing that, I know we talked about in the comments yesterday, where it's about bailment and all this stuff. It's like, PSA has a relationship with Mark's Cards, has no relationship with the submitter.
That's right.
So it's, you got to figure out what to do with the cards, and PSA is trying to. They've taken on an extraordinary expense, and I don't like PSA. I do like PSA because I'm a registry person, but I don't like PSA from the perspective of, they're the gorilla, so in the grading space. I don't like some of their decisions, but I think they've taken on an enormous responsibility for 50,000 cards. And they said, how can we do right by the hobby? They're eating the grading fee, kind of, based on what they've said, because I think there's a markup charge and they're going to charge you. Yeah. So but they've actually appeared in court. They didn't have to do that. And they did, and they're trying to figure this out for the collector. And that is what I would applaud them for, because I think that is a good thing for the hobby. And I think the judge is going to get to the right decision. He just needs time to sort this out. He's got clerks. He's got people that are going to help him with the process. And I understand from a collector standpoint, this is very frustrating. But in the end, the right decision is going to be made. The sky is not falling. This is not going to change the landscape. I'd be shocked if it did, of what it has to do with, people are talking about vaults and all the other things, which actually piqued my interest. I went to look at different vault contracts because I have cards in vaults.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is kind of interesting. They don't really say what it's all about, but the interesting thing is the vault, the language in the vault contracts they basically point to it as a service. And that is what we have to focus on, because they're not saying, I bought the card from you. And so that's the title versus possession issue. So, and Carl was cut me off because, I talk too much. But
we don't have that issue around here.
Anyway, but that's food for thought.
So how did Card Collector 2 get in there before the Chapter 7, I guess, was...
Well, you touched on the key piece, though. He got in there before Mark's ever filed for bankruptcy. So it was a situation where he was able to directly contact PSA, talk to them about the situation, and go like, what can I do to get this done? I go, well, if the bill is paid, we'll get the cards to you. So he said, all right, what kind of a check do I need to cut? What can we do? Walked in, cut the check. PSA said, here you go. Here's your stuff. You figure it out. You distribute it to your people. Good luck. So that's why. So because he got in front of the line, ahead of everybody else, he was basically willing to cut the check fastest before it became a problem. As soon as Mark's cards filed, all of a sudden it's like the door slammed shut on everybody else.
The good point is slam shut, but it's not the idea of slam shut. It's okay, status quo.
Yeah.
The part of bankruptcy is there's a pre-petition date and there's a post-petition. And so they basically said, post-petition, everything stays the same until we figure it out.
Yes.
So he figured it out before that date.
Yeah.
Before the court had essentially jurisdiction over actions that PSA could take with respect to Card Collector 2.
Funny enough, his timing was good in the sense that he just avoided a massive secondary headache, because an apology video wouldn't have cut it if he hadn't been able to get the cards back to the people that submitted through him, and he was able to completely avoid that issue.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, he knew he screwed up.
So. Well, we'll see because I being a lawyer, I could conjure up some crazy theories to make his life living hell, but that's a different story.
I can wager that. Yeah, that was so. Jay, that's why I wasn't joking on that live stream. I go, in another life, I would have done it because I would have been the guy conjuring off ways to make somebody's life hell and do it with a smile and a song in my heart and a smile on my face.
It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right, but it's possible.
Oh yes.
Right? So that's the difference. I wouldn't do it, but
you could.
I could see crazy people doing it.
Yep.
Right. Oh yeah. Well, he was in debt already prior to this.
Yes.
So he knows he's going down, and his creditors are already after him. And PSA is sitting there going, "We're extending him credit, really? $1 million,
effectively, to a degree,
way too far. Like there should have been a cutoff point. So there's so much fault in here. I think the judge will need a lot of time figuring this one out. I think they will come to the right decision eventually, because there's a lot of personal people involved in this, and a lot of money, and a lot of. So I think. Well, I don't know if
there really isn't in a bankruptcy scenario, and this is, I know it's personal, right, when it's your card, but the amount of debt. This is a very small company.
Yeah.
This is a very small issue. The dollar amount is it's important to people individually, but it's so minor in the grand scale of. I've seen bankruptcies. The funny thing is, I'm an intellectual property lawyer, and I know people are like, "Oh, you don't know anything about bankruptcy." Well, actually, I did a big bankruptcy case for 5 years early on in my career, so I get it. This is so small. It's not. It's an ant. But it is personal, right? Because your card is your card. So. The judge is going to get the right decision. He basically said, PSA, come up with a better plan to distribute the cards. And if I'm Mark's cards, I want to make sure that if PSA screws up, it's on them. It's not on me. Meaning the estate, right? Mm-hmm. So the way you have to understand bankruptcy is the estate may have liability if PSA screws up. And if I'm a creditor that might get 10 cents on the dollar, I don't want to get 7 cents on the dollar.
That's right.
So that delta is important to them. So like PSA, you know what? Give away all the cards. We don't care. If you screw up, you can't make a claim against us because I don't want to pay for it.
PSA surely has some great lawyers working for them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I would think there's. I would. That's kind of why I said I kind of left it open ended the way I did. Is that if it was just a matter of money, PSA has the money. And to Jay's point, in the grand scheme of things, if PSA could just cut a check and be like, guys, can I just cut a check and we'll make this? I joked about it. I don't think that's an option on the table. But if it was PSA like, can I just buy Mark's cards, pay off the creditors, and send the damn cards? And if they would agree to that, it'd be like, please go away now. Just leave us alone. It's if it was just a money thing and they could just offer, like, can we just pay? Who do I need to pay to get this, through the finish line so I can send them the damn cards? The creditors are happy and we move on with our lives.
So would current values be when the court case is finished, or does it predate that? Because we're talking about the fluctuation of values of cards, quite a large difference. Well, we can go from the time they were submitted, but Let's just talk about this time period right now.
Well, the money that Mark's Cards owed PSA was for submission fees. It wasn't about the value of the cards. The cards
the
could be worth
cards
$1 or $12 million. Doesn't make a difference.
Okay,
Yeah,
no,
so-
I get it, but even still, this is still the value of the cards, right? Which will be taken out for the creditors. So
The value of the cards isn't going to be taken out for the creditors. It's only taken out if you sell it. If the
well,
cards
they'll
are
have
just
to-
cards.
if it doesn't turn out for PSA, then they'll sell it, and the creditors will get back that money. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I mean, that is a fair consideration, but I don't think the fight is about that. I think
Yeah.
the fight is about how to get the cards back to people, because in what my best understanding of the petition is from Mark's. Remember, there's competing interests here. So Mark's Cards is not saying that they have the estate has a lien or whatever against the cards submitted. They're basically saying, if you look at the petition is, we owe people money for a service we didn't perform. Now, the creditors committee is saying, whoa, maybe you own those cards, right? So it's there. This is the competing interest of a state versus someone who thinks that the estate might have some money that they can collect. That's my best understanding of this scenario. Again, not I would. The only reason why I comment on these things is because I like to be, more anonymous.
Mhm.
I like to comment on them because I think I'm trying to help the hobby understand these issues from a collector perspective.
Yeah.
I love to collect cards. But so what you have to understand is, if there's a chance, if I'm the creditors committee, I want to get some money. Mark's Cards does not believe they own these cards. That's pretty clear from the petition. So when you look at it from that perspective, you're like, the judge is trying to figure out, well, who is Mark's Cards? What's the value in play? And if you think about it, Mark's Cards would not be bankrupt if they owned these cards. 50,000 cards. Let's give them $30. Let's give them $30 value per card.
There'd be some value. At least they would have some value. They'd have some assets. They'd have something.
Yes. The reason why they have no assets, because they spent all their dollars. They have no money in the bank, and that's it. Now, here's a weird thing that I was thinking about. Maybe some of these cards were Mark's Cards submissions, so they got to figure that out. If I'm the creditors committee, maybe they submitted 4 Jordans.
Mhm.
Okay, I want to figure out. I don't want Aunt Elizabeth of Mark's Cards to get her Jordan back if it's really an asset of Mark's Cards.
That's right.
And so it's complicated but simple because the dollar amount is so small, but it's going to take time. And I think people just need to understand that the judge, he's a professional. This is what he does day in and day out. He's going to make the right decision. It's just not going to be on your timetable.
So is PSA filing as well, or can they do that? Like, because Mark's, but and then the upsell, the upcharge, right? On top of that, that's another fee that they're entitled to too. So where does that all tie into this? On top of that,
I think it's probably part of what PSA is asking for. Is PSA's asking a lot of the court to say, hey, if I screw up, I screw up. No one's going to be able to complain against me, right? So, but I'm going to try to distribute these cards. Oh, by the way, I'm going to get my service fee. I'm not going to get my service fee for the grading. I'm going to get my upcharge, and I'm going to ship them back. And if I screw up, hey, I'm fine. You're going to bless. You're going to bless how I do this. Distributing 50,000 cards. If you think there's going to be no mistake in distributing 50,000 cards, that's kind of horseshit, right? It's not going to happen.
You're saying it's poopy pony.
Yeah, it's just there's going to be mistakes. Who's going to pay for it is really what
Mark's Cards.
Well, hey, if I'm PSA, it's Mark's Cards' fault if PSA screws up.
That's right.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, absolutely. So no, that's really good insight, Jay. Let me grab a couple of these thoughts and comments here so get us all caught up. So, Josh, I think I know the answer to this one, but if you could just clarify quickly, does bankruptcy laws change based on state or national, or is it national law? Is it state by state?
It's national law in a sense, but it is jurisdictional. So there's 9 or 10 circuit courts. I should know this, but I don't. But it's like 9 or, but it does. Bankruptcy law varies by jurisdiction.
Yep.
But it's not state law. But state law does control the issue that might be going on, which is bailment. So, but it's not a huge issue here.
No, that's fair enough. That's good. Now, remember we talked about briefly the whole secured asset thing. Does that play into this at all? The whatever was secured assets as opposed to unsecured?
Oh, it absolutely does. So the question is, are the cards an asset? Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's the question. And I assume it's not an asset. Everyone does. And they would have to file security interests. And they probably didn't because they don't seem to be a very sophisticated company.
Yep, that's fair. And CNT was asking a little bit earlier on before we started. It's like, you're not talking Marvel versus or HGA over here? No, we're doing some hashtag scholarship. We're doing some very important scholarship.
Marvel to the moon.
There you go. CC2 knew the bankruptcy was around the corner. The conspiracy theories may now begin. So here, John is just saying, so this may be a bit of a good question here. I want to quickly touch through them because this will get us caught up. Very important here. One lesson here, kids. Never trust a grown-ass man with a straight-brimmed hat. That's fair. Never trust a man with an overinflated dark helmet-ish hat, too. It's kind of questionable.
Eric, you're fine in that straight.
It's like you compensate, like, but is he overcompensating by making it really not straight brimmed? Like as tight as he could do it, is like he wanted to keep it straight brimmed, but he was like, they'll know.
Yes, but wait, though, you missed the key point. Eric wears glasses. I can trust a person that wears glasses.
That's right.
There you go. So
No. I see how straight your brim is. You can put all the glasses on you want, you dirty bastard.
There you go. So Mark's cards really only use submitting cash flow to other areas. Yeah, it was a Ponzi scheme, basically. Yep. Moving the money around to stay afloat. They look cheesy to CMD was. Yeah.
This is a great movie, honestly. This is.
It is. It'll be a great. If the hobby was more relevant, I think it would make a great movie. It'd be fun. So some say if you curve the brim again, it becomes flat again. This might be true, Bob. So you go, quality content. Thank you, C. Wish I had a badge for each of you. Hashtag scholarship. There you go. We can only hope to earn such praise. So real quick.
Can I ask? Oh, go ahead, Colin.
You can. I just want. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do my refill, but I want to leave it open. You can ask your question, but then I also want to pose this for everybody. Is the takeaway one of the takeaways for you? You know my answer, and I can reiterate it in a minute. I'm still not going to hesitate to use a group submitter if it's someone who I have some background with and that I trust. We've had the discussion previously with Brad and stuff. It's like, well, I knew his predecessor doing that, and I had no issue doing business going back years. And Brad, at least I know well enough that I've been able to chat with him, and we've had dinner, and so like that's not a normal scenario in terms of folks dealing with group submitters. I'm a lot more comfortable dealing with Brad because I've dealt with Brad and I chat with Brad and hang out with Brad outside of it, virtually and in person when the show is on. That's not a regular occurrence. So I don't have any hesitation to use PSA Canada because they're very transparent in a lot of their stuff. He comes on and shares information with us. We got a chance to see a lot of that, but that's not everybody. So does any of this dissuade any of you who in the past have used it, dissuade you from using a group submitter?
We do have badges.
We do have badges. That's true. I offered to send one of those to Paul that he could have taken it for his press credentials. But so Eric, if you had a question, you can bring it up. But I also want to present the one about the group.
I lost my badge.
Oh,
it's
disgraceful.
Disgraceful. It's in the pile.
So is there any submission? Is there any hesitation for any of you about the group submitters, given that obviously now Mark's cards was new. They were very early to the game and they got a lot of trust in a very short period of time.
I'm biased. I'm friend with Brad. So
yeah, no, but that's why I'm giving the qualifier. That is not a normal setup. That's not the normal expectation. That's not how this works. So I'm going to recuse myself, but I want to pose it as a general question. Would a scenario like this dissuade any of you from dealing with a group submitter?
If you're just doing general cards, I would think not. If you're doing high-end stuff, you might have a second thought, possibly. You know, if you're a Jordan and it's possible 9, 10, you might think twice. Mantle. I don't know.
Could I raise a crazy theory here?
Before you raise a crazy theory, Jay, let's have a moment here. What do you have to say for yourself?
Crazy theory.
Well, we tried. I did the best I could.
He walked away. He didn't want to play.
What do you want? What do you want from me? I tried.
Yeah,
Here, hold on. Let me try one more time. Hold on. Let me try. All right. What do you have to say for yourself? Oh, I don't want to hear my echo. We're done. That's 2. I tried twice. Let the record state that I tried twice. Did I not try twice?
Yes, you did.
I did. I tried
I'll
twice.
testify in a court of law on that one.
All right. I'm gonna refill my drink. y'all take it away for a minute. I'll be right back.
So yeah, the main point is the idea of a group submitter. It's tried and true, and the idea is every time you mail something, you're submitting to a group submitter, right? It's called the mail. It's called FedEx. It's called whatever. It's the same situation in terms of handing over possession of an item to an entity that is going to act in your best interest for a service fee. So every time you give something to a mailman, you've done the same thing you've done to Mark's Cards. Now, Mark's Cards was supposed to do more, not just deliver, but not just deliver an item, but return the item back to you, right? Most of the time you give it in the mail, it's to deliver it to another person. So this is very normal in the concept of just commerce.
But
So
the post office can't go bankrupt.
yeah, it's post offices, Marks, they're just probably not going to go bankrupt. But by the way, I mean,
Probably not. I hope not.
Probably has just as many issues as
More
Mark's
than
Cards
likely.
does.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's all about trust, I guess, and who do you know and how do you see it and what did you feel comfortable, I guess. But like I agree, Jay, like you said, basically, as soon as you basically go to any other entity that you surrender whatever you have to do business with, you don't know
It is what it is.
on once you left the store, right? So
I mean, I could come up with crazy scenarios. You could give your keys because you parked in a parking lot, right? And
Yeah.
you said, "Oh,
Valet.
hey, this is great, yeah, valet." And then a truck comes through and barrels down and crashes through the gate or whatever and crushes your car. And you're like, "Hey, give me my car back." And you're like, "Well, we can't because your car's under that 18-wheeler." And like, "Oh no, you should have told me that the driver of the 18-wheeler was your cousin who hates you." Like and that you knew he was going to do something evil 2 days ago. It's just again, we do on a daily basis entrust items or things that we have to
Blindly.
other individuals blindly, but because we accept that that's the only way we can deal with things. So just let the process work is kind of where I come out with all of this. The judge is going to do the right thing, and it's just going to take some time. That's it.
Certainly is an extreme circumstance. Whereas
Yes.
for years this has been going on, and only because of the hobby busting through the doors, everybody's getting in business. Then we have these things can creep in there. These people who are trying to make the business. I think in earnest, Mark was trying to do a good thing. It's just he very bad at math, obviously, and
He
and
was bad at
bookkeeping
math,
and-
bad at business. Yes, and but at the end of the day, do you think that he thought he owned your cards? And if he didn't think he owned your cards, then you're fine. In the end,
I agree with that.
Did he not make a statement? Did Mark say, if I wasn't doing this, I'd probably be living on the streets or something? I would be heartfelt for that kind of a statement. But realistically, he's paying buying for Peter to pay Paul, and keeps extending it, and then opens a shop, and then he's how many million was he in debt at that point, even without PSA?
Well, I think
it rolling towards
it kind of plays to Tony's. So I'm getting caught up in the comments. It kind of plays to Tony's question here. Do you know why he got so much trust so quickly from so many dealers? And that's kind of playing into the Card Collector 2 thing. Card Collector 2 had been steadily building his brand and doing all these things, but he ran at almost the first opportunity to do this because Mark's Cards was offering this convenience. He was located in California. He could walk in the cards, presumably. But at the same time, the Card Collector 2s of the world, at that time, they couldn't get themselves. They couldn't get direct access to be able to submit in the numbers. So they went through an intermediary, which sounds great, except you're creating this liability, which now in retrospect, it's really obvious. Although at the time it would have been, somebody should have been there like, hey, you do realize that if anything goes wrong here, if anything bad happens, you've just given up control of the cards, and now it's in somebody else's hands, and your customers are thinking that it's in your hands.
Mhm.
And that creates its own little set of problems.
That
So-
hurt a lot of people. I think that
It
they-
did, yeah.
and I'm sure it was not told under the auspice that it was going to be given to this other guy, who is then going to walk it through the doors.
And that was one of the first things when the Card Collector 2 thing came to light. I said, if Card Collector 2 and those guys had said explicitly, oh, by the way, I'm handing it off to somebody else who's going to walk it in, and the people still chose to submit, well, then so be it. At least you're going in with your eyes open. You're taking an extra chance, an extra set of hands in the middle. But if you thought that Ryan was going to be the one submitting it for you because you sent it to Ryan and they didn't, you were kind of misled.
That hurt him probably a bit.
Absolutely.
But isn't this a circumstance of, I know a guy that can do things for the scenario, and
That's right.
and people are like, oh, that's awesome. You know a guy, I'm fine.
Who's your guy, Jay? Come on, tell me.
Who's
No,
the guy?
I
the
got
funny
people.
thing is, I'm
People.
saying, yeah, I know people, but
I got
the
people.
funniest thing is, and this is your influence, Carlos. If
Okay.
Brad would accept cards from me, I would submit cards through Brad, and I don't even know him.
Yeah, no, that's
But-
fair
but I-
enough.
but I-
But,
but I- but I
we'll get
back
back
him
to
on
my
the
influence.
channel.
We'll get back to my influence in a little bit. I've been accused of much influence and power even beyond what you're saying. But what I'm going to say is this: is that I understand. Again, that's why I recuse myself. It is easier for me to because again, we have Brad here. We've been able to ask questions. We've been able to discuss their process. We asked the question, well, how do you keep track of the car? And Brad went in detail and explained, so this is what we do. This is how we do it. This is how we go into it. And if they choose to do that, so be it. One of the reasons why some people use a group submitter is because they can get a little bit of an easier setup with the overall cost. Even to beyond the submission itself, they can get, because the cost when I do it through PSA Canada is all inclusive. It's the shipping, it's the insurance, it's the from there to them to me. So I have that completely covered within the one cost. And I'm not figuring out the individual components to make it add up to whatever it's going to be. If there is an issue, I have somebody that can work with intermediary. If there is any kind of questions or anything, we have access to that. But not everybody can do it that way. All that little pre-screening stuff that some people talk about, they do that. They don't advertise it, but they actually do it as part of a thing where they'll advise some people to go, by the way, this might not be worth sending in if you're shooting for 10. This might not be worth your time, and save you a grading fee. Brad will advise you at a show. He'll literally look at your card and be like, if you're shooting for a 10, I can see this, this, and this. You'd be paying a grading fee and you'd be out on it. It might not be worth it for you.
Brad's been a venerated collector for such a long time. He has so much tenure. It's so add that into that.
It's easier to deal with somebody who's been in the game. And that was the big
I
difference.
met him once. He's cool.
He's cool. Exactly. So real quick, I'll get caught up here. Jim here said, I will not use a group submitter. Anyone who's grading companies could go out of business. They could. Yeah. You're also the mercy of delivering who's receiving. So Tony here says he used to be a grader at PSA. I guess you're talking about Marks here, maybe. That's why all the dealers sent his stuff. He had connections to PSA since he used to work there. I did not hear about that, but fair
I've
enough.
never heard that before.
I hadn't heard that piece. Do you think greed was the Achilles heel? Greed is always the Achilles heel. Lack of critical thinking. Yes. The answer is yes. So Michael Thomas here. Good evening. So maybe I'm a simple RV veteran mind, but just do it yourself. It's your cards, your money, your problem. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with that idea. You certainly can. There was a point in time briefly where nobody could really submit except for those folks. You'd have access to it. I can tell you that some of the bulk submitters had easier access. So like at that $50 level PSA has, so the bulk submitters have certain allocation. So as an individual, you'd have to get into that lottery. You'd have to be part of the Collectors Club, 1. And 2, you'd have to go into the little lottery and get your slots. Well, the bulk submitters have a certain amount of slots allocated to them, the ones that have, so you can submit to them and get it at the $50 level. You just have to bear that in mind. That is another factor. But if you're willing to be patient and don't mind and you want to submit it yourself, you certainly can. But again, your mileage may vary. I'm not going to recommend anybody to use a bulk submitter. I'm just pointing out to you why somebody might.
So
And that's it. It's an education piece.
So Carlos, I said much about this in the last handful of minutes,
Go
but
ahead.
I had a little list going of why people would use group submitters, and
Sure.
and you've actually in your comments listed 3 out of the 4, and
Sure.
so I'm going to repeat those, and then I'll tell you the one that I think you missed.
Go ahead.
So the lower cost point. First of all, I trust that this. I keep seeing in the comments, and everyone talks of trust.
Yeah.
Trust has nothing to do with this. This has to do with these 4 points, not trust. Our and your relationship with Brad and trusting him, and that's like you said, totally different subject.
Yeah.
This is Joe Average trying to get their cards graded. They don't care about trust. They care about lower cost.
Mhm.
All right. And if I go in with this guy, I'm not going to have to pay these higher prices over here because somehow they have a deal, and with mass quantity, I can pay less. They like that. That has nothing to do with trust. That has to do with the wallet. Then, you mentioned that because everything was so jam-packed and the card companies were shutting down, Joe Average couldn't send in a card and get it graded. But this guy who was sending in 50,000 and has a big contract with them still could.
Mhm.
So that if you really wanted to get it done during the boom, you had to go through somebody.
Yeah.
That isn't trust. That is necessity.
Yeah.
Number 2, one of the things that we heard that Marx was able to do that most weren't, and you mentioned this also, was walk them in.
Mhm.
So now you have security. I guess if you want to call that trust, I don't. I call it security, where you don't have to worry about postage, saving money also, but you don't have to worry about it going from Massachusetts to California and being in the mail and losing a $10,000, Mickey Mantle card. This guy's going to hold them, walk right through the front door, drop them on the desk, get a receipt, and walk out. So that part people like. The one part that no one has mentioned yet is that there is a belief in the hobby that if you go with one of these mass submitters, there is a belief you will get higher grades.
Yeah.
Very true.
There's some people. Yeah. There's some people who genuinely believe that. Yeah.
A lot of people.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
So if I go through PSA Canada, if I go through Marks, somehow they believe that grader who's sitting there doing, 4,000 cards a day gets a note that says, hey, this is from our friend Brad up in PSA Canada, with a little smiley face next
That's
to
how
it.
Carlos got the
extra
10s.
10s.
And
Well, Bobby, if it had worked properly, I would have gotten 11s.
He gets
Right.
11s.
They completely Brad. I think Brad misunderstood me. I said 11. I was very
Right.
clear on this.
Well, he wasn't paying attention. So again, that's not trust. You actually think you're somehow scamming the system by giving them to Brad, and we know Brad's great, and you understand the point I'm making. I'm sure I'm not accusing Brad of anything.
Yeah.
Or PSA of anything. It's a belief.
Well, you better be careful. They're watching now. Brad.
There is a
Brad.
belief that
Brad's
if I go
here.
through Brad, if I go through Marks, if I go through Card Collector 2, I'm going to get higher grades because they're bulk submitters.
Watch
So
it,
those are my 4 points, and I don't think trust has anything to do with any of it.
Brad's wide awake. Remember, he's 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
behind.
That's
Yeah,
right. That's right. So let me read a couple of these comments here, Eric, real quick. Let me get caught up here, and we'll do something real quick here. So let me scroll through. Let me get caught up. Thank you, folks, for all the comments. Appreciate it. I feel like some people got on retail boxes, slap flipping, get easy money, brought in the wrong influence for greed, being king. Yep, there's plenty of shady people in the bad hobby. I want to make clear though, there were plenty of shady people in the hobby to begin with. Just to be clear, they weren't invented recently. But yes, I agree. There is
have
more
come to
incentive.
light.
Yeah, there is more incentive when there was more money in the system for sure. So real quick, so James G asked a question here, and Rock Latex answered that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So do you think we'll see another tier open before the June Expo? I think it's possible. I don't know. They've still got time right now because right now, as they said that and this is from their own PSA podcast, they said that they wanted to get to a certain threshold in terms of the backlog. But they do anticipate at least one more level being available before the end of the year. And their backlog, based on their projection, would be cleared in the fall. So is there enough time to get it far down enough for them to make $50 available and then do the lottery system for a level below that? Sure. Are they going to get it in time? That depends on how they're progressing. So real quick here, as someone who's never submitted, it's the process that keeps them away, just too lazy to learn the process. That's completely fair. Isn't that Gem Min 11? Spinal Tap 11? I would have taken it.
There you go, Bob.
It's like, look, I do at least, look, we'll talk later. I'll make sure the memo's in there. I got to make sure we get the 11s, man. The 11s. Heard a rumor on July 1st, all PSA 11s will be worth nothing. No, the
True.
11s will be the only thing worth something.
That's right.
That's why we need the 11s. Facts. All right. So I'm gonna ask the panel and I'm gonna ask the chat. Should I let this poor young man try it for the third? This is the third time tonight. This is the last try. This is the last go at it. I am leaving it to the people. The man accused me of not leaving up for the people, and mind you, it is a dictatorship. But we're gonna do a fake election. We're gonna pretend the votes count. Should I let him try?
What does Jason bring to thou talk?
You mean Justin?
Justin, sorry. Okay, so that's a no. I don't want to.
I was gonna say, Bobby, that's a yee. Jay, any thoughts?
If Eric says no, then I say yes.
You know what? Fine. Yannick, can we agree that we should give the ultimate power right now? For the only time ever, we're going to give the ultimate power to Eric. Yannick, are you in?
I'm in.
Eric, it is all on you. You dead center right there in the middle of the screen. You're the dude. You make the choice.
Give us
Caesar!
If he is in a good condition.
Define that. That is such a qualifier. That is such.
You know what I mean.
The answer is no.
Everyone knows what I mean. If he's in, if he's in good shape.
Josh here says I have nothing to lose. Oh, I have a lot to lose. All right, hold on. All right, Eric, this is on you. Your wishy-washy response.
If you need to ditch me from this, I'm fine with that.
No, Jay. I want Jay. We might be back to five. We might be back to five pretty quick. We'll see what happens.
We might need a lawyer for this.
Yeah, we might need a lawyer to get us out of this one. All right, Bodie, what do you got?
I'm just glad to be here right now. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate it.
There you go.
Yeah,
It's good to see you, buddy.
Nice to see you too.
All right, so I'm going to turn down your volume a little bit since it's pretty loud and echoey on my side. I've already adjusted it. Just leave it be. You're good. Okay, so I'm going to give you a chance. Would you like to add anything to any of the things we have just talked about?
I've just been waiting to be on here. So.
While you were waiting, you had the opportunity to listen. The audio works. I've been on that side. You can still hear what's happening.
What were we talking about again?
3 times. I want everyone to know 3 times.
Yeah, true.
You can hear what's being said when you're in the back. You can 100%. Was I not fair? Eric, was I not fair? I asked a very simple question. All I asked was, do you have any thoughts on any of the last couple of things we talked about? Any of them?
I'm just happy to be here, man.
I don't know I don't know.
I never want to hear one word about this again. I don't want one single word about it. I did what I could. I left it in Eric's hands. I gave the opportunity. 3 tries.
Benevolent Eric.
3
said,
strikes, you're out.
let's give it a whirl.
I did what I could, y'all. I did what I could. See, Josh? See? We had nothing to lose.
I think
Lies.
it's more. I think Jay is more malevolent than.
Is he drunk? If he's drunk, no. Hell, so not the third Bud Light. Yep. Carlos finger firmly on the red button. Always.
Third
Bob
Bud
seemed to
Light.
enjoy it. Bob seemed to enjoy it. See, we do appreciate it. All right, just for everybody, it's first time tonight. All right, good enough. We got the point.
That's pump and dump. I'm sure you have a bunch of those cards you're trying to sell.
Yep.
Well, maybe Never
Hey,
thought
listen.
of that.
You never know. I have. Like I said, we're gonna get now into my influence now as we move on to the next section here. Ring him up. Yep, he blows it. Yeah, he did. Like, here's the thing. Legitimately, he did.
Yeah.
Like, I left the floor open. Like, would you like to speak on anything we just talked about? There was lots of good stuff. We had hashtag scholarship and everything.
There is a concept called fail fast, and he did.
And he did. Yep, he didn't do it. Say something hobby related. He didn't.
Crash
He did
and
not.
burn.
Lawsuit, bankruptcy, anything. Good evening, Andy. Yep.
If you would have burped in the right direction, it might have been okay.
There were so many opportunities. There's so many opportunities. That's what we're talking about. We've only been here a few minutes. Yep. Ty got it. That's right. You have gained content for your year-end clip show. That's fact. Eric Judgment strikes again. Facts.
Don't blame me, man. Come on.
It was literally on you. You got to be Caesar. We had you right here.
See, I would defend Eric here. I think
Defend him, please.
I said
Eric needs defense.
He thought about it and he's like, you know what? What's the worst that could happen? Well, that was.
Great
Eric,
power
your only hope is to be like,
comes great
how could I
responsibility.
have foreseen?
With great power gives great responsibility. And sorry, Eric, you do it.
It's gonna be some time before we let you back to have the power again, Eric. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Hey, listen, I've been married for a long time. I haven't made a decision since 1999.
So you're saying
See what happens?
So you're saying you're rusty? There's
was
probably
rusty.
a reason.
I was rusty. I panicked. I didn't know what to do. It was
Rather than just going up or down, you had to say something before that, so it kind of guided your wavering thumb.
Yannick, the English muffin has been the decision-making privilege has been revoked from the English muffin.
It was disappointing, Eric. I agree. Like, we'll talk about it more in November.
This was very for OC. We talked about the grading system, and Eric is very much a for OC right now. Played right into it. First he fights the raccoons, now he lets Justin in. What will he do next?
No hard feelings, Eric, because it is what it is, man.
That's Eric's 2022 highlight of the year-end recap. Probably yes.
Yeah, timestamp that 205, please.
Well, the thing is now I have to do the whole thing, the lead into it, where we gave him decision-making powers and the result. Did Eric just blame his wife? He kind of did. If Eric shows up in that condition, I understand weekly no offense, but got to be able to contribute. This was the whole thing. Like, jokes aside, this was the whole thing. Whenever Justin was asking to come in, it's like, look, if you have something to contribute, by all means. It's for the record, Hockey 99 also gets a knock for this, because he said, I don't understand the Justin hate, and then he keeps trying to claim that Brad doesn't contribute. How dare you, sir? How dare you? Hockey 99 has already kind of turned heel on a couple of folks. It's like, easy there, my friend, easy there. Anyway, okay. So real quick, this was kind of a funny story for me, and I got this on Instagram. So this is related to my power and influence, #influence. So I made those videos basically pointing out the stupidity of paying so much for the Prism WWE when the Topps Chrome WWE, there's like reasonable equivalent cards. And I tried to get some education where I go, let me open up some of these auctions here. Let me show you what I'm looking at to determine what I think has been shill bid. So let's get some value out of this. Let's try to drag some of that out. But one of the comments was basically talking about, and this was on Neo Cards and Comics' video. He goes, my only pushback is that I think with you and Carlos, so he was referencing me in a comment on the other video. He was like, with you and Carlos talking about the Prism thing maybe not being a thing, other content influencers might be influenced. And then all of a sudden, Sports Card Investor did a video recently, and right the very first topic, they talk about WWE Prism. It's like, but is WWE Prism really worth it? And then all of a sudden I get pinged. I get it sent to me. I go, see? And I'm like, well, clearly I didn't understand how much power I had. It's like, Geoff, if you're listening to me, we gotta coordinate much better on these bumps.
I think so.
It's a fact. But I was like, okay, it is what it is.
And so one time this week, and I don't remember if I sent it to you or not, but one of the, it was either card porn or I always say it wrong.
You just like to say the word porn.
Lamine James.
He does. He hasn't had a decision since 1999. He gets to say porn. This is exciting for him.
That was last century.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they did a comparison.
Porn again.
I know. Oh my goodness. So one of those kind of more comic Instagram accounts showed.
Wait, is it Lamine James?
Lamine James.
Yeah, it was one of those. Yeah,
okay.
That did something this past week, and it compared the, this is what the person looks like with the Topps WWE cards, and it's a kid that kind of like and then it's the Prism and the kid's all excited, and it was the same principle of it's old, so so what, but we're going to go bananas over this product when they're very similar, and you can get this stuff for so much cheaper in comparison to what people are paying.
Yeah. And
if you've seen it, even in the 2 weeks that the stuff's really hit the market and been super popular, I know it's been out a little bit more than that, but those prices are already dropping from when they first came.
Yeah, which they should be. And my big point in the video was that there is both. there is legitimate overpaying, in my opinion. The difference between overpaying and shilling is overpaying is I don't think it makes sense given alternatives available, equivalent alternatives, in my opinion, available. Shilling is shilling. Shilling is basically fake bids propping up a value. That's a different conversation. But I think there's both. And I think it's going to result in the market kind of correcting for that, coming back. It wouldn't surprise me if some of the market for some of the tops chrome also goes up a little bit as people realize it's kind of silly to pay this much for this one when there's a tops chrome is actually quite a good product. So I think that'll go up a little bit, not like crazy. Prism will come down, and I think they'll meet somewhere close to the middle. There'll be a gap still, but there'll be a much tighter gap, and that's kind of what I'm thinking is going to happen down the road. But we're going to keep revisiting this conversation. But what's funny is in those comment sections I was watching, there were some people that were just trying to justify it. They were like they had a stake in it or something because they were like, well, obviously Chrome Prism is a lot better, and I'm like, obviously. Is it? So they tried to make these justifications based on, well, the checklist is better and all that. It's like, well, that might make sense for the box. If you're talking about the box maybe being a better value because there's some potential better pulls, but not for the singles. Because I was comparing singles for the same person and similar cards of the same person. And I didn't start off at the top. I wasn't talking about The Rock or Stone Cold or some of the guys that have more cachet. I was talking about some of the other people who are like, this is a good person that's kind of in the middle tier. And here's the price gap between Prism and Chrome for an autograph, right beside each other. Huge price discrepancy. Why? Or for a similar parallel, huge price discrepancy. Why? I can't justify that. So I'm trying to compare his apples to apples as much as I can. It didn't make any sense. And I was like, well, I challenge that. I push back on it. You want to do it? By all means do it. But I disagree. And people get mad about, it's like, how dare you disagree? It's like, because it doesn't make sense.
Eric likes that one. How do you like them apples?
How you like them apples?
It's
I got
fact.
her number.
Well, you got to remember, this is part of the reason that Eric gets so excited about the word porn and just being able to say it. Like, he watches Whitman's mountain biking. He's like, he watches it for the thrills. He's like, this is about, Eric would be that guy in the 1920s. Like, did you see her ankle? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Very exciting. Yep.
Or
Neo
modern
gave
day
me,
Saudi Arabia, right? So
it pretty
There
much
you
is
go.
what he's dealing with these days. Neo gave you a fantastic shout out. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And I do appreciate that. Yeah, that was Drake in the meme. Yes, absolutely. Yannick, that was last century. That's right. Good old Hockey 99. That's right. Thank you, Brad. Like I was telling a friend earlier, Prism is Panini's top scoring product. The price is insane. Yeah, to me, the similarity. I feel like they should be pretty close. Like to me, I don't feel like. I think Prism's a good product, but it's not like 5 times better. That doesn't work for me. The math doesn't work there. Does WWE Prism buzz increase WWE TV ratings in the near term? No, absolutely not. The product on TV is pretty awful. I agree with that. Yep, BCCG with a lot of C's.
B-C-C-C-C-C-C-C-C.
That's right. That's right. It's about the WWE product goes out, don't burn the cards. That's right. That's right. Perfect. We're caught up in the comments. But yeah, but it was fun for me, the idea. And I did find the comment. So the original comment was, my only pushback after listening to the entire video, so this is Neo Cards and Comics' video about this. How is it that certain hobby content creators are easy and soft on Marvel and F1 hype? And maybe we can transition to this idea here. Soft on F1 and the Marvel hype and bash on WB Prism. I have a feeling since you and Carlos are pushing back on the product, every other content creator will do it. And that was where the sports card investor thing came in, and it was like you sarcastically made a comment about your influence in the YouTube world. Now look who's questioning Prism and its value. Looks like I was right on this. I was like, I don't think he's. Never mind.
I think for people getting content is they kind of listen to all the little jargon that's going around, and
Yeah.
they're kind of going, "Yeah, I'll take that angle."
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
It was
I
just
really dug deep. Yeah, you dug deep into the archives and looked at what other people were saying.
Yeah, but it was just funny to me that on his little debate show that he came up with, Jeff Wilson came up with, that was literally the first topic. And I was like, dude, really? now I'm going to hear from it. It's like, you were listening to Carlos, were you? It's like, I'd like to take some credit, but I doubt it.
That's a
Does Card Ladder follow wrestling cards?
They've
No.
got some on there, but they don't really
Okay.
follow it, no.
I just was wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually have a comment on all of that kind of debate.
Mhm.
I think the real issue, at least I've seen, and I watch probably too much of the various YouTube channels.
Sure.
But my
Guilty.
point would be what people are looking for is direction in terms of what to collect for the purpose of making money, and they're not looking to ideas about what to collect, and that's the schism that seems to happen within, and we call it the hobby. People are trying to say it's an industry, and it's probably both.
Yeah.
That's the chasm that we're going to have to cross.
Yeah. So real quick, Jay, let me continue down that thought. So Yannick is going to take off for the evening. He starts off really early, but thank you, Yannick, for hanging out. Appreciate
you,
you
guys.
popping in. We'll
Thanks
catch
for
you
having me.
later,
Later,
buddy. Take it easy, man. Have a good night.
Gentlemen.
Perfect. So I do agree with you, Jay. I think you're bang on that there is a lot of that. There's also the F1 and the Marvel one. I understand the comparison. I understand why it was brought up, because F1 got this gigantic lift all at once, and people were looking at it and going like, "Oh, does that make sense?" And then Marvel obviously got a big pull, and it goes back to what I alluded to before. It was really simple: is that Marvel does have a fan base, but a lot of them were not collecting the cards. Then they see folks talking about, and there's two things that can happen at the same time, and this is the point that I tried to make. We always talk about organic versus artificial, right? But in this case, growth. We're talking about growth in a segment. I think there's both. The problem is that if the artificial growth wasn't there, then the organic growth would lift it, but it would lift it more slowly. We'd see like these nice and smooth moves. So you would see the price go up, but it wouldn't be this sudden jump overnight. Prism would be like $150 a box or something like that. And some of these things would go for, it's The Rock. $150, $200. Okay, cool. A couple of years ago, it was like $70 or $80. Okay, that's not too bad. That seems reasonable. It's The Rock. Rock is really popular, is a movie star, and a lot going for it. It's not $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. And like, wait a minute, you could have bought this for like $50 like 2 years ago. Like, what the heck are we talking about right now? That's the part where people question. But I also think that some people did come into it going, okay, I didn't actually realize they had cards. Okay, that's kind of cool. I think there's some folks that are there, but not enough to account for the entire movement.
Walking in at that astute level, no way.
Yeah.
You come in here, but some of the cards I see them pulling, like, that's 40, 50 grand. I'm going, at least there's some history to Marvel. We have comics which dates back to the 40s, 50s, 60s, movies, action figures forever. Gum, name it, nonstop. So it's had that kind of growth. So it was almost natural that it would push up. But F1?
Well, that's the thing, is that, like, for me, I can understand. But again, this goes back to a general hobby theme. And maybe you guys can toss in a thought on this. After the fact, there's always the folks that then retroactively will come up with the justification. They'll see the thing and it fits what they want to see or a narrative they want to move forward. And all of a sudden it's like, obviously because of this. And they will contort themselves better than the best yogi in the world into a pretzel and figure out the perfect angle to be like, F1. There was that F1 series, Drive to Survive. And obviously, because of Drive to Survive and people love it. And by the way, Drive to Survive has proven to be very popular. People like the show. But because of that, now people are invested in Lewis Hamilton and so and blah, blah, blah. And that comment, when they were asking about like, why don't you take on F1 or whatever, I actually responded to that comment. And I said, the wrestling thing I get because at least I've been around on it. I actually was collecting some wrestling cards years ago. I'm familiar with what's been out there. I can speak to the characters. I can compare these characters. I have some background in it. I don't know anything about F1. I don't watch F1. Can I tell you if I think a lot has been shill bid or is legitimately bid based on the indicators that I'll look for? That's why I tried to teach. I said, I can look at an auction and based on the bidding patterns, I can pick up some things that'll make me suspicious. But I cannot tell you if F1 growth is organic or not. I don't know. I don't watch F1. I don't pay attention to it. I don't know who the people are. Same thing with the Marvel. I know of it. The only thing I know about Marvel cards is that my younger brother collected them in the early 90s. Some of them look really nice. The art was nice. I don't know how rare it is. I don't know which ones are condition sensitive. I don't know which ones would be tougher. I have zero background to be able to tell you whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. So I can't speak to it. So it'd be illegitimate of me to then opine on something I know nothing about. Too many people are willing to do that when they shouldn't be willing to do that. So I defer to others who may know more than I. But on the wrestling, I've got a background. I can actually tell you a little bit about it. I know the characters. I can talk to that.
think Hogan's hero is going to shoot through this to the moon. soon.
This might be the time. Yeah. Go ahead, Eric.
So I'm surprised. I guess I'm a little surprised.
And my sheer
that-
influence or power? I agree.
Well, there's that. That you know, in your own quote was that you don't know anything about F1, considering you have your country with the Montreal Grand Prix has got one of the biggest races in the world. You know,
Montreal. That's in
Montreal.
Quebec.
I know.
That's another country.
I know.
It's another world.
I know those poutine eaters. I
And
know.
he's left.
It's like, and
But
now
that's
you're
the
taking the
building.
shot, and now you're taking a shot at the foreigner.
Now Yannick's not.
It's
here.
like now it's like you are a brave man now that the bearded foreigner is gone.
Oh yeah, Mr.
Well, he's
I
got that
the
straight.
power,
He's
yeah.
got that straight brim. He's scary.
Mm.
But
So
he rocks that though. This is the beard thing,
he
right?
does better than me. I couldn't do it. So F1 around the world is kind of like soccer. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it is huge everywhere else except for North America, except for Montreal, which it's big.
Yeah.
They have a huge race there. And last year, you know, again, you have the boom going on, and people are just grabbing anything. And they had one of the most exciting race seasons in their history, and their championship literally came down to the last lap.
So international borders here again. So I'll defer. Remember what I said 2 seconds ago?
Yeah,
I said
you did.
I will defer to people who at least follow the sport to give me an opinion on whether they feel like there is more attention on it. I cannot speak to that. I know that people are talking about it in the YouTube space, so I watched that. But I'm like, did you know anything about F1 3 seconds ago? I don't know who the hell you are, and I don't know what background you have in F1. But if you're, I agree with this. F1 has a massive following around the world. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Netflix series, we touched on that. Last season's crazy finish, which Eric is just talking about. I heard a little bit about that. That's completely fair. So if you tell me there's some organic growth for some people who are interested in it, I'm not going to disagree with you. I have no reason to. I can't back that up with data. Can I then account for the entire gigantic growth of some of these cards just on that? I think that is a bridge too far. I would then go to the bidding patterns. I'd go to look at some of this stuff and go like, okay, am I seeing a lot of low feedback people pumping up some of these prices? Or is it that these guys have now, you know, suddenly born again F1 collectors? Okay, if that, and you have deep pockets too, what a coincidence.
I'm just watching F1 explode this last year or and a half or so. It surprises me because, you know, we mostly pay attention to, you know, what cards are doing in North America. And here, of course, we have NASCAR, which it could be argued and has been argued, and I have argued it, is this country's, you know, the United States, most popular sport.
Is it the United States' most popular sport or the
I-
official motorsport of the Confederacy?
It actually,
Which one is
it's
it?
very close. Yeah.
Because
They had to ban the Confederate flag in
Because-
2020, just to be clear.
every single weekend, Saturday and Sunday, because people don't even know that there's like a minor league race on Saturday, and then the big race is on Sunday.
Is it before or after the mountain biking? I just want to make sure I get my PVR set up properly. I don't want to miss it.
I'll give you the UCI schedule afterwards. So they're filling 100,000 plus people every single week. No other sport is doing that. Hockey's 20,000, basketball's 20,000. Football is what, 80 at most at the biggest NFL stadiums.
Well, the Jerry World is 100. Jerry World
Yep.
can get it close.
Leaving out horse racing.
The thing is,
Huge.
I think event races can do very well. I don't dispute the number of a thing, but I do get to poke fun at it because of the Confederate flag. You have to have a formal Confederate
NASCAR
bag
is
flag.
huge in the United States.
I
It is
agree with
massive.
that.
And
I agree with
so
that.
just to finish,
But it
my
hasn't
point-
translated to cards historically.
and
It just hasn't.
And
That's a
that's
different
my
question.
point. How in the world did this North America quickly embrace in the last year a sport that we really don't know much about as a
And
whole?
we had F1.
And you have NASCAR, which has been around for 100 years, that had its roots in this country, that 100,000+ people every single weekend are going to and sitting there and watching, yet their cards do nothing. And it
And they
just,
sold them in Walmart too.
yeah,
so.
it makes no sense. It makes no sense. A Jeff Gordon rookie card's like worthless. It makes no sense.
It's just like the soccer phenomena. Lots
Yeah,
of people love it. Biggest sport in the world. Cards just don't do well.
the soccer one, I think, though, is the best comparison for a lot of those international
Sure it is.
sports, because that's always my big challenge. It'd be like, it's not like soccer popularity started last weekend. Soccer's been popular for a very long time, but they don't put any money into cards. They haven't done it historically.
Well, and historically, there hasn't been any North American soccer cards produced. Nothing over the course of years. Wrestling, yes, we can go back to the turn of the century. We can go back to even 55 Parkers. You go back through the years.
Yeah.
All the major sports of North America have actually come to fruition in trading cards for the most part.
Yeah.
If F1 is so massive, I'm not taking anything away from that statement. I'm just saying, if it was, it would have a little more centralization, opposed to coming in the last 2 years of the pandemic fed hype that's been going on. And it certainly is that. There's no other way of explaining it. You don't just walk in and buy a $20,000 card just because you like F1.
Yeah, I think that last point is the key one, is that we're not talking about small dollars. We're not talking about small increases like, oh, Lewis Hamilton, $500, $1,000. We're talking $10,000, $20,000, $50,000. You have to have deep pockets to wade in those waters. And there's been this cycle where people have been jumping from one segment to another segment to another segment. Well, this one got really expensive. Let me jump to the next segment. This one got expensive. Let me jump to the next segment. Yeah. Let me read a couple of these here. After listening to WWE video the other day that I made, what would be the appropriate ratio for modern rookie autograph card versus second-year autograph card? So let me give that some thought. It's a good question. I like Justin's comment here. What was I supposed to say? Words. The last part's right, though, getting jerked around by Carlos. That's true, but I did leave a window for words.
You didn't even know what we were talking about.
Yeah, we didn't know what we were talking about.
But that would have been an appropriate comment to say on camera.
While you're on camera. Yes, I agree. When you were directly prompted to say words on what we had just talked about. So here, how many of them collect cards? Yeah, that's kind of the pertinent question. So here, Josh says, are you suggesting YouTube personalities should only speak on what they know about? Ideally. Every Friday you drop more and more nuggets of common sense. Unfortunately, yes. Sometimes that's all it is.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Mainly.
I question if people outside North America actually collect cardboard. Very little. Sports popularity doesn't translate to card, and it hasn't. The point is that historically it has not.
Yeah, you're correct. But with some of
except for the UK, they're big collectors there.
Yeah.
So the
cardophilium. That was that word I was trying to look. They started Cardophilium Society in 1922. That's the UK. So they've been doing it professionally for that long. They've been documenting their cards.
They are very good.
And they are 10 steps ahead of us, and their cards are still worth nothing.
Yeah. There are markets. The thing is, I don't question there isn't popularity, and I don't question there aren't markets. But if there isn't enough volume, the prices wouldn't get out of control. It gave them an opportunity. If you were a collector in those segments, you could actually have been collecting for years and built a wonderful collection because the rest of the market wasn't there for you. You could get what you wanted. You'd have to hunt it down, but you could. It was an opportunity. So International Borders talks about the wrestlings are in organic growth. I agree. Like the underlying point of all of this is I agree with you, because in wrestling, they didn't care that much either for a long time. In the Attitude Era, WWE was as hot as it had ever been. It was pop culture. It was everywhere for a while there. Stone Cold Steve Austin was a household name in a lot of places. They had cards at that time. They were comic images. No one cared. I was able to get those packs in like the convenience store. It's not that they weren't nice cards. They were actually very thick, nice images on the cards and stuff, but they were cheap. They were available. No one cared. Didn't matter.
Something really interesting about the UK. My wife watches Coronation Street, an English-based show.
Yep.
She's been watching it for years. I noticed in a couple shows, because you're casually watching.
A favorite of the call center, by the way.
Was it really?
There were people that would fight for the remote control to put Coronation Street on. I was one of the people. I'm like, no.
Why don't they have cards of that? I don't even know.
In the call center, I could have made a mint if they had or Coronation Street cards.
Yeah, I understand. So what they do is they have framed pieces on their wall of card issues, like all flowers or soccer players or whatever. Those are framed. They treat cards differently than we treat cards. They're more historically significant opposed to possessionally interesting to us at that point. And I saw that and I thought that was really interesting. Who would frame a set of cards?
But they're also set collectors, not individual.
They are completely.
They
are completists, sure. And that's respectively understood there for sure.
I agree.
So interesting that the card collecting is really North American based. It's been a little bit European.
Card collecting for value, right? So that's the difference.
No, because if we take it back 40, 50 years, it wasn't for value, right? Not at all.
True, yeah,
Of
but I'm
late.
saying of late, yes, it's all about dollars and cents as opposed to trying to collect players or sets.
Most of the sets that you have, Jay, there's no value to them at
There
that.
is no value.
Yeah. Today there is.
Yep.
It's
back
coming
there.
around.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here to
What
pump
could we
and dump,
pump for you?
Carlos.
Yes, exactly.
That's
What was
fair.
that set again?
That is fair.
Have the biggest report on?
So JW Fulcher, she says, good evening. It's Jackie Robinson Day. That is true. Do you have his card? He has more than one card. I have a 56 tops.
I would love to have a Jackie Robinson card,
would
and
love to have one, too.
even though I despise the game of baseball, I think he's such an important figure. He's someone that everyone should admire, and I would love to have a piece of that history, but I do not.
Yep. And there's some good ones, by the way. 56 tops was his last playing days. That's a nice one. It's a really good image. Very nice card. Obviously, some of the other ones have gotten really expensive. I still have designs, I think, on doing a 53 top set. And if I do, the Jackie Robinson obviously is a big card in that set. A really nice looking card, by the way. If you get a chance to see it, the paintings on those ones, very good. So I think the Jackie Robinson is card number 1 also. So it's got a little bit of a premium being the card number 1, because in those days, the rubber bands, you put the card in the front, those ones tend to get damaged. They have a little bit of an issue with that.
Rubber band, man.
Yep. USA's best athletes play big 3 sports. Soccer will never catch up. It's behind hockey and NASCAR. I don't think it's behind hockey in the US. But soccer, I think soccer's good for playing. And they're obviously fans that will watch it. Like, I know there are people that like enjoy, like on a Saturday morning, they'll enjoy watching the soccer matches from Europe. If you are into it, it's kind of fun. You could go on Saturday morning and watch and enjoy. But in the US, it just has never caught on. They've tried a bunch of times. They're trying with MLS again.
Soccer will catch on now. And I have a bunch of friends that now do watch it on Saturday morning. And you know why they watch it? Because they can bet on it.
Gambling. Yep.
And
There you
gambling is going to improve the appetite for soccer. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just, but then those might become collectors. So yeah.
It could be that, but that's always the question, right? Now I'll tell you this story, Jay. I think I mentioned it on the stream before, but it's been a while now. So we've got a wagering that you can do through the provincial government. It's called Proline. So it's basically you just fill in a little slip and you can make wagers. Basically you're making these parlay bets effectively.
Parlay. Okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way they design it. So you got to get them all right, all the outcomes. My buddy was a big soccer guy. He'd always talk up soccer. I go, God, it's like, dude, soccer's stupid. And it's like, you're Latin. Yes, but I think soccer's stupid. I can't stand it. And he's like, there's barely any scoring. And it's like, oh, but there's this game. I said, okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go put a pro line ticket together. I'll grab 6 games, 6 outcomes. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to pick tie. But basically I'm saying 6 outcomes that nobody wins. Draw. 5 out of 6 hit draw. 3 of them were 0-0 draws. There was almost no scoring. And the one that I missed was 2-1.
90 minutes to watch not a goal.
If I had hit,
that's the issue.
I agree.
People want winners.
If I had hit on 6 of 6, the probable odds of hitting 6 ties.
Yeah,
no. It was like almost 1,850 to 1.
Well, no, it'd be 3 times 3 times 3.
No, the thing is, they didn't do
right,
the 3 times. It was based on the games, because if one team was heavily
Oh,
favored, the odds of getting a tie was actually harder. So I went with a tie. So it was actually very difficult to get a tie. So even though I put a minimal, I think I put like a $5 bet on the thing, it would have been like 1,850 to 1 times for $5. I was like, damn, it would have been great.
You made that bet with Mark's cards, so you're not going to get paid.
Yeah.
On the last game, how much did you lose by?
It was 2-1. The last game was it was a 2-1 game. I lost by goal. It's because somebody actually scored. I was like, no, you idiots. No, the tie was great. 1-1. 1-1. You're good. I got that close to hitting on 1,850 to 1.
Wow,
but all I didn't know any of the teams. I picked 6 games at random and picked tie. And then I had to show my buddy, okay, you're so lucky, because I almost made my point and made a ton of money in the process.
Go to the racetrack, same thing.
Yeah. So yeah, basketball cards in the Asian market are insane. Very true. Very true. The new markets overseas are growing at a tremendous rate. Yes, I agree with that. Right now, my concern, the part I'm questioning is not the overseas markets. The part I'm questioning is folks getting in North America suddenly promoting the hell out of how excited they are about the latest F1 race, the Grand Prix of Monaco. I'm like, you didn't know that there was a race in Monaco until 3 seconds ago. Don't lie to me.
Everyone just likes saying Monaco.
Fair enough. Like, you know, if you want to go,
Iron Man was in Monaco at the F1.
I would go visit Monaco and watch the race for like 10 minutes and then go hang out in Monaco. Why would I spend more time than that? Alf Pogs, that's valid.
That's the second time I've heard Pogs mentioned today.
Hey, it's key, man.
Listen to Tim's podcast there.
That's
Slap
right.
down. Yeah.
As a diehard F1 fan, I laugh at these breakers get excited about some of the breaks. Not every driver's on par with the top 2 or 3 guys. I agree with that.
Who do
There
you
are
think?
only
Who do you
10
think was
drivers,
talking
right?
about it earlier?
Are there only 10 drivers in F1? I mean, I haven't followed it, but I'm like, how do they have a set of cards when there's 10 characters?
Yeah.
Well, how many drivers do they actually have in the normal race? Like in a normal race, how many different cars run? Again, I
15.
literally don't know.
10,
I don't watch
10
it.
to 15. It's
Is that what
not-
it is?
It's less than NASCAR.
That seems
Well,
kind of dumb.
Isn't there ones that compete up? Like the pre-rookies?
Well,
Yeah, but I don't care about that. I care about
No.
if
Okay,
in Monaco.
so here, 20 drivers and 10 teams, apparently.
Okay, so 10 teams, 20 drivers. Okay, so how is that a set of anything?
It's a small set.
I would guess
It's
that
a
you would do.
large group of collectors, massive thing.
I would guess that you would have like action shots of like the car in motion, which still looks static because it's a picture. It's like, look at the car, look at His Majesty. That car is about to take a turn, guys. You can tell because the wheels are turning.
Oh, there's a picture of Fleecy. Huggies. Yeah, they endorse Huggies.
Because
I can
you're
see it
like
on the carpet.
that's like half the number of teams in the NBA, and there's 5 players on an NBA team. So it's like, wow, this is really small, guys.
Yeah,
It's fair.
it's
I get
just the way
you.
It is.
I agree.
It's such a big sport. You just don't understand it, Jay. Like, I don't.
No, I want to understand it, but I will never
I don't
buy a card of it.
Well, here's okay. So I usually have to put in the qualifier at the appropriate segment. So here is the segment where for the next several minutes, just 2 or 3 at most, Carlos is not trolling. I am actually going to state my actual opinion on this directly as it is. I don't consider F1 to be a sport. I don't consider any motorsport to be a sport because you are relying as much on the vehicle and the crew as on the driver. You can have legitimately the best driver, the smartest driver, the most educated driver, the one who studied the track beautifully. If the car engine explodes, you're not picking up the tire and walking it across the finish line. You don't get to do that. You could
it
be
in the
5 feet away
Olympics?
from the end of the race and you lose.
Is
You
it in the
don't get to.
Olympics? No.
You drove a perfect race. You're 50 feet from the finish line. Do you get to pick up a tire and drag it across the line? Does that count? I don't think it does.
That'd be more of a sport.
I think it might count, but it probably doesn't.
Look,
happen
if that was the case, Jay, then I'm in. Let's go. Let's do it. I want y'all to grab that tire and I want you to run it across the line. Then there's an athletic element to it. Then I'm actually seeing athleticism. I am watching a sport. I am watching a car race. I am literally watching you drive a car.
Yeah, and I hear your argument, and I'm not saying that you're completely wrong on it.
I am
will
100%
say-
correct on this.
Okay.
Completely.
I will.
not.
I think.
You're not
I think
completely
another
right.
argument can be made that it is the most integral team sport in the world because you have the guy who sits down.
There is. I don't
table.
disagree with the team. I'm disagreeing with
Okay.
the sport part.
Hold
I'm
on.
saying there's no
Okay.
sport.
Okay, but hold on.
competition versus.
There is a
Hold on.
competition. Yes, a competition.
From the moment a car designer picks up their pen and starts drawing it out to the mechanic who's putting the engine together, to the guys working in the wind tunnel, to the down to the drivers. We have 2 of them for each car, and the amount of heat and G forces and the strain that these guys get put through, plus the crashes and the fires and all this stuff. I think I would say it's a sport. I say you have to be an athlete. You have to be in good shape. You don't see giant fat guys getting in and out of the car, but you do see them running to first base.
You have to be in good shape to professionally wrestle, and that's not a sport.
No, that is sports entertainment. You have to be an athlete.
And horse racing
do?
is the same.
Okay,
The
so
horse is doing all
I
the
will
work.
I will introduce the concept of sumo wrestling. So we'll talk about
The concept of sumo wrestling. All right, bring it on, Jay.
And those guys are mostly muscle.
So real quick, Dr. So I do think Mickey Mantle would still command more money. Jackie Robinson is supremely important in the history of sports and in race relations in the United States in terms of being a symbol. Extremely important because other people would follow. But one important caveat that kind of people forget about is there were black players in the major leagues prior to Jackie Robinson. He had to re-break the color barrier because originally black players were allowed to play. And then eventually got banned by some guys that came around and they said, no, we're not going to allow them in. And then Jackie Robinson re-broke the color barrier. His is a bit of a unique situation, but is he culturally significant? 100%. Is he extremely important in American history? No doubt. But Mickey Mantle was the icon of the 1950s baseball period, which for baseball was the golden era. And he was considered the biggest star in the biggest market at that time. So he holds that cachet. So I'm just trying to give some context. There's a lot there, but I wanted to give some context.
And like anything you collect, people have different opinions. If you gave me a choice, would I rather have a Mantle or a Jackie Robinson? I'd pick Jackie Robinson every single day.
And that's completely fair. That's fine. I'm just saying, like the hobby, though, in general, Mantle represents that period.
As a kid, I love playing F1 race. I get it. You know, it's all what we grew up with.
At least it means you know something about it. It means you have an education.
Yes.
The cards are valued. You know,
That was the point. Is that it's not that none of us had any exposure to F1 at any point. There were multiple opportunities to have exposure. It's just it didn't catch on.
There was no F1 for Atari when I grew up, so that's why I don't know it.
Right.
No, and all the F1 kids were the two kids at the end of the hall, and the rest of everybody else was collecting baseball.
Oh, here we go. F2 drivers. So you got the Formula 2. So that's how you fill in the checklist.
Is that like the G League? I mean,
I would assume it's another tier of race. So taking your NASCAR idea here, because you've got the stock car races, right? You got NASCAR itself, but then you've also got the developmental league that people race in to get in there. I forget what it's called. I genuinely don't remember what it's called. I know there is a developmental race where they race stock cars, but it's different.
Bob, there's the straight on. You forgot about the.
Yeah, you got to do some straights in there. It's not just turning. Although, would NASCAR be better if it was a perfect circle, and it was just an endless turn?
I would say horse racing.
That'd be infinity, and you'd have to go in the figure eight. It's pretty close to what.
Well, I don't know that. Then you'd have to turn in two directions. It might be complicated.
No, it's one direction. It's all turning right.
Well,
no.
is it left or
left.
right? Left.
Yeah.
It'd be left. No. Well,
No,
yeah.
left
No,
and
it'd still be
right.
left. It would still be. There'd be a
other
right in
side.
there, is it?
Yeah. Half is left, half is right. So there is some straightaway. So Bob was right.
There you go.
Or I mean straight.
Fair enough. You know how athletic these guys are. I'm not disputing that. My point is, you could be the best. You could be in the best condition. You could be the best prepared. You could be the best driver in the field. If your engine blows, you still lose.
No,
There is an element of it that is completely out of your. It is literally your equipment. If Tiger Woods is competing in the Masters and the head falls off his driver, he can keep playing. He has to grab a different club, but he can keep playing. If the engine blows in the car, that's why I joked about lifting the car up. It's like, can you drag the car across the line? Because if you can't, this doesn't work.
Ricky Bobby wasn't in great shape.
So that's a valid point.
Bobby. That's NASCAR, not F1.
I thought we talked about NASCAR being the more popular sport. It has more. It has like 100,000 people in it.
There's a difference.
Like there's Americans, and then there's Confederates who still think the Civil War isn't lost yet. They have flags.
There are flags.
They're banned now, but there were. Especially Spirit German. Yep. I agree with that. I mean, you can't be good at golf without good clubs. Yeah, that's why I use the analogy though. So Will kind of understood where I was going with. My point though is if a couple of your clubs break, you can still keep playing. If your engine blows out, your engine blows out. Your race is over. You're gonna have to regroup and come back to the next race.
If your horse has a heart attack, you're out of the game.
So then are the jockeys great athletes? Should we be collecting Prism horse racing?
I've never seen a fat jockey.
Deservedly so. The horse wouldn't like you.
They could afford to at the weights that they're at, so it's not too bad.
There you go. So Brad got around. That's good. Vintage, but not like in Toronto, for sure. We'll have to talk later, Brad, to get some of your feelings on the show as you get through the rest of it. I'd be curious to see kind of what your experiences are on the floor.
More modern, yeah.
Yeah.
You,
that's what we're thinking.
also, since Brad is participating, I saw his business partner this past weekend.
And you lived to tell the tale?
I lived to tell the tale.
You didn't tell him about Trump or raccoons, right?
Just
Oh.
said hello.
You didn't go and say hello to him.
No, you said hello, hi, I'm Larry. We've never seen each other before.
Yeah, I did not just went over.
Do you have
and-
any F1?
Yeah, I asked him if he had F1 cards. Yeah.
There we go. Lots of big sales happening in the room. Seen multiple six-figure deals take place. Okay, that's good. Good to know. There you go. Pole position, the video game. Yep, that makes sense. Because I remember there being F1 games in some of these
that
systems.
is true. Pole position. I forgot about that.
There you go. Thank you for that. Shot cards. Yep. I haven't heard anyone pushing those graded video games. Yeah, they've quieted it down on that.
Thank God.
They've quieted it down on that. Main reason why F1 hasn't caught on in the last, not enough TV exposure. After VHS ran its course, these races are run in different time zones. So before PVR, very difficult to watch. I don't know.
Interest.
I feel like PVR has been around for a while now. It's like,
My PVR is 20 years old, and
yeah, it's been
and
around
that's
a while.
old technology, and it's been around for 30 years.
Technically, you can drag the car most serious. Now I'm excited. Okay, now you have me interested, Paul. If the car,
You have to
can
get
we
all
just?
tires across the line.
But here's the thing. Then I'm willing to co-sign on this as being a real sport. Can we just intentionally blow out the engines and I want to watch the racers go and get each tire and drag it across the line?
Let's see how real good shape they're in.
Yeah, it's like you know how like they got Coca-Cola 400 or whatever. Look, I'll let you drive the car for 399 miles, but for the last mile, you're dragging the tire.
Yep.
Get as far ahead as you can because you're going to need to drag the tire, and so does everybody else. I think the music cards are going to see big growth. Well, there's folks that'll join you in that. Game use like guitar picks and stuff. Okay, I get you. John Candy, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a different thing. Miss giving the same some beans, yeah, for T-Dot. Fair enough. Something a little off topic. Thoughts on a large YouTuber who does live auctions having his moderator shill bidding during a live stream? That's oddly specific. Okay, we'll come back to that in 2 seconds, John. Jockeys are in some of the best shape. Think about it. Well, yeah, I would think so more than anything else, just because you don't want to. Being a fat jockey is not advantageous to winning a race. The horse literally has to carry you. So it's like having a lean jockey is beneficial.
I saw Seabiscuit. I don't know.
For a minimum of 70 seconds, most races are 80 seconds after horses are playing bumper cars with you. Yeah, that's fair. So I'm not familiar which one you're referring to, John. I don't know if you want to name names. Like, honestly, if you're going to bring it up, you should name names. Okay, so large YouTuber who does live auctions, having his moderators shill bidding during a live stream. Well, shill bidding in general should be frowned upon, especially when it's that blatant. Having the moderators, you got the little wrench. Now, the thing is, on a YouTube live stream, you can see who's bidding. So it's kind of in your face. It's not like you can hide it. It's like the name with the wrench that's putting a dollar amount in there. Like, I don't know how you're running it. Oh, here we go. Jabs Family. Okay, yeah, I've heard of Jabs Family. They're a pretty big YouTuber in the space. I wouldn't agree with it, but on the other hand, it's kind of hard to hide. Like, you literally are putting in the bids in the chat, if that's what you're referring to, and that's kind of blatant. I wouldn't want to do business with them, but it would be kind of in your face. I don't know. Any thoughts on that?
I'm against shill bidding, no matter what. And if they are, they should, and there's actual proof of it, it should be reported to whatever platform they are doing this live auction on, and they should be taken off of it.
Or just leave and don't bid. There's
I agree.
plenty of other places to get stuff. Don't fight the battles you have no chance of winning.
Yeah, I would think if you're doing it on YouTube, it's not like eBay did a lot to shield a lot of shill bidding because they made it difficult to pick up specific usernames. You can sort of pick up on it, and obviously you can use bidding patterns and feedback ratings to help you. But it was different when you could flat out see who was putting it in. Like, you could 100% see, like, this is the username, and I saw the same username last week, and I saw the same username this week, and on the same items with the same buyer. Like, forget about pattern recognition. You could do it.
To track that for 20 years, we tracked that, and then they eliminated. Well, not 20 years. I guess they eliminated the names 10 years ago.
Yeah, and it made it. It's not that it prevented it, but it made it very difficult to get away with it because it's like, well, I can see, Sanderson to Orr is doing some shady business over here. And then I look, it's Sanderson to Orr again. This one, Sanderson to Orr. It's like, I wonder who's doing it.
And who's shill bidding? Who's this Orr Sanderson?
Weird. Weird. Sanderson won Orr. You're not even trying, man.
He's the only one available. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I had this issue, probably this is back in 2010. I would bid on a lot of different cards, and this guy, Pete something, I swear to God, he would just bid me up to make me pay more for stuff. It wasn't shill bidding.
Right.
It was, this guy just didn't like me because I think I beat him on a couple auctions. And it was actually funny because sometimes I'd stick him with a winning bid by just backing off for a card I wanted. But yeah, I think when there was transparency as to who was bidding against you, it made sense. But that was before we had, like, I use, I don't even, I use rapid catch,
sure.
and I bid in the last 3 seconds.
Yeah,
and it is what it is, right? I put in my max bid amount, and if I got bid up, I got bid up. But at the end of the day, I'm not bidding it up weeks, a day in advance, 2 days in advance. And I already know what I want to pay. So that's it.
Well, that's why I say that was why I advocate for, if you can, just snipe, just bid as late as possible. It doesn't prevent shill bidding, but it mitigates, it minimizes the impact on you. And again, you're able to put in a dollar amount you're comfortable with and you can live with. To Jay's point, that other piece, that's not shill bidding. That's just being a jerk and having a rival. And I'm in favor of that. I was on both sides of that. I'd be like, you son of a, next time, you are going to pay. Now, if you win, you pay for the thing. It is what it is. If you win, you pay for the thing. But if you want to be like, all right, I'm going to make you pay double for this one, and they have to pay double, then let's take some money out of their pocket for the next round. Rivals are a different thing. Rivals I'm in favor of. Shill bidding, that's trash.
And friends, it's tough too. You have to understand that, at our booth, we all collected display boxes, wax, what have you. When a display box came up, who's bidding? All four of us. Who's going to bid?
Only four, but all four.
Yep.
All four are bidding.
Yeah.
Well, we're the top tier.
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple other guys too, but not in hockey and whatever. So I knew I wasn't going to finish first because I knew who has the most money wins the game, right? So there's certain times you have to bow out, hoping they didn't see it. Should I bid? Nobody bid. Why? Because they missed it. It was an off day. Oh, this stuff. I gave up. I said, forget it, guys. You guys go have some fun. I stopped. I said, I'm just collecting Leaf stuff and whatever. So I got out of it and sold all my stuff.
Yep.
To those guys for a lot.
Well, that's the appropriate.
I would have got a lot more if I would have put it out there for a bid.
That's fair. That's fair. I like Paul's comment here. F1 was dumb in the 80s and intentionally gave fuel limits to shorter than race distances. I would have done that. AKA to try to conserve fuel. One race, literally everyone ran out of fuel. A couple of guys dragged the car across. See, Paul, that is a sport.
I'll see that all day.
That's a real sport. That is when men were men and dragged their cars across the finish line.
No draw.
Pay per view for that.
That's right. You give me that every single race, I will co-sign. I will help you pump up that whatever sport.
The massive sport that it was touted to be.
That's basically like World's Strongest Man combined with motor racing.
Yeah. Those would be great cards too.
I know.
Oh, wouldn't it?
Amazing. It's like, y'all, I fixed it. I just made F1 legit. You're dragging that car across the line, my friend. I hope you've been training for this. Here's your harness.
I got card 5 steps. I got the one of 2 steps left. I got the
what? Amazing.
I got it all planned out.
Yeah. Remember when ESPN rated Secretary a better athlete than Mickey Mantle? There you go.
Yeah, that was utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a great. Jab's family called Israel. Yeah, that's fine.
I've never heard of them. You guys have, huh?
So Jab's family has quite the reputation. Again, lots of shady people, not me. Jab's family has a reputation of having done a lot of shady things as far as like repack products and different like breaks and things like that. There's a lot. I haven't observed them super closely, but I know of them. Like I've heard a lot of things that they've supposedly done, and a lot of folks have a lot of issues with them. And they've been called out on it quite a bit. But if you go check out like their subscriber count and stuff, they've got a lot of viewers and they've got a lot of subscribers. Testament to you can do a lot of weird, stupid things and people will look the other way. And even if people complain about you, other people will be like, oh, they're all right. This is the hobby in a nutshell. Okay, why do you think that's why I come off as jaded sometimes with some folks will be like, oh, but you're saying, guys, I've seen it. You keep telling me they're a nice guy, but then they'll do a bunch of shady things and you'll look past a bunch of shady things they've done. Fine. You do you. Whatever you want. A hair with secretary for $200. Okay. I like this comment. You guys realize your F1 bashing has gone full bougie. F1 is a super bougie sport. So why aren't you promoting F1 more, Eric? Is it not bougie enough for you? Is that the issue?
It doesn't reach my level of bouginess.
It is not up to your standard.
Right. It's not women's mountain biking.
Facts.
And I just want everyone to know that I've been bombarding Carlos with pictures and videos of the women's mountain bike races.
He really has. It's deeply disturbing.
To prove to him that I watch this stuff.
I didn't need you to prove it to me. To be clear, in front of Jay and everyone else here, I knew you were lame enough to have watched something like that. I believed you. I believed you.
Rebecca McConnell from Australia won last week's race. It was very exciting. It was
So
her first World Cup win.
I watch women's softball because I just like watching people compete, and
Right.
it's actually entertaining. I mean, take it super seriously, and it's great competition. So I might actually start watching this. What is it? You said Is it?
It's
mountain
women's
biking?
mountain biking.
Women's
Okay,
mountain bike
well.
race.
By the way, do you have the same amount of passion for men's mountain biking?
Probably not.
Almost.
There's
almost
no
as,
way.
almost
There's
as
no way.
much. Nino Schurter won last week.
I see. And how do you feel about the Tour de France?
I love the tour. I watched it every single stage.
Interesting.
And tomorrow, I'm sorry, was it Saturday? Yeah, all right, just 1 minute
Yeah, tomorrow
past. So
would be
today's Saturday. So tomorrow is Sunday, and Paris-Roubaix is on, the Hell of the North. So I'll
There
be
are times
watching
where I
that.
genuinely think he's making shit up. Like he'll say names, I'll be like, "Are you actually making this up?"
No, I will be watching the Hell of the North on Sunday. Very, very exciting. Matthew Vanderpool is favored to win.
Is this
Y'all can Google
water
this and
polo?
make sure. Y'all
Yeah,
can
is
Google
this
this and
what
make
is
sure,
this?
like, figure out like what is the man talking about?
Listen, the Paris-Roubaix is over 100 years old.
The Paris-Roubaix.
Yeah,
Is that bowling? What is it?
it's cycling.
I would watch bowling. Bowling's a much better
I like
television
watching-
presentation of this book.
Yeah,
Bowling's
go-
great.
Listen,
Team bowling is awesome.
You guys are killing me.
Y'all wait until we get prison bowling. I will pump the hell out of that. It's
Go
like
to-
I will be the leading influencer on that when we get prison bowling in. Didn't Jab's family's wife walk out on him while he was live streaming? I heard about this. I hadn't seen it, but
Jesus.
sounds about right. Sure.
That sounds horrible.
But do you watch competitive cup stacking, Eric? This is important. Now you're all pumping ESPN3. I'm thinking
no.
at this point, Eric is pumping the Ocho.
The Ocho,
The Ocho. That's right.
not 3. The Ocho.
I like the competition of women's beach volleyball. Facts.
Damn
And competition
straight.
in quotation marks.
Oh yeah.
That's why I question if you were watching men's mountain biking with the same amount of veracity. Eric.
I do.
You do get excited about porn as a word.
Yes.
Is that where the
Hashtag-
bar is now?
Hashtag porn.
Here we go. Them Boston peeps are so bougie. I'm in a mall and they had a Tesla dealership in it. Terrible. American Flyers, best psycho movie ever. Lebowski sweater parallel for prison bowling. That'd be amazing. That's great. That's a good idea, Bob. I like that idea. Right now, I feel like Eric was feel when he talked about baseball. Yes, facts. Even though it's not a sport. Yeah. So is cycling a sport in this case? Obviously, there is athleticism, but we're relying on the bike. What if the bike is broken? What if you
You
can't
do
even?
have to carry that along the finish.
Yeah, do you have to carry the bike across the finish
You
line?
do. You do.
Yep.
All
And
right.
they do, and they actually do.
All right. I will co-sign then on this. Despite Eric's creepiness, I will then co-sign on this as a sport. Fair enough. They met my criteria. I was very clear on my criteria. If you either push the car across the line, carry the tire across the line, or carry the bike across the line, I will accept this. You can be a sport.
Okay.
I read the articles. Yep. A Crystal Rose Ball parallel. Nice. Used to find myself watching all the different downhill skiing competitions when I couldn't sleep late at night. There you go. They could have parallels 8 pound, 10 pound, 12. Look at this guy. He's getting ready. I like it. Take it easy, Brad. Have yourself a good one. I'd be all for the Jesus bowling ball. I like it. The second bike is in the car behind him. What's that?
It's the Jesus bowling ball.
It is true. It is true. Jesus.
Jay, I got a question.
Sure.
What kind of law did you say you were into?
Patent law.
Boy, that's
IP.
a big one, isn't it? Oh,
IP. Yeah.
that's a complicated.
Yes.
Well, especially with all the patent forgeries going on today, everywhere.
Yeah, well, we don't call them forgeries. We call them
I mean,
infringement.
Infringement.
We call them
sorry.
infringement. Yes.
It's forgery after it's been decided.
Yes.
Before it's infringement. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So yeah, there's so
But
much of that going on.
Yeah, the reason why I knew bankruptcy is I spent 5 years because the firm wasn't big enough to do patent law, so I spent half my time doing bankruptcy
Let's
stuff.
get the newbie again.
And it was like, and that's what I did. So it was fun.
Great
So.
experience.
It worked out. It worked out surprisingly well, Jay. You became the subject matter expert on the spot. It's like everyone was relying on Lesko, and we were waiting for him. It was like, we need some information. It's like, let's talk to Jay.
No, and I actually dusted off. I was like, I don't remember this that well. It was 20 years ago. So
Yeah, that's
anyway.
all right. That's all right.
But
Some exposure is better than no exposure.
Yes,
It's better than guessing. We've got a lot of amateur lawyers throwing out a lot of theories right now, and it's better to at least have some background in the subject.
And well, again, in this, then we'll move on and let Eric. What is he eating? Donuts or something?
Lord knows. Nobody knows.
But the main thing was, it's gonna get sorted out, and that's what I think people just have to, just be patient. Like it's hard to be patient, but you have to be. And by the way, when did they submit their cards? Like 15 months ago, and now all of a sudden they're up in arms that they're not getting their cards tomorrow. It's like, come on, guys.
It's been tomorrow for a year and a half.
Yeah,
right?
It is true. That is true. John here is asking the important questions. Is Cornhole League a sport? Well, you're actually doing something.
Yes.
I'm fine
There's
with
a
it.
skill.
Tag League, yes. 100%. Tag, 100%. Sport, yes to both.
Okay,
Will-
here's a good question.
Will says you are consistent. Yes, I am.
I need
This-
the cornhole
here's
jambalaya.
a
Amazing.
question as to whether it's a sport because it involves an apparatus or device.
Okay.
Paintball, is that a sport or not?
You are running around in paintball. I like it from the perspective you're running around. We're keeping
Skill
score.
of
We're
shooting,
doing it.
The skill of shooting.
But
There is a
the
skill.
gun, but there's a gun involved.
Look,
There's a hockey stick involved. There's
CJ, I think we're okay. I think we can make this work. Because if I'm to remain consistent, and as Will says, I am consistent. That's what I've chosen to make this comment say. In the spirit of consistency, if your gun jams, you may beat your opponent with the gun. Or
don't
you
know
can
if
take the
that's what we're
paintballs and throw it at them. I think if you do one of those two things, I will accept it. I will allow it.
We use a stick with a puck. Use a gun with a paintball. I think it's basically.
I think it's fine.
How well you aim.
Look, if you break a stick in hockey, do you suddenly stop playing? No, you got to stand there and be like, what do I do with my hands? I don't know. Figure it out, bro. Figure it out.
You dive in front of people in the paintball.
Correct.
I'll save you.
Yeah, save your teammates. Correct. I'm sorry. That's fine. I will allow it.
The sacrificial lamb jambalaya.
It's on the Ocho, so
That's right.
Yeah,
go.
that's it. Yeah.
Yep. Here comes Eric's mountain biking cards. Eric's going to show us the
Oh,
tire
no.
pad. Oh my God! It was Bob. I thought we were joking, Josh. I thought we were joking. All right. What the hell is this?
That
There
is
really is a card.
That is a Chris Froome jersey.
It's Sports Kings. It's coming from Leaf.
Okay, Chris Froome.
Wait, is it Leaf at that point? Is
Multiple-
that who's doing it?
Sports Kings.
I know Sports Kings was eventually bought by Leaf. I don't know if they're doing it that
No,
time.
just Sports Kings.
Okay, so maybe it's under Brian, not Brian Gray, but maybe Brian Price.
Yeah. But yeah, this is a jersey card of a multiple Tour de France winner.
Look at the helmet. Wow.
That was his time trial bike and his time trial helmet.
Nobody cares, Eric.
Okay.
Is that a card number, Otto? Or
Bless Bobby for saying.
whatever craziness that you like.
There's some Lance Armstrong,
Look at this.
SI Kids over here.
What is this? What is that third party grader? What the hell is that?
Oh,
No one would grade plans because, anyways.
oh,
Is that
I don't-
CA? It looks like it says CAS.
COA?
Oh, so
No, it's complete garbage.
Is that
No,
CYA? CYA?
Yeah, CAS. I don't even know what the hell that is.
that's short for case. They forgot the E.
Here's Gem. Here's his rookie card. This is actual Lance Armstrong's rookie card. That's a fact.
1992 Impel. Is that 92?
Yeah.
post,
This is the Olympic card. That's his rookie.
pre or
And
post.
then here's another
Steroids.
one.
You notice that all of your cards are like with third-party graders of ill repute. Every single one, even HGA won't grade that.
Well, it's
Yeah,
a
They're like,
ill
no,
repute
sir, we
card
have
of an ill
standards.
repute
Nay,
person.
sir.
And even Mark's cards wouldn't accept them.
No.
That's how it is.
Okay, so here we go. Let me go here. Eric is going to show us the signed tire patch. Yep. Freeze tag. Yes. Where are the lacrosse cards? Heaven forbid. We'll get there soon enough. There are paintball grenades. That's true. That is true. I'm talking about, though, like if the initial gun jam's throwing the paintballs. I'm in favor of that.
Yeah.
You have to expend energy to pull the trigger. That's a sport. Fair enough. Bob says he's shown it before. You know what? He might have. I forgot about. I tried to block it out of my mind, but he might have. You're right.
It comes back.
Yeah. Did Miguel Indurain have cards? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he has some.
Is that a my bike here?
Bike rider.
Okay, bike rider.
5-time tour winner from Spain.
There you
Miguel
go.
Indurain.
Is that Italian grading? Yeah. Have you guys seen League of Pigs? The YouTube channel has pig racing. It's the best. Is that a sport?
That's on the Ocho.
Okay, hold on though. Okay, so it's a sport for the pigs. Like the pigs are doing something. I think if somebody was riding the pigs, then I challenge it on the horse racing grounds. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, Arnold.
Well, there's a speed eating contest after the race.
I want, for the record, I want it noted that somewhere out there, someone needs to get on to the the arbiters of all hobby content. The badge givers out there, and point out that this is the hashtag scholarship. We're being asked the tough questions, man. We're having to determine what sports are actual sport. Do you know how difficult that is? That's a lot of pressure, man.
Hey, we're the influencers, right?
I know.
Everybody thought it was Chris.
International Border says nice stuff, Eric. Yeah. Eric never runs out of gimmicks. No, he doesn't.
Here's my only race. That's Jeff Gordon.
Oh, that's
Okay.
kinda cool.
That's an upper deck.
That's
Would
legit.
that be like what, 98 upper deck? Because that was the design in that period. That looks like 98.
99.
Okay,
Yeah.
close enough. Okay.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
Well, in hockey they did 98, 99. So which one do you want to call it?
Yeah, that's what it is.
That was the
Well,
design in 98, 99. So which one do you want to call it?
NASCAR
It's
newsstand.
Okay.
That's the
98,
best piece
99.
of trash you've shown tonight.
The only way I call it that is because the hyphenated year for hockey is what Stanley Cup did you win? I won the 1932 Stanley Cup. What year was that? 31-32.
Okay.
Right.
No, that's fair. Fair enough.
Yeah,
so then
that's
99. So then 99.
There's
Fair
a
enough.
Bruce Lee card from the Green Hornet.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Cato.
Yep, that's Cato.
Yep.
And then check
getting
this
into
out.
close,
Talk
Is
about-
this is it
Genre.
truly last or this is the
no,
last
we're talking boxing cards. That's Floyd Patterson's rookie card.
Okay. Nice.
What issue is that?
1952 Dutch gum.
Oh, the Dutch cards.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The
So can you show the
rock
back?
and roll.
It's blank on the
It's
back,
blank back?
and I
Yeah, that's what I
actually
thought.
filled that out myself so I would know it.
So we know what to say.
When Bobby asked him.
Yeah,
That's right.
because that was completely planned. Yeah.
All right, so Michael Thomas here says next thing you'll see someone showing up American Gladiators cards. I would co-sign. I loved American Gladiators. That was good. By the way, a sport. As far as I'm concerned, a sport.
Wow.
I like the ones in the 80s. That was really good.
But that's the original, like Storm Zap and Laser. That'd be the original Gladiators and early '90s. And I think I could be wrong. I think Mike O'Hearn, I think was on the original Gladiators and might have been on the second version because his career went a really long time. I don't know if he was in both. He was definitely in the second one,
version.
but he was already older. They did the newer Gladiators where Hogan was was hosting.
Wow.
And I feel like O'Hearn was in the original. Maybe I've got to double check because O'Hearn was already a little bit older when he did the second Gladiators. So now I don't know.
See, now that a sport or is that entertainment?
So you've got games that you're
It's not
playing for
scripted.
points, and you actually have to do it. Like you actually have to do it.
It's scripted though.
Well, I don't know if American Gladiators was scripted. You wouldn't have had to. What for? You
Well,
just
it's
play the
kind of
games.
like show, there's timing and coming in. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, would you have had to? You could literally have the two race and just let it play out. Like, what difference does it make for the drama? What difference does it make?
True. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It was a game show. However you want to slice it, it was a game show. But you could have two people run and do these things. They're silly enough on their own. It's not like you need to add a gimmick.
It wasn't a public event either, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could argue about it. For me, it was entertainment. I call it in that vein. And I would say the second Gladiator series, the more recent one, They definitely played up the professional wrestling style. Literally, Hogan was one of the hosts. So like you got larger than life characters. They really went for it.
Was
Some of
he
the
in
things they were doing
character?
were amazing.
What's
so,
that?
Yeah.
What was Hogan in character? Like, brother.
Well,
no.
Or
Hogan,
was he talking normal?
at this point, Hogan has kind of absorbed, Terry Bollea has kind of absorbed Hulk Hogan into his soul. So he just kind of says brother naturally. Like he could be having dinner and he goes, thanks, brother. Like he'll just do it on his own. He doesn't even think about it anymore.
Yeah, I was wondering. I just having not seen the show. Was Terry there or was Hulk Hogan there?
I feel like it was a mix of the two, mostly Terry with a
I
little
think
bit of
his
Hogan.
name was Terry in it. They called him Terry. Yeah.
Could be.
I don't think it was Hulk Hogan.
So cheater pertains to Lance Armstrong there.
WWF probably retained the rights for that or something, using that name elsewhere.
Well,
And
he
yes.
can call himself Hulk Hogan
I
because
have
they
no
settled
idea.
that with Marvel years ago.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah. That was one of the things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to call himself Hulk Hogan. They settled it a long time ago.
Okay, I didn't know that. So
So bring Slingshot for backup. That's right. League of Pigs had
slingshot, is that a
cards.
sport?
What's that?
Slingshotting. Is that a sport? David and Goliath. Hey, we're going back.
Well, no, I was just thinking, is archery a sport?
Yes.
I compete in
It's
archery
like a hockey
and,
stick.
and
Same thing.
and
Of
it's
course
in
you
the
do.
Olympics.
Of course you do.
You got archery cards too?
Yes,
I was going to say you should have archery cards. It's the thing
I
to do.
remember we've talked about this for a lot over the time I've been on the shows that I have a lot of sportscaster cards.
I
Yeah,
like
that's
yes,
right.
answer.
That's
So
right.
yes, I have archery cards.
Yeah.
And I have the Pop 1 of 1
Mm.
card from Sportscasters of why am I drawing a blank?
Because you're live and 50 million people are watching.
Facts. Facts. The hashtag scholarship right now is off the charts. Like Josh here is having a good time.
Come on, Jay.
Hot dog eating totally a sport, bro. Totally a host.
I'll tell you
The
what,
hot dog isn't going to break on you.
why
You still
can't
got to
I
eat it.
remember? And Eric knows the answer. It's where do the Red Sox play?
Fenway Park.
Fenway Park. I have Pop 1 of 1.
Oh, the actual stadium.
Yes, stadium. It's stadium
There.
card. Yeah.
Gotcha.
One out of, is it a high grade?
PSA 10.
Yeah,
PSA
oh,
10,
it's a
1 of 1. Yeah.
So
All right, pop one.
see, that's the thing with those cards, man. I just documenting them is a nightmare. I don't even know if I'm going to even get to that down the road.
It's just it's such an awesome thing, and I just leave it. I just
is
leave
cool,
it on the
but I
counter.
mean,
yeah.
So many different languages, so many different
Right.
suits, so many
Yeah,
variations, so many rarities, so many.
It's 3 years, but
Gretzky
thousands.
wasn't worth so much. Like you get the Swedish Gretzky's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gretzky and the bird slash
Bird, the bird. Yeah,
the-
I only
yeah.
have an 8 in the bird.
Yeah, those are the big ones.
Yeah.
And those came out in '79, and a lot of people stopped sending away and buying them by '79. Like I have the whole '77 set. Well, so does a million other people. There's
the late numbers. Yeah.
yeah.
are
So the
tough.
1979 edition, very few people have those. There's not a lot out there
Well,
because
they
people
ran out of
didn't
money
want them.
because they were expensive.
Yeah, and it's if you
You
collected
had to buy
seven-
the thing too.
Yeah.
The sorter and
so if you collected 77 and 78, you got like a couple thousand cards at home,
Yes.
and it's like, what the hell? I can't buy another year of this stuff. I have no.
It was
to
the
put it.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
what it was.
Look
So
at this
then
guy.
cello
There's not a
packs.
lot
If you
out
get a
there.
sealed cello pack. It's pretty
Right.
good.
Yeah.
Pele has the Gretzky in the back.
So real quick, since a comment is going to reference it again, for the record, Mike O'Hearn was on the original series of American Gladiators and on the 2008 revival. He is the only person to have been on both shows as a gladiator. He was Thor in the original Gladiator and Titan in the second
Or
one.
that's it. Okay.
And in the second one, he was Titan.
I
But he
don't
was
think I
on both
watching the
editions of the
second one
American
so much.
Gladiators. Was that?
I don't think I was watching the second one so much. I was getting a little older, so
Yeah. Well, they only ran it for I think a season or so. That's the one. The second one was 2008. So that was where they had Gina Carano in it and a couple other ones, and they really went up for the. Basically, they'd be like, okay, so you guys are gonna like pretend you're professional wrestlers while you're doing this stuff.
So
Here you
Gina
go.
was in that, eh?
Yeah, Gina Carano was Crush.
I got a crush on her. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and so it worked. That's what I mean. Like she was she was the perfect person to cast on that because she had the crossover appeal
Oh
anyway.
yeah.
And the thing is, now you can ask Gina Carano if it was fixed or not because she seemed to be pretty competitive in it. She wanted to beat people, so it worked out. Marble racing? Ooh, it's an interesting question. We're getting the tough questions today.
Marvel.
Marble racing. Marble
I didn't know
racing.
that was a thing.
I didn't know it was
Marble?
a thing either.
Like playing like alleys kind of marble.
I guess so. I'm not familiar with that one, Bob. I can't help you there. Tony Stewart, Dirt Cheap. I'm guessing it's a peak before craziness. Yep, based in England. Zero Cool next product might be American Glad. If they had an American Gladiators card series like a modern one, that'd be amazing. I would want both though. I want you to get some folk. If you can find folks from the original, I'd love to get like autographs from some of the original Gladiators,
Cool.
and then throw in some of the 2008 because 2008 is now going on 14 years ago.
I think
So you
that's
still got a little bit of a gap anyway.
That's a perfect idea. Is actually bringing out retro autographs of the guys,
Yeah.
Thor and all the other different names. That would
And I'm
be
sure some of the ladies are around. You could get them to sign as well and have original pictures of them on the card with the
I
signature.
would rather have
Yeah.
that than that Gary V crap.
But here's the thing: the Zero Cool thing is an entertainment brand. American Gladiators would be perfectly valid by their ethos, and I think that would actually do well because you had 2 series of Gladiators.
Eric, think of it this way: without Zero Cool, there wouldn't be any Poopy Pony.
Facts.
Good point.
That's
That's
a facts.
good. Yeah, that's.
So,
So you're not showing enough appreciation, Eric.
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Nitro was a heel gladiator. True. Was MXC a sport? I love where your guys' heads are at. I love it. I love it. Wipeout a sport. Mini golf, sport
I
or
like
entertainment.
Wipeout. Wipeout's good.
Mini golf is a sport.
Mini
Everybody
golf.
knows what Wipeout is, right?
Well, they read. I think they did one series and did they redo it, or was it just one series?
No, they keep doing it.
Okay,
But they did it earlier on. and
that's what I
then
mean.
they
That's why I was
brought it
curious.
back
Okay,
Again, it's sort of 2 series kind of thing, but yeah, it keeps going and it's still on. I think today. If you got
Okay.
that weird channel that you never go to, it's
the one that Eric
on
watches,
there. That one.
the one where women's mountain biking is another random crap he's talked about.
It's on before that.
First
Got
of
it.
all, women's mountain biking and all that random crap is on Red Bull TV. So you
Oh,
go to-
Red Bull! Hold on, everyone. Red Bull TV. Oh, why do you
You mean on
say
YouTube?
so?
You mean on YouTube?
no,
Jay here with the zingers. I like when Jay comes back and he's ready to go, full of sass. He's going for it.
You go to the Red Bull TV.com and you can watch all the
And they
mountain biking you want.
Stream through YouTube, right?
It's not on
Caffeine is-
YouTube.
Caffeine is a drug.
It is. It's probably the
Why is
most
Red Bull promoting
caffeine and sugar are probably the
drugs?
most addictive drugs on the planet.
Let me get to the answer to your question.
Which question?
Anyways, caffeine is a drug. Why is Red Bull supporting a pure and wholesome event?
All right, so I'll tell you this: if you
Okay, hold on. This is important. I want to set this up properly.
All right.
Bobby's question was,
Okay.
given that Red Bull and caffeine is a drug,
Yeah.
why would Red Bull be promoting this pure, wholesome competition that is women's mountain biking? And now Eric is going to explain it to us. And listen, everybody, this is hashtag scholarship. I need you all to listen very carefully to what he's about to say.
Number one, money. But the big thing,
Oh my God, we were about to hear it. Oh no. Devastating. This is tragedy. What has just happened?
I don't know. I think this is turning into a sport. Is trials getting rid of people a sport?
Trolling people, it should be a sport.
Maybe. It is.
I could win the gold medal on this.
You are clicking.
In fairness, well, I'm not participating in it. And if the mouse had broken somehow, I had a backup mouse. Don't worry. Like I had this covered. I have keyboard shortcuts. Like I could have done this no matter what.
You could
I was ready to carry it across the finish line. We were getting this done no matter what happened.
Okay.
You have to appreciate Eric's enthusiasm.
It is.
I'll
It's
tell
like
you a
it's a
secret
sport.
about all athletes in every sport and those energy drinks. If you want to know a secret.
I'll allow it while
There's a
I go through a
secret,
couple of
yeah.
these comments.
All right.
Okay, E.F. Hutton. Give it to me.
Do you want me to tell you?
Well,
do
that's
you wanna
E.F.
wait?
Well,
Hutton.
if you don't do it quickly, I'll pull you off just as you're about to say it again.
I
So
think
do
he's
it quickly.
too young-
If
too
you
young
see
for the E.F.
professional
Hutton.
athletes drinking energy drinks, the energy drink companies actually put water in the cans, and
That's mostly
especially
what it is, anyways.
and
Yeah, go ahead.
especially given out to the because the athletes won't drink that crap. So they make special cans with water in it, so the athletes are chugging it after their events.
Yeah.
I'm going to call bullshit, and here's
Oh.
why. You're not an athlete, so have you ever
Hearsay.
said to them, "Hey, I won't drink your shit and give me water with nutrients in it"? Or do you know a lot of athletes? I mean, mountain bikers or whatnot.
I concur summarily.
I have known a couple of professional athletes who've told me this.
Bobby Orr?
Oh,
Marcel Dion before the restraining order?
Leon told them.
yeah, Marcel
Hey,
told me.
Eric, hey, what do you know?
Yeah, hey. There's no juice in the can, man.
No, but if you buy this trophy, I give you a Red Bull.
Wow.
But it does make sense because I a lot of those drinks are like I don't know why these athletes would actually do that.
They don't.
Well, they're 99% water anyway, so there you go.
No, they because what was happening was they would go into their press conferences after a win and they'd be holding the cans, but they would never ever drink them because they just were holding it.
Yeah, because they don't actually want to drink that crap.
Right. So they decided, Red Bull makes special ones for the athletes filled with water, and now you see them drinking it.
So so there's a difference between Red Bull and like Gatorade. Like, I want to be like Mike, but Mike didn't drink Gatorade. I mean, he drank Gatorade, but he didn't drink Red Bull. So I mean, mountain bikers probably won't drink Red Bull.
No,
I'm not.
But they're sponsored. But many of them are sponsored by Red Bull, specifically. And at the end of their races, they're standing there with the Red Bull, and now they're actually drinking out of the can, where before they wouldn't.
Do you think that the mountain bikists, whatever they're called, the people that ride the mountain bikes,
Bicycles.
I don't know.
whatever. The point is, do you think that maybe if they were getting, I'm trying to stay focused, but the mountain biking thing has really been throwing me for a loop. Do you think that if they got sponsorships related to like medical facilities that did like blood related work, that'd be a little too on the nose? Is that the reason it hasn't come up yet?
Yeah, the EPO.
Like it's just a little too on the nose, just a little too direct. It'd be like Barry Bonds coming in. It's like, I'm sponsored by Balco. Two on the nose, Barry. Don't do it.
Yeah.
But they probably drank about 6 Red Bull before they went on camera and won.
Most
They
highly,
don't test them.
real athletes who are into their overall health, they won't touch the stuff. Now, are there some that just are going to pound it? And
Lance Armstrong, yeah, I know they're pillars of the community. Yeah,
no, Lance Armstrong's a scumbag.
And yet you have his cards and been pumping them tonight.
Pumping. I'm huge trying to sell them for.
Well, you must be pumping them because you were so into them. You got like a 5th tier grader to grade them. He's like, will you grade these? He's like, no, I won't. She already rejected these. Will you? Will you?
Those companies don't even exist anymore. Those are from the 90s.
That's my point. How hard did you have to work to get someone to put in a holder?
I have never, ever submitted a card for grading.
How do you get all these graded cards?
I buy them.
Oh.
It is a travesty that there are no American Gladiators cards on ComC. That is an untapped market. Yes, I agree with that 100%,
I think we need to pump and acquire and then dump. Brian Gray, we got to give him a call.
To pump and dump my Brian Gray? He's kind of heavy. I'm not going to do it. Lifting Brian Gray is a sport.
I'm good.
I'm not into this kind of thing.
I'm good friends with Brian Price, so I can talk to him.
Well, Brian Price was responsible for the mountain biking thing that Eric has. I think Sports Kings was still under him at that time. By the way, does it have a signature on the back? Because they would have like Brian Price or Brian Gray. Do they have a little fake signature on the back?
No.
This is pure disgrace. Okay, what year is it? Let's put it that way. What year is it?
2020.
Oh, that's Brian Price. That's Brian Gray.
And
it doesn't say Leaf anywhere on it.
2020. Brian Gray had those things by that point. That was Brian Gray.
Kings is a wholly owned trademark and/or service mark of Sports Entities Inc. made in the USA.
I'm pretty sure Sports Kings though is Brian Gray. I'm pretty sure he bought it from Brian Price.
There is nothing on this card that says Leaf.
So you're saying Brian Gray. Hold on. Let's not bury the lead. Settle down, everyone. I need you all to take a second to think about this. Brian Gray will not even agree to have his name on this? God damn.
Oh my God.
He doesn't support mountain biking.
He's like, he doesn't support mountain biking, apparently.
No, mountain bikes won't support him.
Wow. Between Jay and Eric, Bobby, there's a lot of sass. I'm kind of enjoying and appreciating the amount of sass on the live stream tonight.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
We're throwing a lot of names around too.
We really are. Like I've been very impressed. Good job by you. It's like any of you who haven't already, if you want to hit the thumbs up for Eric Sass, Jay Sass, Bobby and I usually have a fair bit of it anyway, so that's pretty par for the course for us. But
Yeah.
I've been very impressed tonight. I've been very
quite
impressed.
Sassy.
I would agree with this.
See, I had to get Brian Price to sign off on because he owned Parker's at the time.
That's
I
right.
had to go up and I asked him, and he goes, "Yeah, sure," because I wrote a letter and stuff, and so you cannot come back on me on that.
Yep. So Crack Card Co has your back on this, Eric. I'm aware of UFC fighters doing that. Yep.
What was
Red
that? I'm sorry, I didn't.
So
see that.
this right here, this comment was from about 4 or 5 minutes ago. It was probably related to somewhere where you were jamming on it, and I lost consciousness. So I'm not 100% sure what he's talking about.
About the energy drinks being filled with water.
There you go. There you go. Okay, so that's the one then.
So here's the question for Jay. Okay, so I got him to sign off on this, right? Trademark.
Yep.
So this book came out in 2006.
Okay.
Now, if you notice, there's some sort of similarity between. No, I didn't get authorization for that. Well, where does that leave me?
I'm telling.
I was going to say, are
if
you
it's-
trying to get sued now?
Brian is such a nice guy.
The main thing is, so right, the test, that's copyright, so it's substantial similarity, and there's probably not an issue. I would guess, unless you copied it. Were you inspired to draw your own? Right, copyright's about original design. So did you copy it, or were you inspired by it?
I was inspired by my previous book.
Okay, so well, I thought you were saying someone else created the first thing and you
No,
copied the second.
Oh yeah, actually, there is. This is the wrapper from the 1961 Parker's
Okay.
pack. That's the actual wrapper.
Oh yeah,
I cropped it all out, all the stuff to make it, and then redid it myself.
Oh well, you cropped it. So you mean you copied it and just shrunk it down?
Well, I owned the wrapper, so I scanned it. Yes.
Oh well, you didn't. You owned the wrapper, but you didn't have a license to duplicate the imagery on the wrapper, right?
You like everybody on eBay? Yes, exactly.
Yes, but you put it on the book and you commercialized it.
I didn't. It was self-published, so it wasn't really commercialized. It was kind of.
You sold it for money. That's commercial. By definition, that's commercial.
Well, I lost money because of the amount of time versus the penny.
Oh,
an
no,
hour,
no,
the
it's-
negative penny an hour.
What? The judge in California would disagree with you when he's deciding on who is going to.
So don't pose the question in California. Don't pose the question in California. By the way, for the record, DR is talking about roller derby. I will tell you, if they want to do a
Roller
throwback,
derby's a sport.
yeah, 100%. But if they do, by the way, for somebody of my
Is it?
age, if they had done cards of Roller Jam back at the time period that they ran it, that show actually was pretty good that they had in the 90s. It was actually a lot of fun, and they did a good job. Unfortunately, it didn't last long enough, but they were able to get the ladies on the Tonight Show and stuff like that. So there was a brief run there where Roller Jam had a pretty good run there.
Well, that's
And
like wrestling. I think it's like wrestling.
Roller Jam 100% promoted itself. They were actually part of a multi-block. There was Roller Jam. It was ECW wrestling. It was being done on, I think, TNN at the time. So they promoted it as a thing. But they obviously had characters. That was 100% a fixed sport. Very entertaining, but they had characters and storylines and the whole 9 yards. It was basically wrestling, rollerblading. But very entertaining for what it was.
Anything on TV, like roller derby, goes back to the 70s when I was a
Yeah.
kid.
And they brought back some of the original roller derby folks to participate in it.
Skinny Minnie Miller.
I don't remember the names but they actually got some of the original
remember
roller
that name,
derby
Jay?
folks. They got some of the original roller derby first from the 70s. They actually had
still
some of them
wondering if Eric
participating in
has
it.
those cards.
Oh, yeah.
I wish they had roller jam cards. I would actually at least get a set. It'd be kind of fun.
I'm pretty sure that Sportscaster has roller derby cards.
I think
Roller derby, I'm sure. Yeah.
Wow.
And I also think now I could be wrong, but I think the history of roller derby goes back to the 50s.
It goes back a long ways, yes.
Well, it does on TV. It was started on
Yes.
but is it real? Is it fake? The TV one was fake. Obviously, it was more for entertainment wise. The
Yeah.
real roller derby, yeah, it was real because a lot of people got hurt actually. Especially the women. But it's kind of a fake, real because they're not like. It's slow and methodical. Okay,
Oh, here's the thing. If you ever get a chance to see Roller Jam, it wasn't slow. Because yes, it was fixed in the sense that they would always guarantee that one team would get up to a certain amount, and in the last period, there would be a comeback. Now, it wouldn't always succeed, but there would always be a big comeback in the fourth period, in the last period of the jam.
Sure.
But in order to make it work, they're still having to lay out hits. So it's one of those things where it's like, yes, it's fixed, but at the same time, it's like, well, if I throw you over this and I drop you onto it and you accidentally fall on your head, there's not much I can do.
They had helmets.
Yeah, they did, but they fell off all the time. And the person would like land and like crumple. It's like, oh, and they have to like, all right, let's just drag you off for a second.
Wasn't there a movie in the 70s about a futuristic
It's called Rollerball. And we have James
rollerball?
Yeah.
Caan.
James
Cool.
It's
Caan.
one of
And
my
they did,
first
and they did a
movies I went
remake
to
that wasn't very
in
good later.
1976.
Yeah,
I think
that's the
went
one
to. I
I
remember
was
going to
thinking
that
of,
theater
James
and
Caan.
watching it. Yep, that was a cool movie. One of my first movies I ever went to by myself.
Yep, lifting Brian Gray sounds like a bad time. Facts. I hate to say it, but you didn't hear from us. Lots of slabs, including a collection of like 20 different grading companies. Never submit a single card. Just can't pass up dirt cheap cards. There you go. Someone's
Lots of
getting
real.
sued by the Gray train. Well, I think Brian Price is nicer than Brian Gray. If it was Brian Gray, he'd just sue Bobby for existing.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Yep. 2020 Sports Kings equals Sage. Maybe he sold it. I don't know. I just remember the Sports Kings was Brian Price, and then he stopped doing Sports Kings as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And then I thought he sold that name to Brian Gray along with the other brands and stuff. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe I'm wrong, but
He did sell them off, and then he started with the what was the other stuff he did?
President's Choice.
Vesna?
He does President's Choice. Yeah. But he does it
But I
under the
remember-
President's Choice brand. That's what he does now.
But everything else was sold off.
Sports Kings
Yeah.
was Donruss, right? Back in
Originally.
If we go, yes,
early
further
80s.
back, yes. Further back, yes.
That's President's Choice. That's the one Carlos turned me on to
Yeah.
a couple of months ago.
And they make nice stuff for like the people that like a lot of game use stuff. It's
Yep.
pretty good value for a collector. I would not recommend it for somebody who's looking to make money on it. It is for a collector. Get it if you like the pieces, if they're
Yep.
nice to you, if they speak to you, great. Otherwise, they're not going to hold a ton of value relative to a similar set from Upper Deck.
And I think that's the best part about that's where the collecting can be more beneficial to people where with newer stuff. I'm saying, it's not that it's overly priced, it's just fun and it's game use. It's like, right? Is it not everything official?
There's a game use, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
and he does a very
you can't
good
beat
job
that.
of making sure, and he gets some nice pieces and makes sure
Oh, yeah.
he
Nice
uses the
looking
nice
card.
pieces. Yeah,
I mean, I got Milt Schmidt in there,
So-
O'Reilly, Thornton, and Bork.
Oh,
So what's the real problem with it then? Is it that
It's just
like
not
kind of
licensed.
like a star
it's not
card?
licensed. It's
Right.
not licensed.
licensed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's legitimate, right? So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
yeah.
just they're not using the logo. That's
So this is a situation where I'm trying to be intellectually honest with folks when I talk about this stuff. It is great for a collector. If you were a collector and would like a game use pieces, oftentimes nice designs, thoughtful, subsets and themes and stuff like that. It is really well done. He's done a lot of very good stuff with that. I have no hesitation buying stuff from President's Choice when they come out with something that's interesting. I've been able to buy some nice Medanos. I have a Carlos Delgado that's from one of his series that's a nice game used patch piece. Very inexpensive, relatively speaking. But it just depends.
Yeah,
It's
so
the
like
same kind
so
of thing
like
as Leaf.
so
Same
for me,
deal.
like I would like if they had like Patrick McEnroe type of thing. Like that would be super cool. Like as a collector, I don't really care what it's worth. But
Did you say Patrick McEnroe?
yes.
You wouldn't prefer John?
Yes.
I would take Boris Becker just to give him some money back.
No, I
There you
don't
go.
know. Okay, I looked up that stat on him, and this was the crazy thing. How much money did Becker earn in his career just for winning in
Well, from
sports?
back
Not
then-
endorsements.
Back then, I'd have to say probably collectively 5 million.
Nope. You can actually Google it.
Yeah.
Hundreds of millions. It's crazy.
Wow.
Which
And he lost?
and he lost all that money, and his endorsements were even bigger. So I don't understand
I don't get
what's
that.
going on with that.
Who are we talking about?
Boris Becker.
Boris Becker, the German. Yeah. He lived a very lavish lifestyle.
How
Not unlike
Very,
yourself.
very-
So maybe you
Yeah,
can tell us about
private
it in your
jets.
bougie ways.
Private jets, just living that top of the line.
Wow.
Living La Vida Loca.
Oh yeah.
Don't you find that crazy though? I mean, I would have thought I said 7 million. That was my guess.
Yeah,
That's what I
I'm
thought.
figuring because of the
Yeah.
time period and
Yeah.
finishing
I think
second. you
we
get
figured
some
it
money,
out.
We got it, Bobby.
Yep.
That was a mistake. That was a
Man,
tactical error.
Yeah.
but HA is not over yet.
Don't give up. Don't give up, Boris. It's not over yet. So you're John.
Boys, don't give up.
Yeah,
Please.
don't give up. You will still find Moose and Squirtle. Rare pickup that arrived today. Eminem's Topps Hockey Set. You guys mentioned a couple live streams
Yeah.
ago. Good stuff.
Oh,
Good
cool.
stuff, John. Yep. Roller Jam was a shit on National Network. Facts. Looks like Sage. Okay, gotcha. What does it say on the back of the card on the description of the back? So he's saying here, used in a professional game. I've seen ones that say game used, but I guess it depends on the verbiage. What are they putting on the back of that one?
Oh, we're talking about President's Choice.
Yeah, for the President's Choice. Yep.
All right.
What does it say?
Congratulations, you have received a Captain's Row card from President's Choice Game Used Series by President's Choice Trading Cards. On the front of this card are pieces from a Game Used Raymond Bork Boston Bruins jersey, Game Used Joe Thornton
That's
Boston
pretty
Bruins
cool.
jersey,
Yeah,
a
that's very
Game
clear.
Used Milt Schmidt Boston Bruins jersey, and a Game Used Terry O'Reilly Boston Bruins jersey.
Yeah, they're generally very clear on it. If they say game used, they're saying exactly what they're saying. And in this case, they named all the people on the front of the card. They said which team the
It
jersey was for.
corresponds, yeah.
They were super clear on it. So, like I said, you gotta read. But generally speaking, President's Choice is very transparent on where they're getting their jerseys from, what they're using them for, if it's all-star jerseys or whatever the case may be. I've had good experiences with it. Again, your mileage may vary, but I'm always pointing out to somebody because if somebody asks, it's like, those are not investment. Don't buy them expecting to flip them because of their long-term value, because they're unlicensed. He doesn't have a license with anybody. He has to acquire the stuff himself. He can't use logos, like none of that.
But I think kids would really enjoy stuff like that. If there's not much value to it, but it's really cool like that.
Yeah.
Why would?
And to me, that's just as cool as a card that has a logo license on it. Like to
Sure,
me,
got
it's
it.
like it's still a game used thing.
Yeah. And he
so-
commissions an artist to design the stuff for him. He does a good job
Yeah, they look
commissioning.
fine. I
that's-
mean, they look like
that's
any
well
other
done.
card. Yeah.
So this one's all Bobby Orr and is part of his skates and jersey and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Livers.
And it's like you have received an in the game used gear card from 2021 Leaf in the game used hockey. On the front of this card are pieces of game used memorabilia of Bobby Orr. And it's just all these different,
Yeah, it just
pieces
doesn't
of
say
stuff.
Bruins on it, right? Basically.
Yeah. And
Right.
that's the way they get. Now, since that is Leaf, that's Brian Gray. So if you
Yeah.
notice, there's no picture of Bobby Orr on it.
No.
Whereas on the President's Choice, they were able to get some pictures of the players. So it
Yeah.
depends on the licensing you work out with, because in this case,
Right.
you have to reach out to the player. In this case, you're like, hey, can I use a picture of you? I can't use the logo, the team name, whatever, but I can be like, can I use your image? And some players will say yes, and they work out a deal. Some players will say no, absolutely not. Ken Dryden, because Brian Gray talks about this, Ken Dryden flat out told him no a bunch of times. Now, Brian Gray thinks he can use a picture of Ken Dryden anyway, because of course Brian Gray does. He always thinks he's like, these rules don't apply to me.
Make me the corn.
Ken Dryden did the same thing to Upper Deck years ago when they had their top 50. They did the thing with the Sporting News or whatever it was, and they did the top 50 cards, 50 players and everything. And there's only 49 cards because the Ken Dryden doesn't exist.
Yep.
Hmm.
The player does have a certain say. Again, I'm not going to get into the waters, but it's one of those things where like you don't own the rights to the image, you didn't buy the image, you're not licensed to use the image, and then you didn't reach out to me. So I'm like, that's one of those ones where I kind of sit there like, okay, so who owns the image rights at that point? Like, who can I can't just slap a picture of somebody on there without some kind of consent or authorization from someone.
No, you can't. And Dryden doesn't like to sign.
Yeah.
Traditionally, anyways, he doesn't. Getting a signed copy, he'll always personalize it. Look
Yeah.
at hippie.
He's falling apart. It's that intense mountain biking
All
watching.
that miking, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not even mountain biking. It's mountain biking watching. He gets too into it. He's watching. He's like,
That's that. Yeah, the couch.
it's
the
bad,
thing.
man. It's bad.
Hey, hop along. Why don't y'all sit down for a little while?
Yeah. Sometimes with the jersey with the number in place of the picture. That's right. That is correct. 100%.
And here's a how one Leaf, but this they put Gordy's picture on that one.
Why didn't
Yeah,
you put 50
because I think they
50?
were able to get a deal with the Howe family, basically the estate. So they were able to get a deal with that. So
Touchstone season.
yeah.
So those are basically game used pieces in the
Yeah,
cards.
so you have 4 pieces from his Houston, well,
Arrows.
actually,
Oh,
yeah.
different teams.
and
you
then
played
you
for. Okay.
got red ones from Detroit.
Yeah.
So
Which for a
This
How
is kinda
Collector is a
cool.
pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a How
Yeah.
Collector, it's a sweet piece. You're getting game used pieces out of it. It's a nice looking design. You got Gordy's picture on it. I think it's decent.
And he's on the back too,
See, now
where
that's
the
a nice
ore
little
has no
collectible.
pictures.
And that's not very pricey, is it?
Relatively speaking, they weren't.
Relatively
initially.
speaking, no. But I mean, take a look at the difference here, right? So here is Leaf, right?
Yep.
Not bad. It's pretty nice. Upper Deck.
Ew.
Which one?
Uh,
Which one would you rather have? Right.
Well, I like the one on the left, of course.
I'll take
Yeah,
Upper
you're-
Leaf.
Upper Leaf. Yeah. So
But it's only because it's simpler. That's the reason why I like it, not
Mhm.
because of the presentation. It just looks simpler. The other one, I like the one with we'll call it the unlicensed one, but
Mhm.
it's
Right.
just
so do I.
Yeah,
But,
I think Brian Price
but that
understands
is
the
just
collector very well. He
a lot
knows that
nicer.
he knows they want a certain type of design, a good aesthetic, and I think they generally do a pretty good job with their artists they work with to get a good aesthetic.
yeah, but it does serve a need. Look, you're collecting it. I wouldn't kick it out of bed. So it's fine.
I'm trying to think of a good one for that one. I just can't. It's
I never
such
kick
an open door for that.
I
one.
never
love it.
kick cards out of bed. But
It's some cracker or something. I
but
don't
you know when you're dealing with the license stuff, it can be so much nicer, and to have a Gordy, a full picture of Gordy playing in his Hartford uniform, and and it is a lot nicer than
Well, it's
this,
more nostalgia, right?
So
with
Sure enough.
the-
Yeah.
yeah.
At least you have the picture.
but I still love this, and I'm glad I own it and purchased it. But I mean, you can't really say that it's better. I mean, I can't anyway.
No, but I think it's different. I think it's different audiences that are getting it because it's one of those things where Upper Deck has the licenses. They have the rights to be able to use certain photos because they have purchased those rights. What Leaf is doing, and what to another degree President's Choice does, is they're offering to a different audience. They're offering to a more niche audience. That's really the reality of it. But that's how they play it out. Is that they know that their audience is willing to look a little further off the beaten path. And if they're willing to accept it and look at it, there are some opportunities there.
Well,
So,
here's
have a good evening,
weird
Josh.
question.
Take it easy.
Isn't the question that Upper Deck says? I think I can't remember. I've listened to a number of interviews. They say game worn things have become very expensive, right? To
Mhm.
purchase to put into cards.
Yes.
So how is it that Upper Deck has a problem acquiring the items, but Leaf, or was it Personal Best or whatever, they can do it at a price point that can satisfy the customer? So which one's right? Like,
They
meaning,
probably bought them up a long time ago.
That I was about to say. Leaf got a lot of their stuff from Brian Price, who was a big buyer back in the day. So he had a huge collection of a lot of very quality, high end. At the time, he was the buyer. He was the one who bought the Vesna pads when they put it in to be a player. He was the one who bought the various, and he still has Vesna material, which he's put into some series under President's Choice. It's the only way you can get it. So he's using the last of that material on those products. You want Vesna stuff? President's Choice is the only one who's got it because he's the only one who owns the pads.
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. So
And
they
the
created.
other thing is, Leaf can sell cheaper because they don't have to pay as much. They're not paying players. They're not paying licensing.
Yeah.
They're just paying cardboard and buying a jersey and buying some cardboard and sticking it in there.
Here's
They
the
also-
crazy
they-
thing. If I was Upper Deck, you know what I'd do? I'd buy up not the material that before it goes into the card, but I just buy up those cards after the fact and just recreate the cards based on the stuff that's in Eric's cards and
You
just put
could.
it in there because
You
it's
could.
literally
Smart way
it's
of doing it.
authentic
Cheaper.
and it's cheaper than what you're gonna and you come out with you create the brand ex post facto crazy.
So what you're saying is off in the
Okay.
distance, we got Billy and a couple of the folks in the background. They're like, that's a
Hey.
great idea.
We should buy Leaf stuff.
It's already cut, man.
They're just like, tear open this card.
Yeah.
I'm getting all those how pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I'm gonna have to work.
I'm sure a couple of them have at least kicked around the idea. They're like, oh, but we have to resort to that. It's kind of not a bad call because some of the President's Choice stuff, some of the more recent stuff, for some of the old time goalies, they have the belt buckles. Sorry, not the belt buckles, but like the buckles from the from some of the pads and stuff,
Right.
and they put it into the cards.
Oh yeah.
So it's like there's only one per goalie or one per I guess pad or whatever the case may be.
Wow.
No, there's more than one. There's 1, 2, 3.
Well, I don't remember which buckle it is.
five,
I just seen the card.
and
Is it
six.
Right.
Bottom.
I've seen them.
yeah? So
But
they've
have
got
them
X
in
number.
that other,
Yeah.
other brand. So
Yeah.
do it.
Can you imagine though? It'd be kind of funny. It's like, yeah, they buy them up and they do that and they stick it into an upper deck card. It's like, I know where you got that. I'm the only one who owns those pads, bro.
Yeah.
Be kind of
Yeah,
funny.
The buckle's the key piece, but you still have the length of leather that's this long.
No,
So you can
100%.
make 15 other pieces plus the buckle is the key.
Well, that's why I said though, all those years after the initial Vesna pad cards, which were so controversial back in the day, whatever's left of the Vesna pads has been used and is still being used. I think he did a Vesna
Did the
series.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, he did a Vesna series where he used all the material he had left. And there was still a decent amount of it. So if somebody really wanted it, here you go. This is your last crack at this one. Because after the pads are gone, the pads are
And
gone.
you have the leather, but you also have all the stuffing.
That's what, yeah. And he's used all of it. They
He's
didn't
used
waste. They
stuffing.
didn't waste any of it.
Horse hair.
They're pads.
Horse
So
hair
yeah,
is
you use
better.
all the material. It's all part of the material. So the pad isn't just the exterior leather. It's all the material inside. So they didn't waste or throw out any of it. In his opinion, the way they decided to approach it is like, well, look, I bought the whole pad. We're going to use the whole
pads
thing.
were only this thick anyways back
Yeah.
in the day. They weren't like pads
Yeah.
like we know now today. So
Back when
I
men,
remember that auction.
back when
That's
men
a
were
long
men.
time ago.
Well, back in those days, allegedly,
Where did he buy that?
the race car drivers back then, like literally had to carry their cars because they ran out of fuel after like 27 feet, and they had to drag them. The Indianapolis 500 were like days, took days because they had to push the car across the line.
Yeah.
That's when men were men.
That's why they called it 500. Took them 500 steps to push that. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, and today, you're expecting the car to take you across, to propel you across the line?
No.
Pansies. You call that a sport?
It's the
shameful.
athletes that do it.
Athletes. What do you guys know about Todd McFarlane signing? Not much. No.
I collect Todd McFarlane figures and get them signed whenever I can.
Yeah.
I get the bases signed. I just had Grant Fuhr do one a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Did you get
Are you
Grant
talking?
Fuhr
So,
to
just
sign
out
it?
of curiosity, are you talking about Todd McFarlane, the artist, or are you
Artist.
talking about the actual figures? So you have to specify inside Corner Sports Cards.
The
And
actual
good evening.
figures from the artist. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to clarify. Anyway, so we got caught up there. Him signing himself. Don't know too much about it. Don't know
No,
too
I-
much.
I
Can't speak
don't-
to that. No clue.
I mean, he
Where?
goes to Comic Cons and
Yeah,
and
he's more
stuff
there.
because you know, before he was making these figures, he was making like Spawn comics, and
Yep.
that's what made him kind of super famous. Plus, he did a lot of other superhero stuff too, but Spawn really kind of blew him up. And you know, he'll go to Comic Cons and sign Spawn copies and things. But why would I mean? I understand why he would sign a McFarlane because they are his
Namesake.
namesake. But if he signs a Grant Fuhr McFarlane, I mean, it's unique, but I'd rather have Grant Fuhr sign it.
You can get them both to sign it. So that's
There you
okay.
go.
I think
Yep.
I have Spawn #1 too as well.
Okay, so here is the context of this question. I have a weird Anthony Davis rookie figure, so a McFarlane figure, and McFarlane signed himself. Someone told me he
Okay.
doesn't sign often. I would
Oh,
think
maybe.
I would think he wouldn't sign the figurines often. But
Mm.
like in general, I'm sure if you went to a Comic Con and asked him to sign a Spawn or something, he totally would.
If you
But
pay
ask him to sign a
for it-
McFarlane figure, it might be a little bit more unusual, I
I've
would
heard
think.
of him being at the Comic-Con signing. So
Yeah. So I think to answer your question, the best we could give on that is that it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't sign the figurines often because it'd be kind of an unusual request.
Yeah.
It might not be something he's into.
But I think it's a pretty rare thing if you can get Todd McFarlane to sign one of the bases of the McFarlane figures. I definitely think that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah,
So
why
your
not?
opinion, do you think that would be worth anything? Sure. How
Yeah,
much would it be worth? No
Not
clue.
much more.
as much as you can get someone to pay for it.
Yeah.
It'd have to be a McFarlane fan.
Yeah.
Um,
Predominantly, it'd be more of a McFarlane fan than an Anthony Davis fan. You'd have to lean in the McFarlane fan side of things because a McFarlane signed something would be totally worth something
Right.
to a
Yeah, an
McFarlane
Anthony
fan.
Davis fan would be like, someone ruined this.
Yeah, it would be a little weird for them because it's like, yes, it's a McFarlane figure, but kind of an odd thing to have him sign.
But there are like huge fans of those figures that, you know, everyone collects what they like. And then you have the whole comic book people that would love to get an autograph by him on anything. So you have kind of like two different hobbies that would fight to get that autograph.
I wonder if at that point though, if somebody bought it, it'd be a situation where, like, I'm assuming the base is what he signed. I'm just assuming. But if that's the case, it'd be like, yeah, I'll buy it from you, and then they grab the Anthony Davis and like, and they just keep the base because that's all they really care about is I just want the McFarlane.
Well, yeah,
it's McFarlane signature.
Yeah, if you're a comic book guy,
yeah.
What do I care about this thing?
Yeah, I would bet if it's the base, I would bet the value is almost entirely in the McFarlane autograph and just someone who likes McFarlane being interested in a signed McFarlane item and just wanting it for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd get him to sign a comic.
On the bubble packaging. Outside the bubble pack. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that happens. Sometimes you have no choice.
A lot of times people think, you know, it's keeping the thing sealed and having the athlete sign the bubble. You know, what do they call it?
The athlete though makes more sense to me, but now you're talking about Todd McFarlane signing the outside of a McFarlane figure for in this case, a random
Anthony
NBA
Davis,
player.
Yeah.
Like it's just,
again, if the auto is clean, a McFarlane fan is going to want it.
No, I guarantee that there is still value for a McFarlane fan, period, end of story. But you've made it. So here's the analogy I'll use. I talked about it earlier tonight on when I made that cameo on the other live stream. It's like when you're selling your house, you can have the most beautiful paint job you've done on a bunch of rooms, come up with custom paint that's very expensive and whatever. If the person who wants to buy it doesn't care, they're not going to give you any premium for it. But if somebody is willing to like, okay, I'll paint over it myself, because when you're going to sell a house, what's the first thing to tell you? Paint everything neutral, because that way you're not worrying about miscellaneous. In this case, you need someone who wants a McFarlane auto, who isn't interested in getting one of these, who is willing to take it, even though it's on something kind of weird, for him to sign. So so does it still have value? Absolutely. It totally still has value, but you've narrowed the amount of people who might be interested to a much smaller group. So I think that's the way I would present that. Yeah, you could make a cutout of it, but it'd be on the plastic, but you could. That's true. McFarlane signed hand-drawn sketches. Yeah. That would be more normal. That would be more normal of kind of what I would think so with the McFarlane. But to answer the original question, do I think it'd be worth anything? Yes. And to the right person, still it would hold some decent value. It just depends on the person.
And then you have on the sketches, you have his actual artwork.
Yeah.
And then his auto. That's
an easier sell. It's a much easier sell.
That's worth a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a much easier sell.
That's enough about McFarlane. Yeah.
No worries, appreciate it.
I'd rather talk about Grant Fuhrer.
Would you rather talk about Grant Fuhrer?
He's a really nice guy, and when you go out to a Chinese restaurant, he orders soup.
What does that mean? Is there
telling
code in that? I don't know.
No, when you go out to dinner with him at a Chinese restaurant, he orders
drinks
soup.
it with a straw.
Okay.
He drinks Pepsi.
Okay. How many times has that happened with you and him and soup and Pepsi?
Once.
Okay.
Like
so you don't know.
So you don't know if that's like normal. Are you sure soup isn't like a safe word? If I order soup, get me away from this guy.
It seems like a quick lunch, dinner, whatever. I want to get away from Eric.
Eric, I'm drinking the soup.
That's not nice.
It was true.
It was true, but he's been clean for a long time.
Yeah.
I thought Pepsi was code word for something else. Maybe I
it's just Pepsi.
Pepsi's code word for Coke.
Yeah.
So what's Coke code word for? it's like it's too on the nose, man. It's too on the nose again. It's way too on the nose, literally and figuratively. Wow.
On the nose.
Yeah, way too on the
right.
nose.
He's a very nice guy. That's all I can tell you.
I'd like to get his autograph. Oh, he was never a Leaf. Yeah, that's right. Damn.
On a McFarlane figure.
On a McFarlane figure.
I don't know.
I got one of those.
Could we get him on an Anthony Davis McFarlane figure? Because I hear that's cool.
That would be cool.
Pretty sweet.
Could do
Not gonna
that.
lie.
If he was coked up, maybe he might sign that.
Ooh, rub that deep.
Like I said, I'm appreciating Sassy J today.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
really appreciating. We had introducing his expertise Jay earlier tonight. He was helping us out a little bit in that second hashtag scholarship. We've covered that. Now we're well into Sassy J. Well into Sassy J. Good stuff. All right, guys. So what I'll do here is I can. It's been a fun night. I've been enjoying it. If you've got any other things you want to touch on here in the chat, we can do that. So by all means, let us know. Otherwise, we'll start winding her down. But it's been fun. And then those of you that do celebrate, have a happy Easter, so you can enjoy that for sure. So those of you, we'll have to see. I'll also be following up with a lot of the folks to see how the Edmonton Expo goes for the rest of it. That'll be interesting. And then obviously we'll be working our way towards the other expo coming up in June. We still got some time left before that, but we'll see how things go, and we'll follow up on how.
Where is that? So you have. I might want to travel to Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Where is this?
Expo? So the one in June is going to be the International Center. It's going to be in Toronto.
Okay.
In Toronto, right at the airport.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. We're right off the airport. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
5
Basically,
minutes.
people that fly in, you're right there. You're right
Okay,
there.
Cool.
And the hotels are right there for the most part. It's actually one of the most convenient shows you could go to. Like,
But if I went, would I get to hang out with you guys in the cafeteria like
Yes,
you
you
guys
would.
like to do?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think the probability is high.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to buy the hot dogs though.
That's fine.
I
think that's
hot
fair.
dogs. Yeah. Yeah.
They're
I think that's
hot
fair.
dogs. Yeah, I guess.
So let's see here. So Will says, "Who's the new guy?" He's Jay. He's our legal counsel. He's giving us legal advice. You missed out, Will. You completely missed
There you
out on it. You made somebody sad. It was fine. I didn't have any issue with it. I was curious if anybody else would bring it up.
I
It's
was
like,
waiting for that, and that's
he's
why
like, I wasn't too worried about it. It's like I was busy on the scholarship. We were focusing on the scholarship. The scholarship was key.
We have our own floating head.
That's true. That's true.
I was waiting for a comment, and it happened in
I
hour
always-
4.
I wanted to say something like, "Are you drowning? Can I help?"
No,
He was trying to hide from Justin earlier tonight. He was like, if I just kind of slowly slink off.
Jay, we're very kind and considerate on the show. So, as you well know, that's why nobody said anything.
No,
Facts.
If your zipper was open, different story. But just saying.
Well, remember, it was the first time I was on with you guys, and apparently you had to mute me because I went to pee. So I can't remember which. You should bring that up in your the end of the year episode.
I have to go back. I got to go back through the archive.
But Bobby said I was listening to it on my headset, and he goes, "Mute that." And then I think he muted it. So it was kind of interesting. But anyway.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm always listening. Don't worry, attentively.
Yeah. I'm going to go back through the, I always go back through I go back through it at the end of the year. Like last year, I actually did go through. Now I'm going through at 2 times speed
hilarious.
because I got to go through real quick, but because it's a lot of stuff to go through. You get really good at skimming a lot of it, but you do get to check it out. So let's see.
You remember
here.
certain points that were really good along the way. I went through some fast ones. You go, oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, nothing was that had some good stuff. And then you're trying to find it, and it's like it's so finite, you know. And you try to skim over it, but you can't because you could have missed it by 30 seconds. So
yeah, are you hitting Del Mar Show in Cali? Nowhere near Cali. I'm out on that.
Oh.
Yep. Have yourself a good night, Tom. Take it easy. Apparently, Edmonton show the Ovechkin Gold Precious Metal Gems 101 sold for $143,000.
Wow.
Not bad.
at the Edmonton show.
At the Edmonton show, yeah.
If that shows up on a certain show on Saturday night, I'm
like
gonna
bragging rights at the Edmonton show. What?
Well, here's the thing: if the person's already there and they want to buy it, why would they wait until later? They can just buy it.
True.
Like if they want to do the deal, they want to do the deal.
Who came there and offered that? No bidding process.
Well, like I said, we talked about it earlier tonight, and I went in and I took care of and Paul found a card there. It might have carried over to Toronto, but for me, it was like, well, it's there. All right, can we do a deal? Yeah. We came to a number that it was agreeable. Yeah, sure. I'll forward the money. No problem.
143,000. Anyways,
that's crazy.
If they've got 143, they got 143. The location isn't going to be a problem. I would
$143.
I understand, but the thing is, if you have 143,000, there's a good possibility someone reached out to you and said, "Hey, they got this card. Are you interested?" And then broke a deal.
To meet there, and it actually sounds good that they did that.
That's a lot of
I
money.
understand.
It is, yeah. It's one of those things where there's very likely a conversation that is had. You don't just show up and randomly
pumpkin
decide to
dump?
buy it that day.
Is that a pump? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There's probably been discussion. Probably you came to a number you were happy with and completed the deal.
And we'll meet at the show, and then it's the show lore. Now,
Mhm.
all the 130, 43,000. Yeah, okay. But it was definitely set up beforehand. It's not like somebody randomly had their table and some guy just goes, "Oh, okay, here, let me reach in my bag and."
You just lack faith. What if he had the cash machine right there? He goes, run it through.
Maybe that would be surprising.
I'm going
I've never
on.
seen that at
I'm
Toronto.
just going on their Instagram account to see if there's anything about it there, but I don't see anything right
That's
now.
her. Yeah,
Yeah, we could be lied to.
it's true.
Pump and dump. I knew it.
You're accusing Paul of lies.
See,
Sweet.
no,
No,
That's the thing.
I just
You
was wondering
endorsed
if they had anything going on. But it could be on Facebook or something. I don't know.
Well, I look forward to seeing some videos.
Now, if you do,
Okay.
Jay, if at any point you do need any bill for counsel, send it to me and I will forward it over to my representative in Massachusetts.
Yes.
He's
I would
good
love
for
to
it.
charge that guy.
He's
Um,
good for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good for it. I hear he's been making a killing on women's mountain biking,
Yes.
pumping the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Some of these fourth tier third party creators, I guys, that makes it even rarer.
No,
eBay
and
one
like
of one.
You guys
Well, no,
are
like
just
I
jealous.
said, I just actually want just people to, the sky's not falling on all this stuff. That's the key thing. Just be patient. It'll
Chicken
work
Littles
itself out.
everywhere.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
The show there, I'm just wondering. I'm wondering why Steve wouldn't post a video of him walking around the show and just do a quick upload and boom, put it on the Facebook, kind of Instagram, whatever.
In fairness, he barely did that in Toronto.
I know,
like he's not very good at it.
with the media that we have
Yeah.
available. Why would you not do that?
Yeah, what they would do is they would repost if somebody tagged the Expo Instagram,
I
but
haven't seen anything come from anybody. All
well,
my friends,
that's the thing. I don't think you've got content creators there who do that kind of thing. If
But
they
from a-
did, he would repost them. I'm sure he would. But like that's all
From a
they do.
price
They repost.
perspective,
you have
is
Jeremy
that
there.
is
you
that
have all
too
the
much
other
for
guys.
the? Is
I
that too
said
much
content
for the card
creators.
or less?
Sorry,
I didn't say floating heads.
that's
Is
so
that too much for that card or not enough?
Oh, so you're
don't-
talking about the Ovechkin?
Yeah.
No idea.
It's difficult to say. I know there are Ovechkin guys that have deep pockets, but it's a one of one. And precious metals have gotten a lot of buzz, but it's like if you've got somebody who has money, that kind of goes back to what I said earlier about some of these markets where you've got very thin trading.
Mhm.
There's not a lot of people that have $143,000 to throw at it, no matter what. So the question is, do you have an underbidder who is even willing to come close to that? Was there anybody else? Because on a card like that, if a dealer has it and somebody comes to you and offers 143,000, you're sitting there like, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like you can make up a number. You could start off at 150. They're like, would you take 143? It's like, I would have taken 123. Sure. 143 sounds great.
I'm still willing to sell my Gretzky PMG green for 100,000 for anybody who wants it. That might be Emerald Ice, but
Duly noted.
Live the dream, Eric.
but it's the exact same goddamn card.
I want some mountain biking cards, but not that.
I want the American Gladiators card or Roller Jam. But American Gladiators, I think, would work out really well, actually. Like, I like the idea more and more the more I think about it. I'm like, no, zero cool. Josh Luber. We could discuss this, and I could pitch you on these American Gladiator card. It'd be sweet.
It actually
It's
would
way
be
better than Jackass cards.
Yes.
Way better than Jackass cards.
Yes, the Jackass cards. Yeah.
Some relevance, man.
Yeah. Will March charge recipients get their card back? Most likely. I honestly think, kind of to Jay's point earlier tonight, I think unfortunately, it won't be as fast as people want, but I do think most of those people will get their cards back.
I do. I got the special edition one.
Look at you. Well played.
Ta-da.
They don't fit in the stand-up display thing unless you put them in backwards.
Upside down.
Yeah. So I have to put it at the top because they won't fit.
Damn.
Have you considered forcing them with the redesign?
I'm gonna talk to Dan about it and be like, I gotta put these stupid things upside down.
Yeah, we got a few more guests announced for the Toronto Expo, do we not? Ricky Henderson, I think. And
I haven't been paying attention to it. If you
He
say
was
so.
just he was just.
I don't
in
think anybody
Wilmington.
much has been paying attention to it. It was
Yeah.
like a month and a half
I
ago
usually
or
get the
so.
emails, but I only briefly scan them sometimes.
There hasn't been really updates. So if you go to the Toronto Expo, there isn't like.
Bobby,
Yes.
Ricky Henderson was just here in Wilmington last week.
Well, then I don't need him to be here then.
Oh, okay. I'll tell him not to go.
Wait, so you allowed to talk to him? You know, Ricky knows Marcel. Ricky knows everybody.
I did
They're
not
good
talk.
friends.
Ricky refers to himself in the third person.
And Ricky said he ain't talking to me today.
He said Ricky ain't talking to Eric.
That's right.
Oh,
After
what did
Ricky knows that Eric disrespected Len.
2011. There's no guests posted on nothing.
I would be very surprised if the focus wasn't on Edmonton right now, because
It doesn't matter. You have months to work on all this.
Do you think Steve was working on it for months?
No, obviously not. Well, there's no magazine. There's no magazine.
Well, like I said, I feel like the theme of the night has been like Carlos and Bobby pretty much using normal amount of sassiness. We got Sassy J, which we've been appreciating. Sassy Eric came out to
J,
play a
that's a
little
good
bit. Been kind of
nickname.
fun. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, someone's been watching you do this. They're trying to dump them on Cupsy. Yes, probably. Yep. Sounds about right.
Find that one guy.
Well, that's all you need for some of these markets. That's actually all you need for some of these. If it's thinly traded, you don't need a lot. It doesn't require much.
Yeah, so the site doesn't have any. You click guests, and there's not even Yager who's there. But I know I got an email with Ricky Henderson.
How much are the tables there? I mean, I assume there's a website. It seems like you guys don't think it's very well.
Bobby wouldn't know. He hasn't
It
paid
usually
for one
is.
in
It's
100
just
years.
He hasn't
Well-
done in 3 shows. He's taken on 3 new shows with
For
the
fun,
Expo with it.
for fun, I went to the
Once a year.
site. I went to the site and I wanted to see what the tables go for, even for Toronto. I was like curious, just in general. They've changed the formatting where you have to fill out a bunch of stuff before they even let you see it. I was like, dude, I just want to know how much the tables are. Like, why would I fill in?
$800.
Why would I commit to filling out a bunch of stuff? Like, if I don't even get to see the price, I just want to know what the price is.
$800 to $900 for 4 days.
Yeah. That doesn't surprise me, but it also is testament to how much extra work he's created as far as like something as simple as show me the price of a table. You could just put that on a page and just show me on a table. It's not that complicated.
I'm sure it's different prices for Edmonton. Maybe that's why it's taken down. Just because of different marketplaces, I'm sure there's different pricing.
Yeah. So Ink
Venues
Paper
and
Wax
all that.
Collector was just talking about an Ovechkin card here. So he's got an Ovechkin here signed from the early days of Alexander Ovechkin.
Young Lions.
Yep.
Hmm.
He's back in the
Wow.
Russian league when he was a young man.
That's a cool card.
Yeah, it's different. This will be one, like, this is an early Ovechkin Russian card, early days,
Nice.
autographed. So it's for an Ovechkin collector. That's a bit more of an unusual kind of piece, not a regular one.
Yeah, and the one-on-ones is not even worth talking about because they're not even relevant to the hobby in any way. And Ovechkin, it shouldn't even affect the Ovechkin value because there's only one guy who's going to pay that for that card. It's so silly.
Yeah, the only person that can decide what the value would be if it goes up for sale again is somebody else who has the money. Because if there's nobody else there, well, then you can sit on it. Technically, it's the same price forever.
But the idle chatter of all the people is that 99.9% of them are not even close to being in that game. And it's almost silly in a way, isn't it?
All right, we'll see tomorrow night.
Oh, why? What are you selling one of your...
What are you bidding on, Eric?
No, we'll see tomorrow night if who may have purchased that Ovechkin.
Does it matter?
No, what I'm trying to say is that person might have their own show and they buy high-end Ovechkin stuff sometimes. And they may
Is
have
that
shows
Ricky?
on Saturday night.
Ricky Henderson.
Maybe.
Ricky could afford it.
Oh, Ricky didn't cash in $1 million check once upon a time. So Ricky could definitely afford it. He could use the check now.
Oh, Ricky, you're so fine.
Now, I was trying to find it earlier tonight, and I finally did. It took a lot more work than it should have because I think it got moved. I did ping Dakota, and I was like, I'm pretty sure it got removed, but then it brought back in. So I was talking about that card ladder thing. So this is the one I'm referring to. So it's Tuesday night.
Look at that. That's a good
Yeah.
design.
So he's got the floating head deal going on. Again, we love our floating heads in the hobby. We really do.
Lex Luthor, and who else do we got there?
Like at Disney World or something.
Yeah.
It's like, this is weird.
So for the record, we started off with the one in the middle. That was the first one that started this nonsense. And then Josh got his own, and then Christina needed her own. She's got two of them, actually. So yes, this was kind of the thing. Now, to be clear, that's the Tuesday one, and it's 9 p.m. Eastern time. That's what I've got here. So the question is going to be, what makes content worth watching? So we'll see what happens with it. So they talk about cornball content creators. What do they mean? And what constitutes content worth your time? Let's discuss. So that's the premise on this Tuesday night. I will be there with pad and pen in hand, vociferously taking notes.
Yes.
So when I first heard this, I thought it was about cornhole content, but now
Cornhole content would have been cornhole
cornball-
content we've discussed tonight.
cornball content.
Yeah,
yes.
cornhole content. Yeah. So
You
absolutely.
guys know there's an actual league, and sometimes it is on
Yeah, on
ESPN.
ESPN. Yeah, of course, it's great.
And the college teams.
College, yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
But
And
if
they
they
have,
had
they have
cards.
mixed teams. No, they should have cards.
I know.
These people
So-
are good.
Yeah, they don't have it here in Canada so much. It's not even called cornhole.
You guys have hatchet throwing though, right? In Canada,
not yeah,
Just
that's
darts.
a very little small marketplace.
It's not so much a league; it's kind of a domestic situation out west.
Pretty much, yeah.
Does that count? It could be televised sometimes, but it's not
Is it
so
a
much a
sport?
league. The
Is it a
participants
sport?
only participate once, and then usually go to jail after that. So
It's a dark alley, and then, the cameras don't work, so the CCTV.
we don't judge. We're very polite. We don't judge on these things.
Right. Right.
Yep, 3 pogs. That's right. Yes, Jay does indeed have a knack. These rumors must be quelled. Can't wait for them to describe themselves. Facts. The fact that these video shows they are in fact cornballs. True. So yeah, like I said, I already talked about it. Like it's been a lot of nonsense with this. I've been getting a kick out of it. It'll be fun to see. Now they kind of have to like discuss this and kind of explain their position on this. And I'm like, y'all did this to yourselves. None of it was necessary. It's very strange. Whole thing is very strange. I think self-aware is a bit strong. I'm curious if they'll double down on it. It's like, well, we meant certain contests. Like, you didn't really specify very well. You kind of left it open-ended.
it's good marketing though for them.
It is. Yeah.
I'm just trying to look up the emails for the expo.
Yeah. World News isn't even scrutinized the extent Card Ladder wants to do to sports cards. That's right. We don't have enough hashtag scholarship in sports cards. Again, jokes aside, sports cards are not that serious. This stuff's fun. It's silly. It's ridiculous at times. It's farcical. It's worthy of mockery a lot of the time, honestly. And that's because it's silly. It's not necessary. It's not required. That's why I push back on the whole idea. It's like, oh, scholarship is like, it's fun to say hashtag scholarship, but it's like, we don't need it, dude. Just collect your damn cards or don't. Like, whatever. It doesn't make any difference. It's not going to change it. It's not going to change the world. Yeah. What other content creator they got in a proverbial slap fight with like children? It's been a lot. Lately, it's been a lot. And like I said, I think they're specifically trying to get into a slap fight with certain folks, but the problem is those folks don't care. The folks they're trying to get into a fight with are like, we don't really care that much. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing.
Okay, I have we have Ricky.
You have
Henderson.
guests? You have guests?
Um,
Bobby Burrell, Sassy J.
I've always.
Well,
been-
I have a question for Eric.
Oh, that's
while
it.
Bobby's
That's
teeing
it.
it up.
Please ask. Eric.
Eric is the expert on motor, not motocross,
Non-motor.
mountain biking.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many cards are in that set? From what year?
Which set
You showed like 30.
Your
Pick
mountain
one.
biking set. Your mountain biking set.
that was road. I don't. There is no specific, no typical cards for mountain biking yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
so there's
road
only,
cycling.
there's only 2 guests, and we're a month and a week and a half away from the show. Yeah,
Mhm.
so that's never happened. It's
But
always-
$900 a table is a little spicy.
Well, it's been kind of high for
it's
a bit. I
Canadian,
don't-
so it's 700 a year.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
think
it's like $20.
Yeah, but I'm going to the Dallas show, and it's not that expensive. I mean,
The expo's pretty big. It's probably second to the national. Well, although the Dallas show is catching up and stuff, but I mean, it's that big.
it is big. Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
It's like the Dallas show, but nobody tries to hold you hostage in a room.
yet.
Okay.
That only happens in Dallas.
that we know of.
Yet.
That's been proven.
Right.
We have like an extra room now. With the
Yeah.
configuration, we could technically do that.
Well, now it's one big square room. There's no extra room now.
No, they've got this. They've got the little side area with the doors, like that side, like where the stage is,
It's
where
gonna
the
be in
signers.
It's going to be in the next room.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there is a room. You could actually have people in that room and just lock those doors. And
See,
then
I
the rest of
can't
them would
even
still be
use my
open.
lawyer powers in Canada because then I'm not recognized as a lawyer there, but in the US I am. So that's different.
Mm.
I'm just Clark Kent in Canada.
Mm.
Yeah, but you're only recognized in the state that you practice in and have a license in, right?
Well, the important
technically,
thing,
yes and no. A
Technically,
federal
yes
jurisdiction.
and no.
technically, is the best kind of correct.
Definitely a great lawyer answer.
But the key here, Jay, is that I want everyone to know that I intend to hold Eric to what he said earlier. So if he comes back to Canada, I will trade him $700 Canadian for $20 US.
Yeah.
Because that, according to Eric, is the exchange rate.
Fair enough.
The rest of us will use a different exchange rate. However, for Eric, all of you can know, if he gives you $700 Canadian, that is the equivalent of $20 US, so you can sell him your Bobby Orrs and others in American dollars only. So if it says $20 for Bobby Orr, he has to give you at least $700 Canadian.
That's a fist bump.
That is a double fist bump. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, and that is frankly the correct thing to do. Don't do it for me.
Yeah.
Do it for him.
Good for your country.
Yes,
Yep.
do it for your country. Respect it.
And you have to go in your pocket and take out the plastic Monopoly money and hand
No,
them-
you're the one giving the plastic monopoly money.
right.
So you have to hand over a stack, and then we'll give you the equivalent of $20 US. But $20 US won't buy you anything. So.
Jay, have you ever held
Hot dog.
Canadian money in the last couple of years?
Not in the last
That's
couple.
horrible.
It is a whole different experience when they
It's
hand it
kind
to
of
you.
like plastic. It's sort of like
You're
well,
like,
you gotta
no,
come Australia,
I
right?
want money, and then they hand you this stuff, and you're like, no, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but can I please have some money?
But I've watched you. You barely understand how to handle US dollars.
And they're all the same
Barely,
color.
but
You barely
I
know
have
what
a-
you barely know directions,
I have a
geography,
general, I
math.
have general concept. I go to
Literacy?
Canada and I
That's
get very
subject, general
confused.
concept of all things. It's like philosophy for Bostonites.
Yeah, it's like you saying you don't understand something. That's like a low bar. That's like saying Carlos likes to make fun of things. Yes. Uh-huh.
You're making good points.
I obviously I am.
Yeah.
No one tell
on
everybody
that
94
note-
Generation Extreme. Yep.
I don't know what that is.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. The day job is serious. It's stuff is to decompress and stupid. Yes. That's the whole idea. None of this is meant. That's why I kind of, again, in all seriousness, part of the reason I like making fun of the thing with Chris the last couple of weeks is that he's trying to make it serious. And I'm like, this is not serious. I've been in it longer than you. Trust me. Trust me. All of this is farce. This whole thing is a farce.
Well, you're right. You're 100% right, except for the fact that you have this money has made it serious.
To a certain
No,
degree.
only to
Like,
the people
it
who
makes
have
it if
money.
you want it. It makes it if you want it to be serious.
No, Bobby, because now things are out of people's price ranges that don't have money, and that makes
don't
it
buy them.
serious too.
Well,
Then don't
you know,
buy them.
I want to.
I can't buy them.
out of my price range.
Then
too,
then there's not an issue. There's no
But
problem
two,
here.
but two
When I
years
buy a
ago,
Honda, I'm
but 2
happy.
years ago, I may have been able to buy them. Now I can't buy them. July, I'll be able to buy them again.
Buy something
But-
else. There's a million things out there.
Yeah, exactly. Pick something else.
Billion things.
The mountain biking still has to take it off despite your pumping efforts.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
you
still
can,
time.
You can corner that market,
Yes.
I'm gonna.
It's going to be amazing.
dominate it.
We all
gonna be
collect
amazing.
at different levels, so that's fine.
Mm.
But as long as you're collecting and having fun doing it, if you're doing
I
it
want
as
my
an
Kate
investment,
Courtney
that's fine too.
101.
So I'll tell you not the dumbest, the craziest thing that I just recently bought because I was inspired by what was it? It's the Christmas movie. So I bought a Red Rider card from 1950, it's 52 or 56. It's a hand cut card, but it was a high grade card. I'm like, oh, that card, it has some precedence in the movie because that character, right, inspired the BB gun that the kid's talking about. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, that's a cool thing to buy. Like no one in their right mind should buy a card like that. But I'm like, well, I really like that movie. It's the 40th anniversary coming up next year. I'm like, I think that's kind of cool. Like, so don't take things seriously. I mean,
No.
it's like so silly.
What was
But
the hand
it's
cut
fun.
from?
What?
What was it hand cut from, though?
I'll send you.
Like a
I'll
postcard,
ins-
or was it hand cut?
No,
from
no. It's I think it was probably from a
Cereal?
box. It looks because it's got a blank back.
Okay.
So
All right.
An
it was
oval
an
team. an Ovaltine container.
I don't.
Well, they
know.
were in jars, so I don't know.
See, I thought you were a fan of the movie.
I am.
Remember,
Yes, but no. Red
the
Rider
code
existed
says
before the
don't
movie.
forget to drink your
Okay.
Ovaltine.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the card.
Eric bringing something has nothing to do with it. That's not hashtag on brand.
The irrelevancy of
So the 94 Generation Extreme, Eric, apparently has mountain biking, skateboarding, surfing, etc. in it. So it might have more of your mountain biking cards. Live the
So
dream.
that's-
1994 Generation Extreme.
Wait, if it's got skateboarding in it, that could be really interesting.
That's what I mean. Like,
Surfing,
apparently it covers
yeah.
a lot of these categories. So you might want to look into it and see what's in the checklist. I don't know.
You
Those
might want to
dudes-
finish that set, Eric.
those dudes don't have
Well,
any money, man.
I mean, what if
Get 'em
you
all
have
in
a
GAI
94 Tony
first.
Hawk rookie card?
Yeah.
That'd
Yep.
be worth something.
Yep. So
think
Bob here
you're
says,
gonna
made a
card.
purchase the other day of the Goat of Goats. Carlos would be impressed in it. Ziggy Puffy.
Maybe.
Eric will be fine. Bruins cars will always be in the nickel box. Facts. Susan DeMatte, ring a bell, Eric. Does it ring
Yeah.
a bell? There you go.
Yep.
Eric, instead of Bobby Orr, go for Ted Green. He's the goat of hockey players named Ted Green. Nice. Facts,
He'll beat
Paul.
the shit out of you if he was live.
Tony Hawk is in it. Hawk's rookie is 1990 SI for kids. There you go.
Yeah, Sports Illustrated. Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, guys. So I think I'll wind her down. So thank you. Thank you, Jay, for joining us in and giving us a little brief snippet of, for a brief shining moment. We had hashtag scholarship. We actually had a discussion of, it's like, actually, there's useful information here. I actually have time stamped it. It's like, I'll go back and clip it. There's actually useful information here. An actual discussion happened. I swear it did. I have video footage.
Happy to meet you guys and talk to you guys again. Thank
Absolutely.
you for having me.
Absolutely.
That was fun.
You're always welcome. Much appreciated you hopping on and having a chat and joining us for it.
What is he
There's
showing
Ted,
us?
Ted Green from 61.
61. I think 61 tops.
Ted Green
Yes,
rookie
top
card
one.
right there.
There you go.
Probably 101.
One of his one, yeah.
Yeah. So
101 in the upside down top loader. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
There-
Yes.
he is good at that.
Oh yes, yeah, we do. But we do appreciate the insight. It's very helpful as always. So thank you to Sassy Eric for bringing his bouginess and sassiness tonight, and Bobby bringing his sassiness as always. A lot of fun, a lot of great
That's
comments.
nice to show.
Appreciate you all.
See you guys. Bye.
Have yourselves a good
Thanks,
night.
Jay.
Take it easy.
Have a good night.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Happy holidays.